else will you find free fun and games? Teens being boss, hard quiz, boiled by kids, and of course...
Do not watch this show!
Find them all where it's always free, always fun for the family. ABC iView.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to AFL Sunday with ABC Sport. AFL Sunday. On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
It was dubbed Statement Round. Who could step up as the race for the top 8 starts to heat up? Purple-hearted Fremantle deliver on an emotional response after last week's loss to the Swans to down the Hawks to force their way back into the top 8.
Boss couldn't take the mark. Now he gathers, chips inside Darcy. All alone. 40 metres out from goal. He marks. Sean Darcy to put Fremantle back in front. It's not convincing, but it doesn't matter. Darcy gets his first. Fremantle get the lead. What a game of footy here at Perth Stadium. Jackson palms it down. The Dockers in a statement win. Their coach questioned. Their players have answered on his behalf. Fremantle win by 13 points over the Hawks.
The Crows saw off the back of Riley Thilthorpe's 6 goals and Isaac Rankin's 100th game to down the Dogs and show what they can do at their best.
Kicks it deep to the top of the goal square. Rankin wrestling for it. Is he getting a free? Yes. So Isaac Rankin in his milestone game. He moves in. He's got a goal at his 100th. Thilthorpe flies for it. Ball hits the deck. Liberatore. And the pride of South Australia are ready to make some noise far beyond the border. The Adelaide Crows in a prove-it game do just that. Adelaide by 11 points over the Bulldogs.
The Giants make their move, stunning the Cats in Sydney as number 1 pick Aaron Cadman takes over and Jake Stringer shows what he can add to the Giants.
It's going to be a free kick going the Giants' way.
He got pushed out.
So Cadman was pushed. He's well and truly arrived this year. Aaron Cadman on the approach. Kicks from 53. It's on its way. It curves back beautifully. A career night for Aaron Cadman with half a dozen. Aaron Cadman on that preferred left peg, drives it long inside 50, reaching up down there. Brown at the arriving there is Stringer, who sends it through for his 4th. Don't forget me, says the package. Stewart down the line here. The Giants prevail again over the Cats. Despite that little lull midway through the season, I think everyone knows the Giants can make some big, big sounds come September.
And at the MCG, Richmond snapped a 7-game losing streak to claim their 4th win of the season as the injury toll reaches new records for the Bombers.
Besson jumpers around the footy. Blackiston very close to the boundary line. That might be a professional way to put it out of bounds.
Here we go.
And that was seen by the umpire. Jacob Hopper from the boundary. Woo! Would you believe it? Richmond is in front.
Nankervis and Goldstein and the Tigers claim their 4th win of the season. It doesn't matter how you do it, but they kicked the last 3 goals of the match and the Richmond rebuild is right on track. The other winners for round 18, Brisbane by 37 points over the Blues back on Thursday night. The Suns defeating Collingwood by 6 points, and still to come today, Melbourne and North Melbourne from the MCG, St Kilda and Sydney from Docklands, and Port Adelaide and the West Coast Eagles from Adelaide to close out the weekend's footy. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport from the MCG. You can get in touch with us, 0437 774 774. 300 gamer, 2-time All-Australian, the Western Bulldogs captain Bob Murphy is with you for a Sunday. Great to see you, Bob.
Hello, Matthew. How are you?
I'm very
nice
well.
To see you. Nice to be in your company and everyone else who's listening in.
Geez, we've got a little bit to work our way through, don't we?
Yeah, it's been a pretty spectacular round so far. Plenty of statements and excitement as we round towards the finals of 2025.
The Fremantle coach Justin Longmuir will be our feature guest off the back of a statement victory over the Hawks last night. There is a lot of breaking news taking place this morning, so just quickly to bring you some of that. The AFL has advised that the West Coast Eagles player Jack Graham has been found guilty of breaching the AFL rule of conduct unbecoming in relation to an incident in the second quarter against the Giants last week. The incident was self-reported by Graham to the West Coast Eagles and then the AFL Integrity Unit on Friday morning. He used a highly offensive homophobic slur against the Giants' opponent, which was deemed to be inappropriate and has received a 4-game sanction, with the AFL taking into account Graham's self-reporting, so it won't be available to play for the West Coast Eagles at any level of football for the next 4 weeks. And better news for the Giants, with Aaron Cadman confirming his future, was already contracted till the end of 2026, so he's signed a further 4-year extension, which will see him at the Giants until 2030.
It's been a good 24 hours for the Giants, hasn't it?
Certainly has, and for Aaron Cadman as well. For the West Coast Eagles, obviously, Jack Graham, a senior player. Disappointing news to come through.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing it hard on a number of fronts, the West Coast Eagles footy club. So that news will reverberate around the locker rooms of the AFL, but also, I think, the country more broadly. 4-match suspension for that sort of conduct will have a reasonable ripple effect, you would think.
And somewhat overcast, dark clouds above us here at the MCG for Melbourne and North Melbourne this afternoon, but we like to start each Sunday, Bob, with a bit of a high. What have you enjoyed across the weekend and the best bit of the footy you've seen?
Well, it's sort of bittersweet, I have to say. I went along to Marvel Stadium yesterday to watch my old mob, the Western Bulldogs, play the Adelaide Crows, and I went along and I had my family with me and we were all decked out. And I thought, you know what, I can't wait to see the roof close and just see some beautiful kicking and see a big, tall, prodigious talent of a key forward kick a bag of goals. And we got exactly that. We got all of that. It was just in the wrong colours. But it was nonetheless beautiful to watch. Adelaide's field kicking was something to behold. And when you've got such good forward targets as they do, Darcy Fogarty's become a real player, as we know, but Riley Thilthorpe had the day out. He kicked 6. But the field kicking of Jordan Dawson, Dan Curtin and Isaac Rankin and Taylor Walker was quite exceptional. And they were too good for the Dogs.
11 goals from their 3 key forwards, and it was Riley Thilthorpe who took the headlines with 6 goals.
Curtin marks it high half forward. Adelaide going inside 50 again. Hands it to Dawson. Runs, carries, kicks to Thilthorpe, who rips it down. Thilthorpe's got it for a career high. Riley Thilthorpe has got half a dozen. There is a monster loose at Dockland Stadium. And Riley Thilthorpe has had himself a day.
Third time this season he's kicked 5 goals or more. Is he an All-Australian lock in your eyes? What a season he's having.
He's got to be pretty close. I mean, recency bias after observing him yesterday, but he just is in that sweet spot that we, as footy fans, you hope to see more of it. Big key forwards who have all of this talent, and then when they can put it together, it really is. If it's not the most exciting thing in the game, it's pretty close to when you see a big key forward at the peak of their powers. And he was just too much for the Bulldogs yesterday. He just completely overpowered them. And they flipped the script on the Bulldogs. The beautiful field kicking, I think the pressure they put on the Bulldogs was at a level maybe the Dogs hadn't seen for a little while. And they were able to finish their work. So Riley Thilthorpe is, if he's not their most important player, he's pretty close to, and he'll definitely be in those considerations for the All-Australian team.
Jeremy Cameron with 53 goals for the season, Ben King with 44, Mitch Georgiades with 42 and Jesse Hogan with 41. So Riley Thilthorpe a little behind them with 39, but his improvement, his size year on year and his influence he's having for the Crows, it's hard to ignore.
Yeah, and when a player of his calibre produces like he did yesterday, it just gives enormous confidence to his teammates, and you could see as the day went on just how they just wanted to kick him the ball. And he's on a field of big imposing men, he stands out. He's got that sort of glorious caveman presence about him, and he looks pretty complete. He moves really well, but he's so strong and kicks it so beautifully. So I think the Adelaide Crows they've built a pretty nice season, and on the form of yesterday, you'd have to think they're building towards something pretty special.
Bob Murphy and Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. I want to take you back to Friday night. Collingwood kicked 5 unanswered goals, hit the front in that final term, and you thought, oh no, we've seen this story before on so many times for the Gold Coast Suns. Well, step up Ben Long, and this centre bounce clearance from Noah Anderson to lead from the front.
Witts versus Cameron. At the back, Anderson explodes onto it. Handball to Weller. Back to Anderson inside 50. Anderson. Oh, what a goal. What a goal.
You see him being interviewed post-game and you're like, he's not that big. He doesn't look that strong, but that's the type of captain you want, is when the moment calls upon you to just find a way to break out of the middle and finish.
Yeah, plenty of iceberg under the tip with Noah Anderson, talking of all Australian teams, but a huge moment in a huge statement game for the Gold Coast Suns. I know that's been coined a bit for this round because it has been a few statements around the league, but for the Gold Coast to take on the Magpies and beat them with all eyes watching on a Friday night. I wrote a newspaper column a few days ago and I could almost feel myself barracking for the result a little bit, which columnists sometimes do. Nothing against Collingwood, but I did feel like the Gold Coast are building towards something. What it is, we're not entirely sure yet, but in terms of their own self-belief, a big scalp like the one on Friday night when they were seriously challenged, probably underlined by that moment we just heard from then. Noah Anderson, what a player.
Absolutely. A breakthrough win for the Gold Coast Suns against the Magpies, just their third loss of the season. So the Suns, the Crows, the Giants, Fremantle, all big winners so far for the weekend. So the top four remain the same for the moment. So Collingwood still sit on top. 14 wins, 3 losses. The Brisbane Lions in second spot. They're 6 points behind the Magpies. The Crows are in third. They're on 48 points, 12 wins and 5 losses. And Geelong are in fourth spot. So the Suns moved from 7th to 5th. Hawthorn, with that victory against the Dockers, they would have been in the top 4 with Geelong's loss. So they moved from 5th to 6th. The Giants moved from 8th to 7th, and Fremantle are now inside the top 8, while the Western Bulldogs are now a game outside the top 4. So who's the most vulnerable? Everyone's going to ask you this question all week. Who's the team that'll miss out with 6 rounds to go?
Far out. That is a very good question, isn't it? It's a very, very good question. You can find yourself yo-yoing from one week to the next. Last week I would have said Fremantle.
Yeah.
And I think their win against the Hawks, that wasn't insignificant either, to take a scalp at home with big expectation and responding to, it was a pretty heartbreaking loss for them against Sydney. And we'll talk to Justin Longmuir in a few minutes, but he had to defend himself. But they were fiery and wound up last night, so they look like they've sort of built pretty nicely as well. So at the moment, right now the ladder probably tells the story. Well, it probably does. Probably right now you think, okay, well, it's by nth degree, but the Dogs. The Dogs are very capable, but I thought yesterday would have been a great opportunity for them. They were just outplayed by the Crows.
As a player, did you ever engage any more than the week-to-week? Were you a ladder predictor kind of guy? I mean, you look at Hawthorn and they have 3 massive tests in their last 6 games. So they have Adelaide, Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions. So if they're going to get there, they'll deserve to be there. Yeah,
no, I sort of fall into the category of simplifying a little bit more. If you're good enough, you'll
take care of it.
Yeah. Yep. So maybe that was just through a lack of intellect as much as anything. But there was enough. There's enough warriors and bean counters in footy clubs, so it used to leave them to it a bit.
On the SMS 0437 774 774. Mark from Upway says, hi gents, would you say 9 free kicks to Fremantle compared to 1 for Hawthorn in the last quarter may influence the outcome of the game? Hi guys, will the Dogs beat Brisbane next week? That's from Brett in Hobart, so already forecasting next weekend's games. Hi guys, I've noticed if an umpire does a dud bounce, seconds come off the clock but aren't replaced when he throws it up. This could potentially decide a game for the seconds loss. That's from George, who's doing his, referencing. Last week's game, Kangas and the Doggies. Doggies a great side, Kangas a valiant effort. Kangas were caught out with kick-outs after the Doggies minor scores. Yeah, they did score. That's from Roger in Box Hill. They did concede a lot of scores, North Melbourne, from turnovers, so that'll be the interesting test today against the Demons as to whether they can right some of those wrongs.
Yeah, we'll get a nice close-up view of the Kangas today. They've got plenty of play for in this back half of this season, for sure.
We mentioned the Dockers with their breakthrough win last night. Jordan Clark, their running half-back, was asked about the week that had been for their coach, Justin Longmuir.
As a playing group, you seem like an emotional group, a lot of guys that like to wear their hearts on their sleeves. Can you guys take the emotion out of it when you have your coach criticised, you have the club criticised? Do the players kind of band together and think, no, we'll keep the emotion in this a little bit and we'll fight hard for this?
Yeah, we absolutely keep the emotion in it. We love JL. I wouldn't say there's probably a player in the change room that doesn't have his back. He's also growing as a coach. I think no one's perfect. No one's absolutely mastered their craft. So, I think he's one of the greatest impacts on my career so far. And I love JL. I've got a lot of time for him. And, see him criticised after, we won 6 in a row or whatever it was. He loses one game and he gets lined up from a mile away. I just think it's, a bit unwarranted at times. But, you know, whenever someone like a family member or your best mate gets attacked, you always want to stand up for them. It's natural, and someone that you care about gets put down or criticised heavily, you always want to stand up and fight the fight for him. So, you know, it'd be rude of us to walk away and not have his back. So, you know, I think this club's like a family, and you got to stand up for each other at times.
Jordan Clark joining Mitch Turner and the commentary team last night from Perth. The Fremantle coach is Justin Longmuir. He joins you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Justin, thanks so much for your time as you put your head on the pillow and you hear a bit of your players, I guess, coming in to support you in the weekend which has been. What was the most pleasing part in your eyes around last night's victory?
Oh, yeah, the way we were able to just play footy on its merits. So, there was a little bit of talk, obviously, last week, a few comments made in the East. I'm not 100% sure on how much they affected our emotion going into the game. I just think our footy has been really good, and it's been really good for 8-9 weeks now, and we're able to draw on that. And it was nice to hear Clarkie's comments there. He's an emotional guy and plays with emotion, and it was nice to hear some of the players have my back during the week and post-game. It's like he said, we like to consider ourselves a family. We like to have each other's back is part of our trademark, and it's really pleasing to hear those comments.
JL, it's Bob here. Congratulations on the win last night. It was one of plenty of grit and plenty of spirit. I know you're someone who is very thorough in going over the matches and doing your due diligence. What did you take out of the heartbreaker in Sydney that was able to help the players respond in the way they did last night?
Role, mate. Yeah, we're pretty disappointed with how we executed our roles, and that made the game really inefficient for us. And the players came off really fatigued on the back of having to work so hard, and because we just went away from roles for whatever reason, and maybe it was we just got a little bit comfortable with the 6 in a row. It's hard to put a finger on why we slipped with our roles. Maybe we've had too many guys going through the midfield, and that sort of put us on the back foot a little bit. We just got back to the roles and really tried to simplify things, because once we're able to set the ground up the way we want, we feel offense and defense can really complement each other. And it wasn't really an offensive game last night for me. The team was pretty slippery, a lot of rain in the lead up, and thought the way we set the ground up, especially defensively, and they would say the same thing, to be honest. But I thought that was a big step forward, and probably just able to simplify the game a little bit for the players by leaning into role and contest. And we really wanted to lift our pressure as well. It's been a bit hit and miss this year. We've probably relied on a few too few with our pressure at times, and especially around our clearance game. And we were able to have over 100 tackles last night. It's, never set a target for tackles, but it was season high, and I think that was off the back of just really simplifying things, especially around the contest.
You mentioned a few key points there. Clearly, the ability to play one's role, pressure, and to be able to get after the opposition. Sam Switkowski, how important was it to have Sam impact the scoreboard? Because in terms of playing a role, he probably exemplifies that as well as anyone at Freo.
Yeah, spot on. yeah, you'd know clearly. He's an underestimated leader for us as well, and probably the thing that's been lost a little bit is we've had a fair few injuries to not only our leadership group but our older players. And look at our half forward line. We've got 2 first-year players playing there pretty much all year in Dudley and Reid, and they benefit from having Freddie around, but also when Switter comes in the team, his wise head and calmness and attention to detail really helps those two as well. So, to see him hit the scoreboard was good to see him get some reward for effort, because he does so much behind the scenes, on and off the field for us. And some of his defensive plays last night, his ability to own certain parts of the ground for us defensively and chase and tackle, it was great to have him back.
Justin Longmuir, the Fremantle coach, is with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Bob Murphy. You mentioned, JL, the tackling intent. Was there a particular theme or message behind that, or was that something you really focused on off the back of that Sydney loss?
Well, it's probably been a bit of a theme, Clinchy, since the bye, especially a pre-clearance and a clearance work. Like when we've been getting beaten at ground ball there, especially in first halves, and we've been getting beaten in the tackles as well. And if you're winning the ball, it's hard to tackle, but we're losing both of those stats. So we need to lift our intensity and sort of tried to apply that all over the ground. And Hawthorn, if you give them time and space, they've got some elite kicks in their team. So we wanted to make sure that we turned it into a contest and pressure game, and really wanted to make sure we pressure through and get pressure on their elite disposers and try and stop them from getting the uncontested marks going. So started at the clearance, but we wanted to make it a bit of a theme across the ground, and it was glad to see buy-in across all 23 players.
JL, one of the points of difference that you have at your disposal is this dynamic ruck duo when it's at its best, Sean Darcy and Luke Jackson. How have you seen that combination? And in particular, Sean, he's battled a lot of injuries, but he looks like he's sort of building his way back to some of his better footy. Yeah,
he is, mate. Yeah, he is. And it's just a bit of a luxury to have both of them in the team. And it's given us a lot of flexibility in the box to be able to play Luke in different roles. And part of getting our pressure going last night was playing him as a midfielder and getting his big body around the ball. And he probably didn't have many touches in his first stint on as a midfielder, but Hawthorn knew his presence applies pressure in itself. So he was able to get us going as a midfielder. Sean's form's built, and I think the last couple of weeks second halves in particular, we've opted to play Sean in the ruck because he's probably had the better chance against Grundy and I can't remember who we played the week before. Marshall. Jeez. So he's been
it's
able
all in
to
the
do
rear
that.
vision mirror, JL. It's all in the rear vision.
Look out the front. And well, last night we thought Jacko was probably doing a better job in the ruck, and he played out the game for us. But Jacko's been going forward in recent weeks and kicking goals as well, which has been really important. So people probably judge those two players on ruck alone, but they're starting to do a lot more around the ground in other roles as well, and it's just great to have flexibility in the team.
JL, can you give us a bit of an insight? I've seen him up close, and I know how significant he is to the history of the footy club, but Michael Walters had a fitting send-off in front of the home crowd last night, a proud Indigenous man. How have you found coaching him, and can you sort of articulate for those of us on the East Coast what he symbolises for the Purple Army? I've spoken about a trademark a couple of times, but passion is in our trademark, and that's probably how I'd sum up Sonny. He's a really passionate person. He's passionate about where he grew up. He's passionate about his workplace, which has obviously been Freo for 17 years, and he'd do anything for the club. And even in his retirement speech, he still is striving for us to achieve the ultimate success. And everything he's done with passion. He gets probably acknowledged externally through his skill and the class he brings on the field. But for me, it's been the passion and the emotion he brings around the club to help the club achieve the ultimate. So it's going to be sad not to have him around. Place is going to be a little bit quieter and probably not going to be as many expletives around, but we love what he's done for the club, and it was a great send-off last night, and we'll continue to celebrate his career over the rest of the season.
Sorry, Justin. Fremantle coach Justin Longmuir with you on ABC Sport. The criticism from David King, you had one of the great responses that if I had $1 for every time someone asked me what I've done to David King, I'd be a rich man and probably in the Bahamas guts up rather than doing this job. I think everyone sort of chuckled at your response. Why did you feel the criticism was so personally directed towards you?
Well, it's been his way, Clinchy. I understand that not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but I just feel like it was a little bit unwarranted last week, given we only lost by 11 points and we'd come off 6 in a row. I think our footy's been in pretty good nick, and our footy actually has been better this year against the top 9 teams than what it has probably the teams below us. So for me, that shows that we're playing a style of footy that'll hold up come the pointy end of the season. So, and I think we saw that last night. So, and I don't get too caught up in it either, by the way. Understand that it's just David's opinion and, that's all it is. So, I think I handled it pretty well last week. I feel like didn't really bother me.
I think in particular the guts up. I'd never heard that, JL, and I will be using it down the road at some point with relish.
Especially in a cold winter in Melbourne.
Sometimes things just come out of your mouth and you can't put them back in once they've said, especially at a press conference. So,
on the contrary, more of that. That was magnificent. That got real good cut through, as they say.
Do you think in the Eastern Coast, JL, that sometimes we don't recognise and maybe attribute as to how hard it is to have that consistency week to week when you do travel as regularly as what the Fremantle Dockers and the West Coast Eagles do to try and be one of those top 4 sides that can do it week in, week out?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it, Clinchy, because I went to Collingwood for a couple of years, and they complained about travelling to Etihad, so I'll marvel. So it is a different beast, and until you've actually lived it, you don't actually understand the rigour of it, to be honest. So, you don't know what you don't know in the industry, and unless you've worked at a WA club, you don't understand the toll that travel does take and the difficulty that makes. But we accept that. That's not an excuse, by the way. We accept it. We embrace it. We need to get better at our performances away because they've been a bit inconsistent this year.
And finally, Justin, Nat Fyfe has played the 4 games so far this season. What's the dialogue like between you and him as he tries to maybe have one last push to get back into this Fremantle lineup for the finals? Can you see that taking place?
Yeah, I can. Yep. He's got a couple of weeks probably left of rehab before he's available, and a lot can change between now and then. Given he got injured last time as a sub before he'd actually come on the field, there is a chance he might need to go back and play some more to get some confidence in his body and give us some confidence in his body. But we haven't really decided on that yet. We'll let him do the last couple of weeks of his rehab, see where it sits, and see whether he comes back into the team. But there's still plenty of footy to be played, and a lot of water to go under the bridge. So we still see that he can play a part in the back end of the season.
And Collingwood at the MCG next Sunday. How much do you look forward to the challenge to test yourself against the side who's on the top of the ladder at the MCG where finals are played?
Yeah, can't wait. It's going to be a great challenge, as you mentioned, and I mentioned it last night that you go over to take on the best team in the comp, but you also go over to take on the Magpie Army and the noise that they bring and the passion they bring as well. So it's going to be a great challenge, and we'll let the players sit in the Hawks win for a little bit, and we'll move on and get ourselves well prepared for another big challenge.
Absolutely. So you should, and we can't wait to watch you next Sunday. JL, thanks as always for your insights, for your time, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys. Catch you.
Justin Longmuir, the Fremantle coach, joining you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. I love the chance we get to engage and you get a little bit more of an insight as to what goes on into the week to week, other than just the press conferences where it can all boil a bit under the surface from time to time.
Yeah, totally. And I think Justin, like all AFL coaches, they're quite within their rights to stand up for themselves and and defend their footy club and defend themselves when they feel like they've been harshly judged. I actually really loved the emotion from the Dockers this week. I loved hearing Justin come out and stand up for himself in the way that he did. And I loved the way that Fremantle took it up physically to Hawthorn last night. My job when I first got to Fremantle a few years ago was to manage the weekend Malay reports and when they last played finals, it felt like every week there was a Malay or a wrestling fine, and then in the 2 years after, those things went away. Now, this is totally subjective, but I do wonder if when they play on that edge and there is that fire and there is the players playing with emotion to defend their coach, whether it actually brings out the best in them. So I think that's no small thing that we saw a bit of that push and shove and emotion from their footy club this week.
It was certainly the case last night with over 100 tackles, and Andy Brayshaw led the way for the Fremantle Dockers with so many of his teammates. Bob Murphy and Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. You can join us on the SMS 0437 774 774. Melbourne and North Melbourne still to come from the MCG.
ABC Listen. Keeping bored parents busy is easy with the ABC Listen app. Then we can listen to our stuff, like Bluey Listen Along and all new Dino Day. Hear it all now on the ABC Listen app.
This is AFL Sunday.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
They're a very, very good side. So we knew the challenge coming in, it was going to be a big one, and it wouldn't be perfect. We're aiming for perfect, but we weren't. But to get a win, where did we win it? I just think we adapted as we were challenged with injury. We were challenged by our oppo. We just kept adapting, and in the end, found a way to not crawl over the line, but just hang in there when we were, down a few soldiers. But big win for our footy club.
Welcome to our South Australian audience to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. For the first time, they were the thoughts of Matthew Nicks, the Adelaide Crows coach, following their victory by 11 points over the Western Bulldogs yesterday. Matt Clinch and Bob Murphy with you. You sat in the crowd and watched yesterday as the Crows made a statement win over the Dogs. We've touched on the efforts of Riley Thilthorpe, who kicked 6 goals yesterday. Isaac Rankin in his 100th game. It was 11 goals between their 3 key forwards. But it was their kicking skills that you were most impressed about in the way in which they played under the roof.
Well, that was the lasting impression that you got when you walked away. Think, gee, they are a beautiful ball movement team when they are able to slice the Bulldogs for most of the afternoon. I haven't seen the Dogs being cut up like that for a while. Certainly not live for a while. But in terms of it being a statement game, it wasn't the ball use as much as it was the initial pressure and the ferocity that they brought to the game that caught the Dogs off guard, if I'm being honest. And it wasn't like the Dogs could have taken them lightly. They knew that they were in for a tough afternoon because, the Crows' form line suggests that. There's no secret in what sort of team they are. But they were breaking tackles really, really easily. Now, the Dogs, on the other hand, was going, we had too many missed tackles. But that is also by force of the opposition. But they were able to put the Dogs under so much pressure that there was fumbles as well when they won the ball, particularly through half-back. And that's usually where the Bulldogs launch so many attacks on opposition teams under the roof at Marvel. Bailey Dale is such a weapon off there. Jason Johannesson. And there's others, of course, but they're two of the more well-known. And Adelaide were able to force them sideways or force them to cough the ball up for most of the afternoon, which was really uncharacteristic for the Dogs. So, as you can hear from Matthew Nicks' voice there, it was not lost on him. That's a big win. It's an important win for them, and they're probably better than I thought they were, and I already thought they were pretty good.
Jordan Dawson had 27 disposals, Dan Curtin 26, Jake Saligo with 22 and Rory Laird with 22 as well alongside their key forwards. For the Western Bulldogs, led by Marcus Bontempelli with 37 and Ed Richards with 29. The question obviously was posed to Luke Beveridge. Now they've just beaten one side that are inside the top 8. Here was his response.
Ultimately, you can look at it in two different ways, in a really pessimistic way like that, or an optimistic way in that we put ourselves in a position where at least we're in the mix to give ourselves a chance, at the end of the year. But as far as the scoreline and the way the game played out and the history repeating itself against a pretty good team, yeah, I agree with you. It's our biggest disappointment this afternoon is how we started the game, the broken tackles and probably us not using the ball as we'd like to under pressure.
Luke Beveridge, the Western Bulldogs coach, following their loss yesterday to the Adelaide Crows. So they don't get much time to sit back and reflect on that Friday night against the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba. They do have 4 of their last 6 games at Docklands, but you look at which the sides they face in the top 8, they still have the Giants and the Dockers to come in round 24. So they're going to have to win probably 4 of those 6 to make sure they have a spot in the top 8.
Gee, it's a big round coming up, isn't it? And fresh from speaking with Justin Longmuir as well around them playing the Magpies, and the Dogs have got Brisbane. Those two sides in particular, they are in a scrap for that 8th position at the moment, and who knows, they may end up higher than that, but it becomes pretty pointy all of a sudden next week. Be must watch, must listen on
Absolutely.
the ABC Listen app.
Look at you,
774.
Doing perfect promotion.
That's Bob, if you're not too tired from listening to Breakfast with
That's
Brett McLeod or Charnel Vella and I in the regular slot.
Yes, Bob Murphy on ABC Melbourne. You can catch it on the ABC Listen app as you can.
They know, Clinch.
Yeah, so much
They're
is
all
taking
over
place
it.
at the moment. There's
They
the
love
cricket. The third test between Australia and the West Indies is taking place at the moment. The team was hard at work in the early hours of this morning while we were all sleeping, so that's all available for you on the ABC Listen app, not to mention Wimbledon as well. The events between the Giants and the Cats. The Giants are able to get to where a lot of people thought they'd be able to get to in the back end of the season, led by Aaron Cadman, who signed a contract extension this morning, securing his future, the number 1 draft pick till 2030. And Jake Stringer with 4 goals as well. So we know they're a talented midfield side, but when they can transition the ball in the way in which they do against a side like Geelong, who now all of a sudden they've won their last 3 against, that felt like it was a big win for Adam Kingsley's man.
Yeah, not insignificant at all last night. The Cats, who demolished the Tigers the week before off the bye, looked pretty slick. Take on the Giants, who have had a bit of everything in their season, the Giants this year. Just a rumbling of the sleeping giant, I think, last night. It really is. I think we all had higher expectations and hopes for them this year, and it hadn't quite worked out up until this point. I did have that hunch once Kellen Ward went down that it may be that emotional focal point just to put an extra price of responsibility on pulling that jumper on every week. And there are just some signs that may be starting to bear fruit. I think they played with a hunger last night and a depth that maybe we haven't seen as much of. They do have a tendency to leave a little bit too much to too few. Jake Stringer, who's he's a moments player, isn't he? He can do a lot with not much. You'd love more. You'd love more from Jake Stringer, but that's why he's been brought in for those things, to be a bit of a match winner. So he was pretty crucial last night. But yeah, the rumblings of the sleeping giant just waking up last night.
A couple of the reactions to bring you. Here was Adam Kingsley chatting about his developing key forward, Aaron Cadman.
I think if you wind back the tape, I feel like I've been saying we're really happy with him. He's just got to finish a little bit better, whether that's mark or whether that's kick goals. But he keeps putting himself in position to be able to win the ball, present, compete, support and help his guys at his feet. I think this has been building for a long while. Now he's probably getting the rewards for all that effort in terms of goals, but there's a lot more to his game than just goals at the moment. So he's a really important player to our club and the way that we play. Sorry.
Adam Kingsley on Aaron Cadman. I feel like he joined us on AFL Sunday and told us he's competing well, and there was a bit of I told you so, and the 6 goals to show for it yesterday. Jake Stringer joined our commentary team post-game, and he was posed the question about his form.
Yeah, it was, King is his call, and to, just spend a couple more weeks to train and just get a bit more Ks into the legs, pretty much a mini pre-season, which was, I got sick a few times, so that sort of hindered it. But he said to me about 6 weeks ago, he goes, mate, we're going to need you for the back half of the year, so hopefully I'm just starting to find a bit of form.
Jake Stringer, who joined the team post-match following the Giants' win over the Cats. Interesting, the dynamic with his career, of course, at the Bulldogs and at the Bombers. He was always a flashy, talented player, and yet the question was around sort of his work rate, his fitness, his ability to be able to do it week in, week out. Sounds like he's on the same page at the moment. I guess the question will be, can he repeat it in the weeks to come?
Yeah, it's a fascinating career that Jake's had. I think it's almost now, and I think the Giants went in with their eyes open, and speaking to a couple of people at the Giants, that for a long, long time there was this yearning, I think, for Jake Stringer to be maybe not Dustin Martin in terms of total output, but that kind of player where he could be the midfielder who then went forward and unsettled opposition, where he really really isn't that player, and he's not going to be that player. He's a 12 possessions, 2 goals, hopefully 3 goals kind of player. Hopefully when you need them most. That's kind of where it's ended up. And whilst there's a way to look at that and go, oh gee, I wonder if it could have been more than that. But the other part of it is, well, it's still producing, and if he's the cherry on top for the Giants, if they can go deep within the season, well, that's nothing to sneeze at either.
And that's the thing, in a side which is stacked with talent, he can't just be the most talented player. He's going to have to bring that worth great.
But he does look fit.
Yeah, he does.
He looks, it's as fit as I've seen him look, whether that is, real, but it does tell, part of the story, I think. So he's in good form. He seems like he's happy up there. So who knows, if the Giants can make a run at it, he's a dangerous option for them with that forward line they've already got.
So the Giants up to 7th spot on the AFL ladder, 11 wins and 6 losses. They only play 2 sides inside the top 8 to come. So, top 9, they have the Bulldogs after they take on the Bombers and the Swans. So Sydney all of a sudden at the Sydney Showgrounds will be an interesting clash. And then the Suns on the Gold Coast in round 23. The thoughts of the Geelong coach, Chris Scott, with his team's efforts yesterday.
Well, after every game where you go well, don't get too happy with yourself, you play poorly, but I thought we played pretty poorly tonight. Like there's the coaching part, especially at this level. It's not under 12s where you're sort of saying we've got to work on our skill level, but some of our fundamentals were off, but that can be an easy fix, but we can't just assume it's going to happen. But we don't want to, again, a lot of things that we tried to do tonight just didn't work. Now, if that's a pattern over time, you've got to sort of go back to the drawing board, but we're not at that stage.
Chris Scott with his assessment on yesterday's loss to the Giants. Tom Stewart was finished with 29 disposals. Shannon Neal with 5 goals, but it was quite a game from Bailey Smith with just 26 disposals. I say just, but he has been averaging close to 30 disposals a game. And Max Holmes with 17 disposals yesterday. Should Geelong...
Harsh judge,
just judging him on his output for the season.
Gee whiz.
He's in Brownlow medal form, isn't he? Although missing a couple of games will certainly make it hard.
Yeah, no, he probably was a little bit below his best, but he's had a hell of a season, hasn't he? Yeah, so, the Cats, they'll be thereabouts. You can read a bit into how their coaches talk about them post-match. He doesn't seem too worried at this point, Chris Scott. They're playing the long game.
Yep, and they're thereabouts in the top 4. They'll be hoping to get a top 2 finish, which would give them all the advantages that come with that. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Bob Murphy with you. You can join us on the SMS 0437 774 774. I was at the MCG last night, Bob, where I watched the Tigers and the Bombers.
A classic.
It was a bit of a hard grind at times. There was just 1 goal scored in the second and the third quarter. Interestingly, that the message which came through from Adam Uze as his side booted the last 3 goals of the match and claimed their 4th win of the season.
Yeah, well, it's a hard one. You can get frustrated with that, but at the same time, our defence was holding up, so it wasn't like we were getting peppered or getting dominated on the scoreboard. It was just one of those games. Like our execution, we'll look at. We missed opportunities to punish them on the scoreboard on turnover. And they'd be saying exactly the same thing. So in a game like that, it's just making sure you're not getting frustrated and going outside of our game plan. So I thought, to our boys' credit, in the second quarter we did lose our way a little bit. We didn't play the right way.
Adam Uze with his thoughts on their win over the Bombers last night. And Nick Vostone celebrated his 250th game. Brad Scott, well, he wasn't all that excited given another injury. Unfortunately for Nick Martin, it looks like a ACL injury for him as their season goes from bad to worse. And here was the thoughts of the Essendon coach after the match last night.
I think we're asking a lot of guys who hadn't played AFL footy before, and we coached them, we trained them, and they have delivered. I mean, they've. It's obviously been challenging. The synergy part is the hardest. I mean, you're trying to put together a team that, every single week have never played together, week after week, and but again, how can you sort of push on? Well, you can try and generate enough opportunities, and we certainly generated the opportunities. But I think second quarter, it's like 6 points, 80% time in forward half, just looks like and I don't want this to sound like it's an excuse. It just looks like a team that hasn't played together, and it's quite frankly, it's very hard to coach when you're trying to bring them together and almost educate theoretically without being able to spend the time training it.
13 players on the injured list for Brad Scott. He went on to expand to say he can't think of a time in footy where he's seen so many players go down and the impact it has on the playing group when at quarter time they find out that Nick Martin's season might be done. What can they take out of the last 6 rounds, Bob, given the fact that all of a sudden they're losing to a side who's second bottom on the ladder, and the fans, despite 52,000 coming along last night, are starting to get a little bit frustrated, like the coach?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm losing it. Maybe I'm losing my sort of marbles as well. But I do kind of feel like with Essendon, as disappointing as it is as a season, or that it's shaping up, it's different to other seasons of disappointment for them. They've had a horrendous run of injuries, as we know. And just listening to Brad Scott there, I found that really, really insightful of, he's coaching a team that just hasn't played together. And so it just changes the whole dynamic for that whole footy club. So I suppose what they get out of this season won't be visible to us. It may be visible to them, and it may shape their next year. And I think potentially, and probably it will, but I think it'll be invisible to us. But just listening to Brad Scott there, I do feel like that this disappointment will be different from other years. As hard as that is for supporters to hear, I think there's signs of growth, and they're putting together something more sustainable. But I could be way off, Clinchy. It's a difficult one to assess from afar.
55 inside 50s for the Bombers to 46 for the Tigers, and yet Essendon managed just 4 goals, 13-37 to Richmond 6-10-46. We're sort of all diving into the stats, given the fact that it was such a low-scoring affair, and Sir Swamp Thing, who's always on top of these sort of things,
always
made the reference that it's the lowest combined score since 1989, if you take out the COVID eras where the shorter quarters. So right. It was a tough watch at times. 10 goals, 23 for both sides. The lowest since round 11, 1989.
Your man Roosie would have loved it.
He would have. He would have enjoyed the tight tussle and the arm wrestle of it all.
Just a stoppage off.
Absolutely. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Bob Murphy with you. John from Coburg on the SMS 0437 774 774. Why were Richmond so mean to that Essendon under-19 side? Peter says from Balaclava, Bombers aren't just unlucky. For a decade we've been poor at recruiting, player development and conditioning. After supporting the club for over 60 years, I'm starting to not care. That's always the worst sign, is when the players are starting to get frustrated.
Apathy's that's the devil in footy.
Looking forward to the call coming through loud and clear on the Jack Higgins Highway, heading east towards the WA South Australia border, so hoping for a close game. That's from Fred, Anton and Eon. Drive safe. Dan says in the AFL era, field kicking has improved as markedly kicking for goal declined. Would you agree with that as a former player?
I'm not sure if I would agree entirely, but set shot goal kicking is like putting. So for anyone listening out there who's critical of AFL players taking set shots, just how's your short game going?
That's a very good point.
It's a closed sport. Footy goes from chaos to something completely different when the set shot comes in.
Ron poses the question: why haven't Hawthorn clicked this year?
I'm not sure. I think that's a bit harsh. I think that's a little bit harsh. I think last year was such a roller coaster, or such a wave of momentum for them. It's just different to last season. I'm not sure if it hasn't clicked. Just think it's different from last year. I think last year was the anomaly, not this year.
Michael Walters, great player, always a nemesis when he played against our Pies. All the best to him and his family. And Steve, straight to the heart of it, are the Bulldogs flat track bullies?
Oh, gee. I know that's it's one of those sweeping statements that is nice to say. It does feel good off the tongue. I know I've said it before myself, but no, I don't think so. But that's something that they'll have to endure until they can get over the top of some of these teams. But it's a big month and a bit coming up for them, that's for sure.
And Cheryl's loving the input from Bob. He's going to be around for the Melbourne and North Melbourne game, where there's no late changes. So Bailey Scott is the sub for North Melbourne, and Caleb Windsor for the Demons. Now, each Sunday we like to close our program with a last word, and Bob Murphy has the honour this week.
Got to get Bob Murphy up on the stand.
Murphy, can the youngster make a name for himself? Yes, he can.
Has it now for the Doggies. Goes to short pass. Murphy was steady from 40 metres. Kicks slow, kicks accurately. The Dogs have their sixth.
This is your mate. You deserve it more than anyone.
I should let you know there's a bit of music before you start. The radio craft.
I would never want to jump in over the top of
highlights?
Audio highlights. I can't believe I stood in my own way there and tripped myself up. My last word today is directed straight at the North Melbourne Footy Club and the North Melbourne 23 players who take the field today. That we hear a lot of jargon in football. We hear a lot of jargon in any walk of life. But there's always this talk around teams of a development team. Oh, we've got to get games into them. This is a 5-year plan. There's always this distance between the now and the future with these developing teams. And what I would like to say to North Melbourne, and this is on behalf of my mates who are North Melbourne fans, who I ride the bumps with, a big part of development is winning games. You actually have to win games as part of that development. It's not just a matter of enduring losing seasons after losing seasons and then all of a sudden there's this pot of gold at the end of that awful rainbow. That's not how it works. You actually have to get over the top of teams to develop that development, if that even makes sense. As I look at it in the last little portion of this season, working backwards from the end of the season to now, I see that the Kangaroos have 3 options to win games. And it would be enormous for that football club, who are sitting on 4.5 wins right now, if they could stretch that out to 7 or maybe even just 6. I think that's enough for North Melbourne supporters to feel emboldened. The Tigers in round 23 are gettable. The Saints in round 21 are gettable. And the Demons today are gettable. Get after them, North Melbourne. I don't want to... this is not about young players, glimpses. I want to... No. I want to see a scalp today. How much do you want it? No statements. I want to ask you the question, North Melbourne. How much do you want it?
I love it. Bob Murphy with his final word, channeling a bit of Dennis Pagan. You guys were disappointing against Hawthorn. Now show me what you can do as North Melbourne make their way out onto the MCG. Can they double down? Having memories of that round 2 clash against the Demons at Docklands, where they won by 59 points and just smashed them in the middle of the ground. There's no Nick Larkey, though, this afternoon for the Kangaroos. And the Demons have turned the corner. They're playing a little bit better than what they were at the start of the season, but Simon Goodwin desperate to prove that this side is on the right path. Finally, Bob, maybe just a thought on the Gold Coast Suns and the Brisbane Lions, the other 2 winners from the Queensland State, as to what you took away from their wins on the weekend.
I think Brisbane is probably as close to a sure bet as you get at the moment, that they're just building beautifully, really, on the back of their massive year last year. I think there's a lot of support for where the Brisbane Lions are heading. The Gold Coast, I was so impressed by. I thought that's as big a win in their footy club's history as they've had, and that's a reasonably big thing to say. They've had some significant wins. We know they haven't played finals, but I thought on a Friday night against the top team, and they were challenged late, I thought it was a real a win of maturity that we haven't really seen from the Gold Coast in their entire existence. So I thought that was an announcement of bigger things to come for the Suns.
Ones that will see them play finals for the first time in their 15-year history?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they believe they will for the first time. And I think that's probably more important than the latter at this point. I think they believe they're good enough.
And with the fact that they still have a game to play in round 24, so nominally they could be fighting for a spot in the top 4 as it stands at the moment. They're on 11 wins and 5 losses, the same as Geelong in 4th spot, but they do have 1 additional game to play in round 24. So the Suns with a big win over the Magpies. The Demons are about to make their way out onto the MCG. It's slightly overcast conditions here in Melbourne today, but the Demons fans and the Kangas fans have rolled in, so probably a crowd of around 20,000 at the moment, but hopefully a few more will continue to come in throughout the afternoon. Bob Murphy sticking around. The AFL Games record holder Brent Harvey about to slide in. Andrew Mays to call the action, and Poppy Penny down on the boundary. St Kilda and Sydney this afternoon. If you want to follow that game, it's available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. It is all available there for you, including The NRL throughout the day, the third test between Australia and the West Indies got underway early this morning, so the team is in action while you are sleeping, so good chance to tune into that. The British and Irish Lions, their tour as well, and of course Wimbledon tonight, so all available on the ABC Listen app. Don't forget, of course, the show is available as a podcast. Just look for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast, which features Paul Roos throughout the week. It's the Demons and the Kangaroos coming up next on ABC Sport.
Every day, all around Australia, extraordinary people create moments that inspire. See them, hear them. All you have to do is nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He
this.
curls it through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Kangaroos looking to stamp the next stage of their progression to beat Melbourne for the second time this season and to claim their fifth win of the season. They would do so without Nick Larkey and, of course, Luke Davies-Uniacke. While the Demons, having lost their last five, are desperate to get back onto the winners list and claim a victory in front of their faithful here at the MCG. Hello, welcome to Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. It's a cool 14 degrees in Melbourne and slightly overcast today with the forecast of some rain. The two sides who would love to get a win this afternoon, the Demons and North Melbourne, on your radio. There's no late changes with Caleb Windsor this up for the Demons and Bailey Scott for the Kangaroos. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Of course, these two sides faced off in round two. It was a 59-point victory for the Kangaroos in which Cam Zurhaar booted 4 goals. Paul Curtis and Nick Larkey booted 3, and Tom Powell led the way with 31 disposals. So Kangas had a poor record against the Demons before that. They have won one of their last 7 matches between the Kangaroos and the Demons. Andrew Mays to call the action alongside me this afternoon. Welcome to you, Maisie.
Hello, Clinchy. You mentioned 14 degrees. Geez, it feels a bit cooler than that. I saw, it was interesting watching the Melbourne warm-up. I reckon they had about 7 players in long sleeves. I was very interested to see how many of them came out with long sleeves, and it's only a couple. So once they're out there a little bit warmer, they're ready to strip down. But still Bailey Fritsch running with it as he always does, and that's about it now. Max Gawn was out there practising his centre bounces in his long sleeve jersey. So, it is pretty nippy down there today.
These two sides passing each other, Melbourne potentially on the way down, North Melbourne on the way up. That's the question that their supporters might be wondering as they come along this afternoon. The North Melbourne champion, the AFL Games record holder, Brent Harvey, is with you once more. Welcome, Boomer.
Good afternoon, boys. And you're right, Maisie, the old 14 but feels like 6. I've never worked that out, Bob, but we'll get to that one day, I'm sure. But it's great to be here at the MCG. As much as the conditions looked like it was blowing outside, the wind normally swirls here, so you don't really get a favoured side. I'm just trying to look at the flags up there, and they are going to one direction, but hopefully it just swirls and there's no advantage to either team.
Bob Murphy was with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport, the Western Bulldogs captain, the 300 gamer. Welcome once more again to you, Bob.
Good afternoon, gents, and good afternoon to everyone tuning in. I don't feel the cold. I'm a bit more of a man's man. I feel like it's a sign of weakness to even mention the fact that breeze can get up around the kidney.
Hang on. Didn't you wear long sleeves a lot in your career?
Never, Brent.
Was that because of the long, skinny arms, or was it because of the...
Multiple reasons. Multiple reasons.
We could be in for an entertaining afternoon if that's a sign of things to come. The Demons with their midfield, they haven't changed too much really since their premiership back a few years ago now, and North Melbourne Boomer, as you know all too well, are trying to accelerate that part in the middle of the ground. They'll have to do so this afternoon without Luke Davies-Uniacke. And yet the battle between the two rucks, Tristan Sherry and Max Gawn, are probably fighting for all Australian honours. How do you see it playing out this afternoon?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and North Melbourne probably lose 2 of their most influential players in Luke Davies-Uniacke and Nick Larkey up forward. But what they have done, Clinchy, is add Pickett to their midfield, which has been absolutely huge. He's got enormous pace. He's strong around the football. He goes forward, he kicks goals, whether he starts in the middle and plays as a forward, or he plays as a forward and comes up through the midfield. So that's what they've added. But yeah, LDU, he's probably the best mid that North Melbourne have got at the minute, so he's going to be a big out.
We might just stay with the D's for a tick. Tell us about their transition. Sort of this transition on the run, isn't it? Where we've seen them sort of be able to stockpile a few top 20 picks over the last couple of years and just introducing them more and more. Do you like what they're doing in that regard? They've had some opportunities to maybe trade out a couple of their senior players and stars, but we are seeing that sort of evolution on the run.
We are, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do going forward, because let's face it, they've had a fairly disappointing year in their terms. They would have been playing or aiming to play finals, no doubt. It doesn't look like they're going to do that at all this year. So it's going to be interesting to do what they see what they do going forward, because they have stuck to what they know. Your Olivers, your Petrarcas, these type of guys. There's been a lot of talk around the last couple of years with Petrarca and Oliver in particular, so they have introduced some younger guys through now, and whether that's through injury or opportunity, they've managed to do it. So yeah, they'll be a little bit disappointed with the year, no doubt. So it'll be a restructure, I would think, at the end of the season.
Bob, when you look at these last sort of 7 rounds in isolation as a footy club, take us inside the rooms, inside what is being spoken about. Do you look at sort of picking off targets? Are there certain little goals that you're trying to hit with finals not in? Yeah, for the D's.
Yeah, I think so. I think these two clubs, they're at wildly different places. I think Melbourne legitimately is playing and training and preparing as an entire footy club for next year. So it's really difficult to know just if they are absolutely 100% red line intent on winning today. Of course they want to win, but there's a lot of moving parts for them. I feel like North Melbourne, whilst clearly they're nowhere near playing finals, but they've won 4 games, and Clinchy and I spoke about it a little bit earlier. 4.5 wins for the year. The difference in North Melbourne winning another 2 games this year, or rolling over and being sort of handed some defeats as we go through to the end of the year, that's a significant difference. So 2 wins, 8 points, but that's an entirely different footy club. The time has come, I believe, for North Melbourne to get over this hump of 3-game seasons, 4 game seasons, even 5. It's not enough. They need to win a couple more, and they need to win it, and they can win them without big names like LDU and Nick Larkey. They actually can. This is something that Carlton, I think, falls for a little bit too often we can't win without Cripps and Wiedering. You actually should be able to set yourself up as a footy club and a footy team to win without 1 or 2. So I think today is a perfect opportunity that Melbourne are developing in a transition, as you mentioned, whatever you want to describe it. They're gettable. They are gettable, and these are the sort of games that should be ripe for North Melbourne to absolutely redline it right from the opening bounce.
Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey, your experts on ABC Sport. Matt Klitsch and Andrew Mays to call the action. Poppy Penny's down on the boundary for us this afternoon. Welcome to you, Poppy.
Thanks, Klitschy. It's all well and good for you guys to talk about how cold it is down here, but I'm actually sitting down here and it is very, very cold. It says 14 degrees, but it does feel like 6, and I'd believe that. Max Gawn has won the toss and they're kicking to the punt road end. The subs for each team, Caleb Windsor starting as the sub and Bailey Scott for the Roos.
Thank you very much, Poppy. It's the Kangaroos looking for their second victory over the Demons this season, taking on Melbourne. Here's Andrew Mays.
And Cozzy Pickett almost with the clearance, had a bounce. It didn't come back up towards him. So it's a turnover ball, and Phillips is able to drive North Melbourne forward off to Constanti. He goes out wider still, and now Sheasel. 55 from goal. Early opportunity. Sherry floats forward, and that's where he heads to, into the pocket. It was a little bit beyond him. Big spoil coming across and leave a question in the umpire, but it's out for a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for North Melbourne.
We mentioned Keziah Pickett. Looks like Will Phillips is going to him pretty heavy at the start, and because he would have got that first touch but missed the bounce, unfortunately. So let's
straight to the canvas.
Then he's sideways.
Toss back into play. Gawn just smashes it out of there, outside of defensive 50, trickles into space. Chandler turned the Shepherder in the end, and Fritsch happy enough to see it out for another boundary throw, and this time a little further advanced for the D's. Still 60 around from North Melbourne's goal. Plenty of kids in the house this afternoon. These kids go free round across the AFL, so nice to see plenty of young ones here at the MCG on this cold day. From the stoppage, Phillips is there. He's taken immediately, and we'll have another ball up. This time 55 from the North Melbourne goal, kicking towards the city end in this opening term.
A lot of numbers, and holding on as Powell comes across to Cozzy Pickett, who tries to slap it forward after Gawn's efforts. It's gathered in the end by Stevens. Hand pass to Daniel. Away to Simpkin. Inside 50. Castanti out in front. Takes the mark just inside 50, but out to the left. He looks into the pocket where Zurhaar's on the move. It's spoiled down by Turner. Curtis gathers. Can't break away from Langdon, who gets him and wins a free kick for holding the ball. The Demons to take it back in the right back pocket. No score through the opening 2 minutes. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Nice early win. He went with the hand pass quickly to Rivers, who was running through the right back pocket. He finds Petrarca, who kicks it inboard. It's a risky ball. Hangs in the air for a long time. Poor Langford under all sorts of pressure. Turnover ball. Sherry looking for a way out. Hand pass to McKercher. Right from the middle of the MCG. Low piercing ball. Beautiful. Straight up the middle and finds Curtis, who'll line up from probably just inside 50. But he's directly in front.
Well, that's the third time North Melbourne have entered their forward 50, and all 3 times they've lowered the eyes. So it might be a bit of a ploy here today to catch the Melbourne defenders who normally play back shoulder to drop your eyes and hit up the forward target.
It was a good intercept by O'Sullivan, wasn't it? It was good to have come off his man and impact that ball in the middle of the ground.
Oh, it wasn't a good kick from Curtis. Kicked into the man on the mark. Ball drops at the top of the square. Bowie's in there over the top. Tries to farm it out. Couldn't do so. And we'll have a ball up 20 metres out directly in front.
Without Nick Larkey this afternoon, who's kicked 38 goals for the season. Paul Curtis with an early chance there. Sherry wins down the tap into the path of Zurhaar, who snaps towards goal, but it's offline. Out of bounds on the full, and the free kick will go the way of the Demons.
It'll be interesting today to see if the Kangaroos spread that love to cover Nick Larkey, or is it going to be somebody that stands up and can kick a 4 or a 5, like a Zurhaar?
Jake Lever takes the free kick. A lot speculated about him being dropped from the side. Kicks out to Langdon, who sends it up the wing. Gawn crashes the pack. Melcham keeps it alive. His kick up towards half forward, where Sparrow was caught behind. And Charlie Comben cased the intercepting mark for the Kangaroos. Switches across half back. O'Sullivan marks for North. Spreads it out to Darling. Had to wait underneath it a while as Tom McDonald came charging at him, but was able to take the mark. Chips it over the top. Left a little bit still to be done for Powell, and in the end, under the pressure, the ball goes out of play.
from Langford, and a boundary throw in.
Powell just needed a little bit more awareness there. Didn't need to be so quick. He had Curtis over the top, but probably could have sold the dummy and got the ball to him nice and easy. Curtis would have been in 25, 30 metres of space.
4 minutes played opening term. No score as of yet for either side. Melbourne and North Melbourne. Cozzy Pickett with basically a snap of the hands is able to get it to his teammate and then kick forward from Langford, but it is a little bit too long for Fritsch, and coming in over the back, nice mark by Stevens, the top of his defensive goal square.
Set up really well behind the ball, the Kangas at the minute, with the wingers getting back to support.
Working hard up.
Yeah, they are.
He goes short, and someone who's been pretty prominent early is Constanti. He goes very short to Daniel. Not quite sure that was 15.
It's been red hot on that. 15, that was about 8 metres.
Outside of his defensive 50. Caleb Daniel running the boundary, so forced to go on his left. Lever missed with the spoil at ground level. Nice work by Simpkins. Sold a good dummy too. Hand pass over the top to McKercher, who was forward of that stoppage. Kicks inside, attacking 50. It's a little too shallow. Nice mark taken by McDonald of the D's.
Set himself in front of Finbar Maley and takes the mark as he switches across half-back for the Demons. Langford takes the mark and chips it up to Rivers. Links up once more with Langford out of defence as he drives Melbourne up towards half-forward. Van Rooyen the target. Got a hand to it but couldn't complete the mark as he bounces into Dawson. Van Rooyen gets a hand pass inboard to Chandler. Now to Petrarca through traffic. Gets it back to Langford. Trying to get it up towards Melcham but can't get it over Griffin Logue. He takes the intercepting mark for the Kangaroos in the right back pocket. No score through 5.5 minutes. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Melbourne probably had more of the attacking at the moment, but the D's just steadying a little. It's not a great kick, and wonderful mark by Petrarca, who was able to rake in the one-hander. He sent us things up to Salem. Didn't even make, well, I thought it didn't make the distance. He played on anyway and got it to Sparrow, who takes the mark. 45 out, slight angle to the left.
Yeah, disappointing kick by Griffin Logue, wasn't it? He just come back through the middle, and Petrarca took an exceptional one-handed grab. Read the ball beautifully off the boot, but probably didn't need to go back through the middle there if it's not on.
That's probably a Griffin Logue signature, that. He's a really good intercept marker, athletic, really tough, but he makes you a bit nervous with his ball use.
In comes Sparrow. He'll kick from 48. He's got the distance well enough, just not the accuracy away to the left. First score of the afternoon is a behind for the D's, and that is the margin after 6.5 minutes.
Andrew Mays and Matt Clinch calling the action. Poppy Penny down on the boundary. Brent Harvey and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport. You can get in touch with us on the SMS 0437 774 774. As Rod from Box Hill has done. Great to hear Boomer Harvey as part of the calls. McKercher plays on and runs around a couple of defenders into the middle of the ground. That's a nice pass as he finds Cooper Harvey. He marks in the middle of the MCG. Options streaming past left and right. He makes the right decision. He chips it out to Comben. He marks between wing and half forward on the members' side. Drives North Melbourne inside 50. Maley the target. Darling came late. Gorn makes the spoil. Lever racing back towards the goal line. Simpkin threw a boot at it, but it bounces into the bottom of the right goalpost. A minor score for the Kangaroos. They locked it behind a piece through 7 minutes. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
So end to end there for the Kangas. Move the ball nicely. Now Bowie with the kick-in duties for the D's. He's had a great season, the youngster. Long kick out of defence. Van Rooyen taken in a strong tackle at ground level by Hanson Jr. We'll have a ball up right half forward for the Kangas.
Coleman going back as the spare now for North Melbourne. They look really settled when he's there.
Sherry and Gorn having a nice wrestle. Gorn just spilt it last moment. McKercher got it off to Powell. Left foot kick inside 50. No mark taken. Front centre is Rivers. He's caught. Wonderful tackle by Curtis. They might have taken the advantage here. It's up to Stevens to make the D's pay. Hand passes over the top. And now the finish is not there from Constanti, unfortunately. And
might have been Harvey, I think it was.
Oh, sorry, Boomer.
Gee whiz.
Cooper.
Got to kick them once.
Especially after the advantage was taken. Not able to make them pay, but they lead by a point, the Kangas.
Bowie brings the Demons back in to Salem, who chips it up to Sparrow, who marks it left half back. How do you go watching Cooper, Boomer?
Not when he hits the post from 15 metres out. I like it.
I'll answer it for him. Agitated.
Thought it was the right time to pose the question, Bob. Sparrow for Melbourne up towards Gorn. He's removed in the marking contest by Sherry. No whistle, though, as Dawson gets a hand pass back to Daniel. Now to Hanson Jr., whose little chip inboard didn't hit McKercher. Under pressure works back to Parker. The Premiership Swan into the middle of the ground and finds Powell. He wants to switch out to the Shane Warnstand wing where there's players on their own. The mark is taken by Will Phillips at left half back. He turns and comes inboard. And load marks. North Melbourne by a point.
They're really building the ball up, North Melbourne, aren't they? They're happy to go sideways and just let Melbourne sort of sag off before they can hit another short one.
Daniel has it now. He comes boundary side. Mark taken by Dawson.
There's not a huge appetite for risk in their ball movement, is there?
No, not yet.
Low kick from Dawson. Sherry was up with the one hand. Couldn't complete the mark. Now Langford at ground level. Hand pass is okay to Viney, who sold the dummy back to him. Bought himself a little bit of time and space. Now this is the key decision. He goes long up the line. Mark taken nicely by Melksham. He sold Sparrow the dummy. He's got a few numbers inside attacking 50. Pickett in a one-on-one. Too good out the back. Takes the mark. Streams in and kicks the opening goal of the afternoon. One-on-one. Cozzy. And he was too good on that occasion. 1-1-7 the D's. North Melbourne 2 behind. They lead by 5 points after 10 minutes in the opening term.
It's not where you want to be, is it? One out, inside 50 with Cozzy Pickett. And that's what happened. Cozzy, one-on-one. He's as damaging a player as there is in the competition. If that kick is even slightly to advantage, it's going to be pretty hard to stop him. So a good one for the D's. You've spotted something there, Boomer.
No, I'm just really interested to see Will Phillips go all the way into the goal square with Pickett. I would have thought there would be a handover at some stage. I don't think Will Phillips wants to find himself at full-back, especially with the speed.
Yeah, looked genuinely uncomfortable down there deep.
Pickett's walking back to the centre, so he might have just sort of gradually made his way down there as a midfielder, but it will be interesting
down
to see.
There for a little while.
Yeah, was he? Okay, so he's playing as a forward, so Will Phillips going with him the whole way.
Up to 30 goals of the season, Cozzy Pickett with Jake Melksham on 20 and Bailey Fritsch on 19. The Demons get the clearance. Pickett on cue once more inside 50. Here's Fritsch. Can he finish on his left? He can. 2 quick goals for the Demons. So look to take the early ascendancy here at the MCG. Cozzy Pickett first and then Bailey Fritsch following suit. Melbourne by 11 points. 2-1-13 to the Kangaroos 2 behind.
Well, we underestimate centre bounce clearances, Bob. Now that's just a centre bounce clearance from Cozzy again, who's had a fantastic start to this game. The ball goes forward. It's a bit of chaos. There's 6v6. You can't get spare numbers back at a centre bounce. And Fritsch there, beautiful finish on his left. He never misses them ones. So North Melbourne, the one-on-ones, you've got to start halving them at least.
There needs to be a bit of an adjustment here. Just watching the North Melbourne players, when the Demons have got it, so they're in team defence, there's this sort of lethargy. They're man on man, but they're too far off. And then when they actually win the ball, it's very conservative. So you can't have that combination. They've got to make adjustments on both sides of the ball.
2 goals in a minute for the D's. Phillips does well on this occasion. Kicks inside 50. Reading it nicely off the boot was Rivers. And the D's can now attack from their defensive 50. There's the outlet option. It's a high kick to the wing. Nudged out of that, I reckon. Yeah, he was. Jefferson, they're not going to play on. Wouldn't take the advantage. Langford hands it back to him. Matthew Jefferson, 6th game this afternoon. Goes long along the boundary line to Van Rooyen, who looked to push his opponent in the back. Umpire wave play on. The centering kick inside attacking 50 is good. Fritsch. I'm not sure how that was in front on contact either. Umpire waves play on. McKercher comes away with it for North Melbourne. Out wider still to Stevens by hand. Unsure of where to go initially, then kicks a low dart. It's not a good one either. Jack Darling throws his hands up in frustration as McDonald takes the intercepting mark.
Well, Darling made it really hard. He kept going back to goal. All he had to do was reset and come back at the ball carrier. It would have been an easy kick.
Tom McDonald into the lineup for Stephen May as he comes inboard to Clayton Oliver. Sends Melbourne up towards half forward. Melksham slipped over. And Pink takes an easy intercepting mark for North Melbourne. Chips it out to left half back. Stevens marks. He's kicked to Zerha, who dropped the mark. Has time to try and regather it. Running across half back. He breaks the Melksham tackle. Now pass back to Pink, who'll chip it all the way back to Griffin Logue. Now just 25 metres out from his defensive goal at the punt road end.
So slow.
Yeah, 53 disposals to 36. They're just happy to go sideways at the minute, North Melbourne, with no real purpose to go forward.
Out to Will Dawson, who marks in the back pocket. That's a better kick up the wing. Looking for Finbar Maley, who takes the mark against Jacob Van Rooyen.
It's a good day for Finns. Finn O'Sullivan, Finbar.
Right on cue. Finn O'Sullivan takes the mark, switches out to left half back, and Hardiman will run onto the loose footy for North Melbourne.
Where's a Finbar Fury record when you need it?
Hand pass to Colby McKercher was a little loose, but he's able to gather and chip it up the Shane wing where Toby Pink takes the mark.
Gives it back to McKercher, who was floating on pass. Dart inboard is good too to Powell. Kick and a half from goal. Plenty of players in front of him. Keeps this one low. Oh, it's a lovely kick too. The mark taken by a young man called Harvey.
He needs to make amends from his first one that was 15 out.
Settle down, Dad.
Let's go through his routine and kick this one through the middle, son.
Settle down, Dad. We've still got to look at the game strategically. I did love the way North Melbourne there brought the ball back in the middle of the ground and went quickly.
That was the difference, Bob, wasn't it?
Too often it's just been slow and steady and really conservative, and Griffin Lowe, he's probably the biggest contributor at the moment. Too slow and conservative. Take the game on, North Melbourne, and see what happens.
In comes Harvey. From 40 out, slight angle to the left. This one is good. Dad gives it the thumbs up in the back of the box. Yeah. 1-2-8 North Melbourne, 2-1-13 the D's after 15 minutes in the opening term.
Nah, you're spot on there, Bob. The build-up was still a little bit wide at the start, but it was the kick to come in from Colby McKercher, I think it was, to Toby Pink. Put a little bit of speed back on it, got a handball received. Tom Powell gets the ball and comes back through the middle. That's the difference in going sideways. I mentioned before, 62 disposals to 36. That's a lot to start the game because Melbourne are sitting back letting them go sideways. They're not going to kick goals from 120 metres out going sideways. So better build up there by North Melbourne.
JL in Hobart on the SMS 0437 774 774. How many more games does Cooper need to equal the record of times his dad ran out? Still plenty.
Yeah, a couple more.
And DP has also been in touch. I know Bob has breakfast commitments, but geez, his footy commentary is impeccable. He's been fantastic to hear him talking footy, and it would be great to hear it more often. Back in the middle of the ground, Jack Viney tries to wrestle his way through as Powell lays the tackle with support from Simpkin, and we're still in the outer of the centre circles as the sun is poking through here at the MCG. Gawn wins down the tap and gets it to Petrarca. Hand pass looking for Chandler. Can't link up with him. O'Sullivan, quick hand pass away to Daniel. Links up with Sheasel. Hand pass to Comben for North. Kicks up towards half forward. And on this occasion, Harvey has worked underneath it, and Jake Lever takes the intercept mark for Melbourne. Kicks out to Sparrow on the members' wing. Hand pass to McVee. Just hemmed in by O'Sullivan as he wants to get the hand pass back to Sparrow. Comes to a complete stop on the members' side. Chips it up the wing. Ball strip the target, off hands, it's kept alive by Jefferson. Pink lays a great tackle, ball spills clear. Petrarca now tackled by Logue, and the half pass goes straight out of play. And the umpire says that's insufficient intent. Free kick for the Kangas, whose energy and intent has lifted Melbourne by 5 points.
Here's a chance to launch your ball movement from half back. Griffin Logue again. Let's see it. He just wants to go long this time. A little bit quicker.
Just beyond the wing. Sherry was his target, held out of it by Gawn expertly. And in coming to take the mark is Turner. He's shown a lot in defence. He's going to switch play to centre half back. Inside defensive 50 to Bowie. There's Langdon on the outer wing. Goes shorter than that to right half back. Mark taken out wide by Lever. Off to Langdon. A little further advanced over the top. Not a great kick. Didn't favour either of the Ds who were drifting into space, but I think a bit of interference there was Oliver. Got it back to Langdon, who kept on running. High kick inside, attacking 50 for Melbourne rather. Jefferson tries to keep it in, couldn't do so after the initial marking contest, and we'll have a ball in next to the right behind post. 2-1-13 Melbourne. North Melbourne 1-2-8. Margin 5 points after 17 minutes in the opening term.
Inside 50s 8 apiece after the Kangaroos dominated early. 8 disposals for Colby McKercher and 6 for Christian Petrarca as it's thrown back in. Gawn tries to follow up his ruck work. Kept alive for the Kangaroos by Luke Parker as he chips it across the defensive goal mouth. Finds Dawson in the right back pocket. Draws an opponent, gets the hand pass back to Parker. Takes a bounce. He draws an opponent in Chandler. Hand pass to Harry Sheasel, who kicks up the wing, and Cooper Harvey takes the mark. Kangaroos goal scorer, last goal scorer of the match as he comes inboard to Sheasel. Wanted it back Harvey. Sheasel pushes back behind his mark and now will chip it in turn. Takes the mark on the members' wing between wing and half forward. Melbourne leading by 5 points.
This is the kick here. The money ball.
Cooper Harvey looks up. Zerha's on the move, sends it in that direction towards Heat and Darling. Spoilers made by Turner down to the front where Salem's kick is just a little wide of Viney. Sliding in and losing his footing was Harvey, and And he's able to gather. Hand pass away to Jefferson. Hand pass missed Chandler. Chance for the Roos. O'Sullivan. Hand pass to Sheasel.
He goes further inboard to Daniel. Awkward hand pass there to Phillips. Bounces okay though. Able to take it, spin, and then kick a high attacking ball inside 50. Gawn going back with the flight. Free kick going the way of Darling. Melbourne had all the numbers in that contest. It was basically 3 in the air v1, and they've given the free kick away.
Yeah, Lever just looked like to pull his arm, so he probably didn't need to do that because there was a huge pack forming, and just had hold of Darling's left arm there.
Seems like a bit of a panic free kick for an experienced player in Jake Lever. It would have taken a Michael Roach sort of style screamer to drag one down from there.
Maybe it was McDonald, sorry. It looked like on the replay there, Bob, it was McDonald.
Oh, well, I've already said Lever, so it's good play.
So in comes Jack Darling, normally pretty reliable with the boots. And that goes straight over the goal umpire's hat. North Melbourne have the lead for the first time this afternoon. 2-2-14 North, 2-1-13 Melbourne, as we tick into time on in the opening quarter.
McKercher, 8 disposals. He's doing all the drive off half-back, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been really good. You're quite right. It was Tom McDonald. We are clue collectors, aren't we, for the most part, sitting up here. But you watch key defenders or any defender, and when they're sitting under that high ball, when they start to grab and drag arms, it speaks to me about a lack of confidence in their own ability. Tom McDonald, we know he's a player that's on the fringe constantly. He's in and out. What's his position? He's in that spot of where he can play anywhere, but can also find himself nowhere. It was just a little clue as to some of the self-doubts that sometimes creep into Tom's game.
Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Max Gawn wins down the tap against Tristan Sherry. Clayton Oliver gives away a free kick for over the shoulder. So just the 2 disposals, Clary, early in this match. Max Gawn has yet to touch it. As Hanson Jr. drives North Melbourne into attack, and Curtis gets rid of his opponent and takes the mark just 15 metres out. Melbourne fans didn't think he had enough of it, as Ed Langdon was about to kick out of defence, and all of a sudden realised the umpire has paid the mark for Paul Curtis.
It was a strong mark in the end. He's North Melbourne's probably strongest man in the gym.
Is he?
Yeah, he benches around about 140, 150 now, Bob. So he's got some power behind him.
One arm?
Yeah.
With no Nick Larkey this afternoon, Paul Curtis looks to step up and puts through his first of the afternoon. And the Kangaroos have now kicked the last 3 goals of the match to extend their lead to 7 points. 3-2-20 to the Demons, 2-1-13 after Melbourne kicked the opening 2 goals of the match. Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey.
Even more reason to get the ball in quickly, where you see Tom McDonald panic in the contest before. This time they just get it in, and young Curtis, he's just a one-on-one too strong. Bench presses off his Melbourne opponent as easy as you like, because he benches between 140 and 150, we're told. I'm in the 150 to 160.
Yeah, it's just above him. He'll get you there. He'll get you one day.
That is neither here nor there. But I do like when they move the ball with speed and get it in. North Melbourne look dangerous. I think it's something they should probably do a little bit more of.
North with a 7-point lead. Gawn smashes it forward for the D's. Running through the stoppage is Oliver. Snaps off his left. Inside attacking 50. Jefferson attacked it nicely. Just had to gather. Couldn't quite do so. Pink. Hand pass for North Melbourne to McKercher. Squeezes a kick out. Gawn tries to take the diving slips catch. Couldn't do so. Umpire waves play on. Hanson Jr. in a big collision with his own player there. And we'll have a ball up as the ball is held to him at the top of Melbourne's attacking 50. Gawn and Sherry in a wrestle. I feel like we'll be saying that all afternoon. Sherry at the bottom of the pack there. McKercher comes in, and that is going nowhere. We'll have a secondary ball up. 55 from the Demons' goal.
Yeah, Sherry, 1 disposal. Max Gawn yet to touch the football.
As they tangle once more, Sherry tries to drop it down for Parker. Can't get a disposal away. Langford's hand pass is chopped off by Hanson Jr. Kicks the Kangas up the wing. Maley shoved out of it by Tom McDonald, who takes the mark. On the wing for the Demons. He turns onto his right-hand side. Sends a high ball inside 50. Coleman sets himself. Pickett tried to fluke from the back. It's Melcham who's onto it. Front of the pack. Curls it around his body and bounces it into the left goal post. Melbourne fans are about to break into celebration. Just the bounce not favourable, and the Kangas still hold a 6-point lead. 23 minutes gone.
Melcham just changed his game, hasn't he? He kicked the bag, was it last week or the week before?
He's had a good year.
He's had a fantastic year, and just there, he looked nimble then.
Hit 9 goals in the last 2 weeks, Jake Melcham.
O'Sullivan, long kick up towards the wing. Darling did well in a wrestle, one-on-one, takes the mark and centres things up for North Melbourne. Attacking kick. Oh, it was a good one. I reckon Parker might have lost it at the last moment in the sun. Spills the mark. Oliver there to mop up for the Ds. Pass out wide to Langford. Now here's the money kick. It's a long one inside attacking 50, but a good one. And it lands on the chest of the man we were just talking about in Jake Melksham, and he'll go back from about 50 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left.
Will Phillips probably could have pressed there. He was just worried about his direct opponent, who was Cozzy Pickett, who slid in behind him, and he just didn't go with his first 3 or 4 steps to go hard enough. Otherwise, he probably would have got there.
Here's a pretty long kick, Jake Melksham, so distance here shouldn't be an issue. He'll start his approach from outside attacking 50. Will kick from about 47. Comes in, strikes it pretty well. Beautiful. In fact, that is beautiful off the boot. Scores level. 3-2-20 apiece. Jake Melksham answers a run of 3 North Melbourne goals. We played 24.5 minutes in the opening term here on ABC Sport.
He looked sharp, Jake Melksham. He was the recipient there of some turnover footy for the Melbourne Footy Club. It was a good build-up for North Melbourne. Jack Darling, who'd worked so hard up to the wing, as he often does, and he takes a mark on the wing, he spins and turns in the middle of the ground. Look, I thought it was a good pass to Luke Parker. Luke Parker, usually so reliable in the contest. I don't know whether he lost it in the lights or he lost his nerve or just completely misjudged it, but a chest mark ends up being a drop one-hander in the middle of the ground, and then chaos ensues for the North Melbourne team defence, and the Demons run away with it, and it ends up with Jake Melksham. So an opportunity missed there for the Kangaroos, and the D's made the most of it.
Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Jake Melksham up to 21 goals of the season in the final year of his contract. Oliver gets the clearance of Melbourne. Hand pass to Petrarca. The familiar names involved. Kicks out in front of Melksham. Tries to slap it away from Griffin Lowe. Kept it in momentarily. And Pink is tackled over the boundary line by Chandler. And Demons fans thought that could have been a free kick, not to be. A throw in 45 metres out from the Demons' goal. Scores level, 3-2-20 apiece. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey, your experts, and Poppy Penny down on the boundary. Sunshine poking through here at the MCG on a coolish afternoon. Gawn slaps it down, looking for Viney. Can't take it cleanly. Sherry puts his head over the footy, and Oliver and a couple of Demons. Viney required with the support of Lindsay to drag him down. So 3 Demons to bring the big North Melbourne ruck to his feet.
And Blythe tosses it up on the paint of 50. Wobbly little ball up there from the spillage. Simpkin fed it out the back to Daniel. Snap around the corner is good. Big pack forms and crashes. Hand pass over the top looking for Langford. It was away from him. Rivers just missed him, and it's out of bounds right in front of the interchange benches downstairs. 3-2-20 apiece. 27 played opening term here on ABC Footy. Ball will be tossed back into play. Sherry and Gawn resume their hostilities. Gawn on the shallow throw in. Hand pass, missed the target though. At ground level, it spits out the side of the pack. Viney was on hands and knees, trying to dish it out, rebounded off a couple of knees, and then Parker spun out, got a blind kick forward, but only as far as McVie, who takes the mark on the wing.
Chad McVie looks up the wing for Melbourne. Gawn and Van Rooyen are the tall targets. Charlie Coleman tried to fly from the back, couldn't get a fist there, and Max Gawn takes a strong mark in front position. The Melbourne captain just pokes it into the pocket. Back with the flight went Sparrow, crashed into by McKercher, and Parker came charging out. Pink tackle by Melksham as he gets a hand pass clear. And Parker's desperate work with support from Griffin Lowe locks the footy underneath Jack Viney.
It was well done by Toby Pink there. Came forward and really killed the football. It was a little pop kick by Max Gawn. I was wondering what he was doing.
From behind in this marking contest, got the tap away only as far as Logue, who soccers a ball forward to the top of defensive 50. Now a chance for Hanson Jr., who's taken in a strong tackle himself. He'll get to his feet, hand the ball back to the umpire. We'll have another ball up, 55 from Melbourne's goal. Gawn and Sherry told to separate and lock arms again. Tap one straight down to Powell, who's going nowhere. Another stoppage to take place, 55 from Melbourne's goal. 3-2-20 apiece. 28 played opening term.
14-11, the inside 50's Melbourne's way.
After Powell takes it from the stoppage, hand pass too sharp for McKercher. Viney slaps it on, Van Rooyen, hand pass to Petrarca, fires on goal across his body and misses to the left-hand side. Enough for the Demons to take the lead by that point. 3-3-21 and North Melbourne 3-2-20. Approaching 29 minutes gone in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Daniel with the footy, very short to Simpkin. That kick went about 8 metres. Had to give it back to Daniel, who kicked as far as he could up the wing. Oh, mainly over the top, couldn't complete the mark. Athletic from the side of that pack. Curtis, a blind hand pass forward. Puts Bowie under a little bit of pressure. Constanti was able to win the ball, get it to himself, and hand pass inboard to Darling, who stopped prop, kicked inside 50 to Curtis, who takes the mark, going back with the fly. D should have killed that one. They had the numbers, but all the courage in the world, and he takes the mark, Curtis, to hopefully deliver a late blow for the Roos.
Here's your man, the bench press offer
with
you, Bob. But it was Costanti was really smart there because he had nowhere to go.
Really good poise.
Langdon, as the opposition winger, went all the way down. If he had a kick, that would have landed in his bread basket. But fantastic by Costanti to hold the ball up.
So Curtis, who got on his bike after giving that blind handball early, kicks his second right on the quarter-time siren and returns North Melbourne to the lead. 4-2-26, Melbourne 3-3-21. The goal kickers, 2 to Curtis, including that one right on quarter-time. 1 to Darling and 1 to Harvey. Meanwhile, all singles for the Ds, 1 to Fritsch, 1 to Pickett and 1 to Melksham.
Good to have your company on Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Don't forget, coming up this afternoon, St Kilda and Sydney under the roof of Docklands. If you want to listen to that call, there is a call available via the ABC Listen app, and Port Adelaide and the West Coast Eagles as the final match of the round. The Kangas leading by 5 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
All the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Mark taken nicely by Melksham. He sold Sparrow, the dummy's got a few numbers inside attacking 50. Pickett in a one-on-one, too good out the back, takes the mark, streams in and kicks the opening goal of the afternoon.
The Demons get the clearance. Pickett on cue once more inside 50. Here's Fritsch. Can he finish on his left? He can. 2 quick goals for the Demons.
Al, kick and a half from goal. Plenty of players in front of him. Keeps this one low. Oh, it's a lovely kick too. The mark taken by a young man called Harvey. In comes Harvey. From 40 out, slight angle to the left. This one is good. Dad gives it the thumbs up in the back of the box. Oliver there to mop up for the Ds. Pass out wide to Langford. Now here's the money kick. It's a long one inside attacking 50, but a good one. And it lands on the chest of the man we were just talking about in Jake Melksham. It comes in, strikes it pretty well. In fact, that is beautiful off the boots. Scores level.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at the MCG. The Kangas leading by 5 points. Melbourne kicked the first 2 goals of the match, and then North finished with 4 of the last 5 goals of the quarter. Matt Clinch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey, your experts. Poppy Penny is down on the boundary.
Yeah, Clinchy, just towards the end of that quarter, about a minute before the quarter-time siren went, Jack Viney was crunched in a contest, and he's been kind of proppy and limping. He waved the trainer away, and he is at the quarter-time huddle with the group, but he's not receiving any treatment, but he does look a little bit sore, so just one to watch in this second quarter.
Thank you very much, Poppy. We should make mention that a couple of our colleagues, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, doing the job for TV this afternoon, and the camera focused on you, Brent Harvey, as Cooper Harvey kept the goal, so got you celebrating, which is nice, but a proud moment for you to see your son shining on the AFL field. But it's the Kangaroos who lead by 5 points at quarter time. Boomer and Bob.
Well, it was we spoke about the build-up of North Melbourne's ball movement, and I think it was nearly double possessions, 32 to 64 there at one stage, Bob, and North Melbourne were happy to go sideways and very methodical and very slow. It wasn't until they started taking a couple of risks through Tom Powell, Colby McKercher, who had some speed on the football and got the ball in and dropped their eyes, that they started looking a little bit potent. They kicked 4 of the last 5 goals, and that's when they started taking that risk. The first 15 minutes of that quarter, It was very slow football, wasn't it, from both sides? Both trying to go around each other.
And there is a real difference in just getting the ball and going in a chaotic way and just taking the game in a reckless fashion. That's not what we're saying. It's just when North Melbourne have the ball, and it often starts deep in defence, and I'm focusing on Griffin Logue, but he seems to be the one that he sort of starts this slow tempo. It's really conservative. It's either backwards or sideways, but in a really non-threatening way at all. Now, there's moving the defence around, but when you do it at such a pace, Melbourne are quite happy with that.
Yep.
So I think North Melbourne, as that quarter wore on, we saw them find that better balance of being able to move Melbourne around, shift that defence, but take it forward and then take it eventually through the middle of the ground. And when they were able to get it through the middle of the ground, then they have better options forward and they can go quick, and they look damaging. They look dangerous forward. Young fella Harvey looks like a player of the future, but also Curtis, who we know is a bench press machine, like all of us in here. But they look dangerous down there. So, yeah, Larky's out, but they've got some dangerous options down there, but it's about the ball movement more than the individual players.
I think if North Melbourne can get the ball in a little bit different, I think they bombed it in a couple of times with McDonald, Lever. There's another tool down there from Melbourne that I'm just missing at the minute. If they keep kicking it, they're just going to come over the top and spoil. But if they can drop their eyes and they can get Curtis on a lead, they can get Zurhar on a lead, they don't have to be big pack marks. I think there's a little bit of an option there for North Melbourne to keep dropping their eyes, which we did mention throughout the quarter as well. So
there'll be opportunities today. I mean, we saw it was 27 inside 50s for the quarter, 15 to Melbourne, 12 to North Melbourne.
Yep.
I feel like both teams are pretty keen to chance their arm and take it on. So there's a bit of space in there, and it doesn't seem like an absolute lockdown game of footy. So I think there's opportunities out there if you want to win the footy.
Kangas took 5 marks inside 50 to Melbourne's 3. Caleb Daniel led the way with 12 disposals, 9 for Colby McKercher, Christian Petrarca with 8, and Langford with 7 for the Demons. Interesting bit of news sort of coming through from Docklands, where the match between St Kilda and Sydney is to follow this afternoon. Having a bit of problems closing the roof, so they've got 3 quarters closed, but there is a small gap right in the middle.
Oh, Brad Scott won't be happy with that.
The ground staff are certainly earning their money in the lead up to that match, trying to work out whether they can
got a bit of
manually
tap to it,
close the roof.
WD-40 might be needed.
Yeah, I know.
No issues here at the MCG, where the sun is shining despite it being a cool afternoon. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The Kangaroos took the lead through that goal of Paul Curtis on quarter time, his second of the match, and lead by 5 points.
Just Will Phillips' job on Cozzy Pickett, 3 touches and a goal, but those 3 touches came in the first 10 minutes, so I don't think he touched it much after that at all, and Will Phillips has had the 6 himself, so doing a decent job at this stage.
Second quarter underway with Gawn and Sherry once more resuming their battle. Gawn wins down the tap to Petrarca, who gets the hand pass to Gawn. Feigns a hand pass, steps around one, almost brought down by Phillips. Just got a hand pass away at the last moment. To Viney down low, he's set upon by 2 Kangaroos. Holding the ball, no breaking the tackle this time.
It was an unnecessary handball of Christian Petrarca to Max Gawn there. I think it was a straight up, just wanted the 1-2.
1-2, yep. I agree. And usually Max gives it back though.
Parker supported Curtis as the kick comes up towards Parker. He kicks inside 50 and in front position. Jack Darling takes the mark against Daniel Turner. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Paul Curtis is really sore after that contest. There's a trainer out with him and he's limping towards the bench now.
It was a crunching tackle. It was a very, very hard tackle. It was a great tackle.
So we'll keep an eye on Paul Curtis as he makes his way Poppy's way. And Jack Darling with footy in hand. And shoots slightly right of centre on a 45-degree angle, only from around 30 metres out. And a chance for the former Eagle to put through his second of the match. Darling on the runway, comes in and bangs it through. The last 2 goals of the match the way of the Kangaroos as they open up an 11-point advantage. There's 5 lead changes in that opening quarter. The Demons got out by 11 points. Now it's the Kangas who lead by 11. Bob Murphy and Brett Harvey, your experts on ABC Sport.
So, Boom, I take you back to that centre square bounce. So, beautiful hit from Max. It gets to Christian Petrarca. He breaks free. He decides to handball it to Max Gawn for, I think, ambiguous reasons. So does Max just need to give it back, or is the handball in the first place just stat padding?
I think the handball was unnecessary, but I think once Max gets it, he doesn't need to balk 3 blokes. He can give it back to one of the best players in the competition with a great kick. But saying it, Bob, it was a handball that was unnecessary. That could have gone in from a centre bounce straight into a forward 50 with a 6v6.
Pretty costly in the end, isn't it?
Yep.
Demons.
Well, we come back to Paul Curtis's tackle. Bit of knee on knee, and he's off the ground at the minute, but that's what set up that goal.
From the secondary stoppage in the middle here, Gawn on hands and knees, trying to do some work. Pickett was taken off it. Waves play on, Viney in there, burrowing down, and he's not able to get it out. We'll have another stoppage in the middle of the MCG. Opening stages of the second term. Cloudy afternoon. The sun's peeking through at the moment. From the middle, kick forward is good to Petrarca as well, who marks at 55 from goal. He kicks inside, attacking 50 to Van Rooyen. Lovely row front and centre by Fritsch to the top of the square. Well done by Jefferson. Paddled it to his own advantage and took it second time around.
Well, that should be 50 metres against Colby McKercher. He just followed him to the boundary. Whether he thought it was a mark or not, you can't do that.
So Jefferson, left forward pocket here at the MCG. City end, one step, bends it back nicely. And the D's hit straight back. 4-3-27 Melbourne, 5-2-32 North Melbourne. We've played 3 minutes in the second term. Boomer Harvey and Bob Murphy.
Centre bounce clearance again, Bob. Well, you can go in very, very quickly. Petrarca, the one kicking the ball this time.
Petrarca clearly listening to 774. We asked him just to go a little bit more direct. Don't be fiddling around, handballing to your ruckman, because you never know if he'll give it back or not. If you get it, Christian, go into your forward line, hit up players like Bailey Fritsch, who are absolute class, and you'll put the North Melbourne defence under a bit of stress. It was a nice finish from a tight angle from Jefferson. Nice size, isn't he?
195 centimetres, 21 years of age.
Yeah, he's been in the system for a few years. They haven't played a lot of games, so hopefully he can step up, because Melbourne need another tall forward, don't they?
His third goal of his career in his sixth game. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Yeah, Paul Curtis has got his right boot off. He's had some painkillers and he's just getting some strapping on what looks like his right ankle.
Thanks, Poppy. Phillips gets the clearance for the Kangaroos, kicks up towards half forward, but it's Rivers who emerges with it for Melbourne. Sends it up the members' wing, where Sparrow takes the mark in front of Caleb Daniel. Can chip it up to Tholstrup, who has space at right half forward and takes the mark. Inside 50 has Van Rooyen and Jefferson as the deepest target. Bailey Fritsch is around the back. So inboard comes Tholstrup as Scorn has just tumbled down. Salem takes the mark. Kicks out towards Van Rooyen. Can't take the mark. Right there with him was Comben. Keeping it alive is Sparrow. Hard against the boundary. A centering ball. Pack is crashed. Fritsch kept his feet. Hand pass away to Langdon. Curls it around his body. Got it! And the Demons all of a sudden take back the lead. A 1 point lead, as we've had 3 goals in the opening 4 minutes, approaching 5 minutes of this second quarter. Already surpassed the 10 goals at the MCG last night. Melbourne 5-3-33. North Melbourne 5-2-32. Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey, your experts on ABC Sport.
Bob, I'd love to get your opinion on this. You know, when somebody takes a mark, and it just happened up here, I think it was Sparrow got the ball and Caleb Daniel came off that 5 metre mark area. I don't like it, and I don't know why teams do it, to be honest with you. I know it's sort of the comeback. They can block up a little bit of space, but if Caleb Daniel's there, his opponent's got to go backwards, and it wastes 2, 3, 4 seconds. The defenders can get a chance to man up. I don't know why teams continue to do it and just give the player time to mark.
I'm not convinced either.
Yeah, that didn't work then.
No, I don't quite understand the theory behind that. It's a good call out by you.
Just lets the opposition team go so much quicker than what they should.
2-1 for the D's in this second term so far. Pickett on hands and knees at the stoppage. Got away from Oliver, who had to turn tackler, and he locks things up. D's have advanced themselves about 10 metres towards the city end in this second term. They lead by a point. Gawn and Sherry again. Sherry got his palm to it, only as far as Salem, who sold Langford into trouble. He had absolutely no chances. Constanti wrapped him up. We're back to the middle.
So we've got Cozzy Pickett's isolated himself deep inside, 50 inside the goal square, with Phillips right with him.
Tossed up Sherry, down to Oliver. Max Gawn kicked it up in the air. It was punched back towards Salem, who's able to gather it at ground level. Now Viney coming in a little too high, and Parker gives away the free kick. So Viney with it in the middle of the MCG.
Takes some punishment, Jack Viney, doesn't he? Talked to Poppy Penny at quarter time and mentioned he's a bit sore. He's already taken a few hits in this second quarter.
Possession number 5, inside 50. Jacob Van Rooyen rises from the very back of the pack. Charlie Coleman gets crunched in front position. Jefferson's keen to let a few of the North Melbourne defenders know about it. A towering mark from Jacob Van Rooyen.
It was a great grab, wasn't it? He was fourth in line. Just the time his leap beautifully. Just push Charlie Coleman underneath it with his knee. Really, really good forward craft that is for a big guy.
Good surname for a screamer too. For our play-by-play callers here. Well done, fellas.
Kicked a couple of goals last week against the Adelaide Crows. Has spent some time in the VFL. Looking to try and show he is a player for the future. Van Rooyen drags it left with his shot on goal from 45 metres out directly in front.
I think I've said this before, but his kicking style reminds me of Big Drew Petrie. He got the really high leg lift. Really kicks himself in the head afterwards.
Demons by 2 points.
Van Rooyen's first score of the afternoon. Daniel one way then the other. Marches out of his defensive goal square, then goes long to Zerha, who's come a long way from home. Could have been paid the mark, he was in the end. And he'll have it at right half back for the Kangaroos. Now looking for a way out. This is an attacking kick into the middle. It's a good one too to McKercher, although it just floated over his head at the last moment. Langford over the top. Got the hand pass to Petrarca. That's a shocking kick going inside 50. Straight back to Zerha. And a couple of open targets as well. Zerha off to Phillips. He kicks towards the wing. Sherry and Gawn. Big punch from Gawn, only as far as Pink though of the Kangaroos. Hand pass to McKercher. Back to Pink. He's taken in a tackle by Pickett. No prior. And we'll have a ball up in between wing and right half forward for Melbourne, who have the lead by 2 points. 8 played, second term.
Need to do so much better than that, North Melbourne. 4v3 there. They had the extra number and they brought the ball back inside to the one that was manned up.
Tristan Sherry blocked the space. Gawn couldn't get a run at it. The umpire said, no, give it back to me. We'll have another go as the two tangle once more. Melbourne by 2 points. 8 minutes gone, second quarter. Spills down the Tholstrup of the Demons. Hand pass to Salem, inside 50. Pickett on the lead and juggles the mark on the second bite. Phillips was right there with him in tow, but there's not much you can do when Cozzy commands front position.
Yeah, this is the dangerous part for Will Phillips now. Getting Cozzy Pickett on the lead, who'll have so much more leg speed than him.
Salem just cleverly put it out to his advantage in front. Phillips was trying to grab him around the waist, and Pickett was able to hang on to the mark on the second bobble. In the right forward pocket, about 45 metres out from goal. Pickett searching for his second goal. He kicked the first of the match as Pickett comes in and leads back and sends it out on the full to the right. Even the Stars can have shanks, and that's one of those. That never looked like finding the major opening or any score.
Is that ball okay?
By 2 points.
The umpire had to recall his throw up.
Yeah, what was that about?
He's kicked an absolute tumber out of bounds on the full. From the resulting kick, it's a big fist across the line by McDonald, and we'll have a ball in. Kick and a half around from Melbourne's goal. Now, I often find it's weird how that umpire grips the footy when he balls it up. He grips it at either end. Surely you place your hand underneath.
Well, I'll have to take a closer look. To be honest, I didn't notice it.
Very niche areas.
I'm all over this now.
From the stoppage. Inside attacking 50 goes Langford. Cozzy, he had a metre on his opponent, just dropped the chest mark, although he's going to win the free kick anyway. What can he do with this attempt? It's a little closer to goal and about 15 metres out. Slight angle to the right.
We talked about it up the other end in the first quarter where Tom McDonald sort of grappling and panicking, trying to grab his opponent. We see there Will Phillips, who's not an experienced defender, in that one-on-one position deep inside 50 with Cozzy Pickett. It's just that panic and that instinct to grab him around the waist.
Pickett comes in for his second and he misses. Wow.
He should have had 3 goals on the board. Cozzy at the minute. That's an easy miss. That's a big miss. 15 metres out, slightest of angles. When you're doing all that hard work and you've had 2 shots in 2 minutes, you need to break even.
That one wasn't really close either.
D's by 3.
This is the player who has the longest active contract up to 2034. And he's having his moments in front of goal. The Kangas try and find a clearance as Griffin Logue out towards Costanti. And the ball is stuck underneath Tom Powell and will be balled up at right half forward for the Demons. Melbourne by 3 points. They've had 8 inside 50s in this second quarter so far. Oliver gets a hand pass forward to Langford. Inside 50, a hand pass to Chandler. Runs away from Stevens. Goes for home and gets it there. Some desperate work on the goal line from Will Phillips, who couldn't get a hand to it. And Cade Chandler puts through Melbourne's third goal on the trot. Makes amends from Cozzy Pickett's misses in front of goal. And the Demons lead by 9 points. 6-5-41 to North Melbourne. 5-2-32. Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey with you for Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
That's a clearance goal there, Bob, and North Melbourne should be really disappointed with that because that was too easy from the contest. And then they got him on the outside on the spread as well. So got to be a little bit more conscious of that. Clayton Oliver going to work, getting the ball from inside to outside really easy, the Melbourne Football Club. And it was a nice finish there. On the left, it was a bit of an outside kick, wasn't it? It was a great finish.
It was a nice finish. I just am a little bit concerned watching the North Melbourne defenders. They're just on their heels a little bit. They look like they're waiting for someone else to do it, and when you're in that part of the ground, the responsibility's on you every single time to be on your toes and be right with your opponent. Little bit lethargic down there, the Kangas.
Van Rooyen v Maley in the ruck. Neither could win it. Both fight ground level. We'll have another ball up. We'll do it all again. Maley over the top. Won it down, only as far as Oliver. Back to Salem. Hand pass out wide to Chandler, who knocked it to the advantage of McVie. McVie with the shortest of kicks out wide to Fritsch, who has it on the wing. He pulls it back inside, and that's not a good kick either. Missed his target by about 10 metres.
So Cozzy Pickett starts in the centre bounce, takes Will Phillips straight to the goal square, and Chandler, who starts forward, comes up and plays on ball for Melbourne.
Dawson towards the wing. He misses his target. O'Sullivan got the slap away. It was good enough to Parker. Now Darling sold the dummy. Just got the hand pass away. Maley. It was knocked out of his hands. Melbourne going a little harder here at ground level. And then sliding in low. In fact, it's going to be holding the ball. No, it's the umpire went to crouch and then crossed his arms. We'll have a ball up just shy of centre wing for North Melbourne. They trail by 9 points after kicking the opening goal of this second term.
Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Yeah, good news for North Melbourne. Paul Curtis did a couple of run-throughs on the boundary line, gave the thumbs up to the physio, and he's back on the ground.
Thanks, Poppy. Free kick going the way of Van Rooyen against Maley in the ruck. The kick up towards half forward. Surely Dawson did enough to be paid the mark. He was tangling with Jefferson and, in the eyes of the umpire, controlled it long enough before he hit the ground. Right half back for the Kangaroos, who trail by 9 points. They've been inside 50 on just 2 occasions so far in this second quarter. Melbourne on 7. The kick up the wing. Intercepting mark taken by Tom McDonald. Into the lineup for Stephen May this weekend. As McDonald looks up towards half forward, bangs it straight back from where it came. Jefferson flies in front position. Comben brings it down. Jefferson races after it, but O'Sullivan slides in. Tackled by Chandler for the Demons, and the umpire will ball it up on the Shane Warnstein wing. Melbourne by 9 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. You can get in touch with us, 0437 774 774.
Haley over the back. Now Parker, his hand pass is intercepted by Oliver. Off to Viney. Viney kicks inside attacking 50. Melksham tried to nudge Pink underneath it. Pink did enough to make the spoil. It is out of bounds, just shy of 50 metres out from the Melbourne goal.
North Melbourne just haven't had a look. Played 15 minutes of football with 2 inside 50s. They need to give the forwards an opportunity here at the minute.
One of them was in the opening 30 seconds of this term. Toss back into play. Van Rooyen palms it down in front, only as far as Maley. He's taken in a strong tackle by Oliver and Viney. Going nowhere. We'll have a stoppage, 55 from the Melbourne goal. Tossed up. Maley won it down that time. Viney tried to break the tackle, couldn't do so. Got the hand pass forward though. Chance for Sheasel. Geez, cruel bounce. Lindsay. He was met over the back, and the umpire says, I'll have it again. So pretty stoppage heavy at the moment. Ball to be tossed up 70 metres around from the Melbourne goal.
Van Rooyen tangles with Maley, spills out the way of Maley, who follows up with a hand pass to McKercher. Hand pass forward to Sheasel, across half back. The hand pass from Powell. Costanti hand in against the boundary line. Open up play with a hand pass away to McKercher. Gets it forward to Sheasel. Now they're out. Kick up towards Darling, who leads up and marks at right half forward. In front of Jake Lever. And Jack Darling with 2 goals so far in this match alongside Paul Curtis. Looks to send the Roos inside 50 for just the 3rd time this quarter. Long ball towards Zerha. Crashes the pack, and Tom McDonald's a little worse for wear. The ball goes out of play in the right forward pocket for the Kangaroos.
Free kick.
It is. McDonald is going to get a free kick for that high contact from Zerha.
Just the clearances, Maisie, you mentioned there's been a high stoppage quarter. 9 clearances to Melbourne, 2 to North Melbourne. So just getting them inside the contested football area.
Salem receives the footy, goes out wide. Logue dropped what he should have marked. Fritsch at ground level, hand pass to Lindsay, who works the 1-2 with Van Rooyen, and then kicks up towards the wing. Jefferson did well to compete against 2 Roos, and then Taken in a strong tackle, with or without ball? Without, said the umpire, and Langford will have it. Meter inside the boundary on centre wing. He goes backwards to Salem, who had to stretch with his right hand just to rein it in. Takes the mark. Goes short to Lindsay, now to Viney, who thought about the hand pass over the top. Go back to Lindsay if he wants to. Instead, he's going to kick towards left half forward. Wasn't great for Fritsch, who did enough in the air to compete. Then kicks inside 50 to Oliver, who centres things up to Chandler, who takes the mark. He is 48 from goal. He would just have the journey, I reckon, with his best kick.
A little bit of breeze might be going into him as well, so it's going to take a great kick from him. He's going to kick from about 53, would you think?
Yep.
He's a nice kick, but we'll see if he's got it in him.
He seems to be taking on the responsibility here, Kade Chandler. Already won this afternoon. It was a neat finish. This a little tougher. He'll have to kick from 55. He lays into it, sliced it a little. In fact, he sliced it a lot. Out of bounds on the full. It's been all or nothing for the D's this quarter. 6-5-41, plays 5-2-32. Yeah, 18 minutes into the second term.
And the Kangaroos try and find a way out of defence. Griffin Lowe goes short. Colby McKercher takes the mark. Possession number 4 in this second quarter coming up for him. Caleb Daniel leading the way for North Melbourne. Christian Salem for the Demons. McKercher gets involved again, kicks up towards Stevens on the wing. Hand pass inboard to Luke Parker, links up with Powell, back to Stevens. All quick hand passes. Now Phillips around the back to Hardiman on the left boot, drives him inside 50. Curtis caught behind against Turner, made the contest, knocking it forward. Hanson Young, was he tugged by the back of the jumper? No whistle, as the ball is stuck underneath him and Jack Lever. In fact, a late whistle is coming. So a few late whistles so far this round, and much to the delight of North Melbourne fans, Robert Hanson Jr. is going to have the shot on goal.
It was clever play by Hanson Jr. Just a really nice little nuanced tap into open space, and Jake Lever knew he didn't have the legs to go with him, so he just dragged that jumper, and we've seen a few of those little panic moments today. The umpire was all over it eventually.
He's been the sub in the last 2 matches for the Kangaroos. He leans back on this shot on goal, the Western Australian, and misses to the left-hand side. Throws his head back in disappointment. Sarkozy at one end, Hanson Jr. at the other, and Melbourne lead by 8 points, but both sides have had chances they haven't been able to take. 20 minutes gone, second quarter, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Bowie out wide, finds McDonald. He's got a bit of space in front of him, so he trots to the top of defensive 50, then kicks long to the wing, out the back, no one could take the mark. Sweeping up nicely, although putting Hanson Jr. under a little bit of pressure, and he spills it now. Thalstrip to Lindsay, keeps it low. Chandler had to be clean and was. His hand pass missed the target though over the head of Sparrow, and out for a boundary throw-in. So North Melbourne just 2 scoring shots for the term. They got out to an 11-point lead in the opening minute, but since then it has been all Melbourne in this second quarter. Margin 8 points in favour of the D's. Ball tossed back into play. Over the head of the ruckman this time. It bounced on its point. Gawn able to grab it. Turned, kicked blindly. Fritsch fights hard for it at ground level. Did nicely. Hand pass to Sparrow. His hand pass is knocked down. Sheasel. McKercher follows up. His hand pass is intercepted. Nice work by Petrarca. Off to Viney, who weaves his way through. Now to Fritsch, who was caught on his left. Did well enough to get it to the top of 50. Big fly. And a bit of a rough landing there for Jeffson, but he did well to compete in the air against 2 Roos and killed the contest. We'll have a ball in right where the 50-metre line intersects with the boundary line. And right half forward for the D's.
Charlie Comben and Will Dawson combining to spoil the ball out of play. Melbourne by 8 points, thrown in. Gawn and Cherry, it comes down the front. Hanson Jr. can't take it cleanly, and it trickles out of play as he steps it over the boundary line. Aussie Pickett at full forward in the goal square alongside Will Phillips. Jake Melcham also there alongside Toby Pink. Demons leading by 8 points, as Maisie May mentioned. 3 goals to 1 the way of the Demons so far in this second quarter.
Sherry takes front position against Gawn from the throw-in, palms it to the front. Simpkins slipped hand pass to McKercher, hand pass to Sheasel over the top, links up with Paul Curtis, had to wait for the footy to get to him, just got the hand pass away as Chandler laid the tackle. Sheasel kicks inboard, on the bounce for Costanti, clean pickup, turns inboard, finds Caleb Daniel, kicks for O'Sullivan, getting back, good spoil by Langford. O'Sullivan and Langford tangle for it, and the umpire will come in and separate them 40 metres out from the Kangaroos goal. They looked out there, but great defending from Harvey Langford.
Yeah, they were out. Costanti probably shouldn't have gone with another handball. He had Darling and Harvey running back towards goal, and then Daniel had the same option, so probably should have went more directly than to take the wide one, North Melbourne.
Just smashing it forward, Cherry off to Harvey, set play, now to Curtis, who runs out of space. And he is out of bounds in the right forward pocket for North Melbourne. Ball to be tossed back into play. Rare foray forward in this second term for the Kangas. Umpire throws it back in. Sherry works his way to the front, just soccers it out in mid-air in the end, and then soccering it off the ground was Phillips. Couldn't quite complete the finish. Through for a behind.
So North Melbourne have made that move now. Cozzy Pickett pretty much playing as the full forward, Toby Pink being his direct opponent, and Will Phillips coming up back around the ball when Cozzy goes forward.
Melbourne by 7 points. The Kangaroos, the last 2 scores of the match, both have been behinds as Salem brings the Demons back into play to Bowie in the back pocket. Sends Melbourne up the wing. Jefferson worked underneath it by Dawson. Petrarca onto it. Hand pass chopped off though by Hanson Young. Hand pass away to Powell. His hand pass to Phillips, who slipped over in a tangle with Langford. Phillips knocks it forward, then cannons into Bowie. North take possession though. Sheasel's hand pass. Inboard to McKercher. To Daniels. He pinched it from Powell. It all ends in smiles as he chips it to Paul Curtis, who marks on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal. And a chance for the Kangas to close the margin back to a point.
It's pretty chaotic build-up, wasn't it? I mean, it was a nice entry by Caleb Daniel in the end, but you wouldn't say there was a heap of method to anything that's gone on in the last 10 or 15 minutes. It's been a bit of a pinball out there, but Curtis has looked genuinely dangerous for the Kangaroos today. We were, a little bit concerned on how they would find ways to score, but he's unsettled the Demons today.
He's kicked 2 goals in the opening quarter. Paul Curtis, he liked it off the boot, but it drifted out to the right. And in the end, the mark is taken by Daniel Turner on the goal line for the Demons. Melbourne by 7 points as Curtis's kick fails to score, so maybe that breeze just playing a toll there. The Demons out of defence through Tom McDonald, who plays on and in 2 minds. Draws Finbar Maley, hand pass back to Turner, your problem to deal with. He tries to switch play to Jake Bowie in the right back pocket, and now Melbourne a bit more composed.
Good composure from Turner where he needed it most. Off to Bowie. He goes towards the wing. Van Rooyen fought his way to front spot. Couldn't complete the mark. Now McKercher. Clean gather is good. And then pokes the pass into the middle. Lovely kick. Off to Powell. Powell on halfway. Thought about going. Just pauses momentarily. Can still go wider, although he goes the direct route. Straight up the middle. Van Rooyen's drifted back. In fact, it's McDonald. Harvey got the hand pass out to Costanti, who should finish for the Roos. He doesn't.
Another one. Gettable goals too by the Kangas.
Absolutely.
Opportunity.
So 1 behind. It's now 1-3 they've kicked in this second term. 6-5 plays 5-5. Margin 1 straight kick in favour of the D's.
Shot of Alistair Clarkson on our monitor, just throwing his head back. The Kangaroos have had the last 3 scores, but they've all been behinds. Judd McVie up the wing for Melbourne. There's a player down as Van Rooyen gets a hand pass forward. It's Melcham. Gets the hand pass to Fritsch. Links up with Van Rooyen, who drives it inside 50. A 1-on-1 between Tholstrup and Hardiman. Hardiman makes the spoil. Racing back, O'Sullivan supports him. And Hardiman bounds out of defence, although risky kick looking for Sheasel. Brought down by Tom McDonald. Spills out the way of Chandler. Hand pass to Petrarca. Through traffic once more. His hand pass can't get to Langdon. It's taken by Caleb Daniel. He bombs it in the middle of the ground. Down low for Salem. Can't take the mark. Cooper Harvey comes charging in and lays the tackle to lock the ball up in the middle of the ground. Melbourne by 6 points, a golden opportunity there.
Yeah, very lucky. Hardiman come back through the middle of the ground now. Probably should have been a mark to McDonald.
Melcham's come off the ground. He looks like he's got a right arm issue. Might be a shoulder.
Lindsay kick inside 50. Missed Petrarca. Pink paddles in front of himself. Did well in the 1-on-1. Kept the ball in though. Tholstrup is good enough just to get it to Petrarca, who spilt it. And it's going to be a throw paid in the end. So free kick going the way of North Melbourne.
Poppy Penny down on the boundary.
Yeah, Jake Melksham's just running through a couple of tests. It does look like they're testing that right shoulder. He's chatting to the doctor in the physio now. They're running sort of strength tests at the minute.
Hardiman at right half back here for North Melbourne. Keeps the kick low. It's almost over the head of Sherry. Gawn was frustrated in that contest. Hand pass comes the way of Salem, who works the 1-2 nicely with Bowie. Then kick up towards half forward. No mark taken. Van Rooyen does the roving, front and centre. Tumbles a kick forward. Dolstrup there to run interference. Petrarca becomes a tackler with Dolstrup. Low going nowhere. We'll have a ball up on the 50-metre line for Melbourne. One straight kick the margin in favour of the D's. We've played 27 minutes in the second term.
Although we've had the 4 goals in the quarter, Bob, it hasn't been really exciting football, has it?
No, it's been pretty hard work for both teams and us as well. You know.
Gawn one down the tap to Oliver. A throw, though, as Xavier Lindsay tried to knock it forward. Umpire spotted that. Sheasel takes the free kick across half back. Inboard to Daniel. Chips it in the middle of the ground for Parker.
That's better.
Out of the run of Jai Simpkin. Gets a hand pass away to Powell. Back to McKercher. Pulls his kick looking for Paul Curtis. He's at the top of the 50. Has an option. Sheasel in the pocket. Makes it to him as he takes the mark. In fact, it's Cooper Harvey, I should say. I thought it was Harry Sheasel streaming forward, but Cooper Harvey takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Kicked a good goal last week. Can he replicate that here with one already to his name?
Well, that was a better build-up by North Melbourne. Again, Bob, when they come back through the middle, we can see that there's some stuff happens. The forwards can get into some space, and the Melbourne defenders end up scrambling a little bit.
Cooper Harvey starts his approach. This would give North Melbourne the chance to draw level. He veers out to the right, looking for every millimetre. It's offline to the right-hand side and through for a minor score. The Demons by 5 points. 29 minutes gone. Second quarter, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. So it's that 4 behinds in a row for the Kangaroos. They've had their chances.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's not 50, umpire. It's in the marking contest, isn't it?
Can't believe it. Puts down Bowie, who I think went to ground pretty easily, it must be said. Looking to milk another 50. Viney has it. Flares it out to the wing. Now to Oliver, who just goes direct. Ball swings in the breeze. Low couldn't take the mark. McKercher over beautifully at ground level. Off to Powell. That's a dodgy hand pass. Almost intercepted. O'Sullivan did extremely well to get around Chandler. Then his hand pass is okay too to Parker. Back into the middle. Mark taken by Sheasel.
It's a good little patch for North Melbourne at the moment. I feel like they've just got a little bit more run in their legs than the Demons at the moment.
So long kick up the middle is good to O'Sullivan. They can launch here.
It's a lovely kick there. Come back through the middle again.
Now to Simpkin. He's getting a few boos, ironically. He's 52 from goal. Just going to put this to the top of the square. It's a low kick. Oh, the siren beat him. So no score at all. Melbourne fished it out of bounds anyway. And that is the end of probably not as entertaining term as the first, the second, but it was a hot start. 3 goals to 1 in that second quarter in favour of the D's, and they have wrestled back the lead. 6-5-41 Melbourne plays 5-6-36 North Melbourne. The goal kickers for Melbourne, singles to Langdon, Melksham, Jefferson, Fritsch, Pickett and Chandler. Meanwhile for North, we've got 2 to Curtis, 2 to Darling and 1 to Harvey.
Andrew Mays and Matt Clinch calling the action. Poppy Penny down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey.
Bit of a stalemate that second quarter. It looked like Melbourne, for periods of that second quarter, might just overpower North Melbourne. They had the ball trapped in their forward half and dominated inside 50s for the first half of that quarter. But if we're looking at this game through the rose-coloured glasses, you would say that North Melbourne did find something. You know, it wasn't so evident in terms of spectacular play or gorgeous highlights or even impact on the scoreboard, but they actually got themselves back in the contest and look to even be sort of breasting the tape as half-time approached. So it's evenly matched, 6-5 to 5-6. That does tell the story of the game so far. Neither side have set the world on fire. That second quarter, for the most part, was a little bit chaotic. The ball was pinballing around, multiple turnovers, not much class from either side. But I did feel like North Melbourne, who have a tendency to drift and fade away in games for too long, they were able to adjust on the fly midway through that second quarter and get themselves back into the contest.
How have you seen the ruck, All-Australian ruck contest? Max Gawn versus Tristan Sherry.
it's been a Siamese ruck duel. They've spent most of the time just with one arm free each, wrestling to the ground. I'd say it's been evenly matched, I wouldn't say.
You look at the stats, and I haven't got the hit-outs in front of me, but Max Gawn 5, Trish and Sherry only the 2 disposals.
It's a nil-all draw almost. Both good players. Max clearly one of the all-time greats. I think neither have had a huge impact up until this point.
Hit-outs 20-10, the way of Max Gawn. So,
yeah, right, okay.
The way of
I haven't really noticed that. The clearances I certainly have. The clearances for the entire game is 18-16 North Melbourne, but in that quarter, Melbourne had 9-2, I think I mentioned pretty early in that quarter. So North Melbourne, you're right, Bob, strangled the game back and got it on their terms a little bit. 4 behinds to finish the quarter. Had it been 3 goals won, you see a different result on the scoreboard, and 3 of them were fairly gettable. Maybe 2 of them you put down in your book normally, but it's the fine balance for North Melbourne at the minute, isn't it? Coming back through the middle or playing slow football like they did in that first 15 minutes. When they can hit that target, and Parker and McKercher, the 2 again, that quarter that brought it back through the middle of the ground, things open up. Melbourne defenders start scrambling a little bit.
Question for you, Boomer. You know North Melbourne a lot better than the rest of us, but we feel like, just watching the game, without Larkey, he's clearly their big target. So Jack Darling, for a key forward, really is more of an oversized flanker. He works so hard, but he does a lot of his best work up on the wings. Cam Zurhaar is kind of the archetypical sort of modern-day medium forward. At the moment, he's only had the 5 touches. He's having the ball bombed on his head sort of deep, and I just wonder what's a better way to get him into the game, because he isn't that key forward stand under the long high ball, because Melbourne, if they got time to have numbers, he just isn't big enough. So I wonder what's a way that they can use Cam Zurhaar to better benefit their scoreboard impact.
I would actually like Cam Zurhaar to go spend a little bit more time in the middle of the ground, do the centre bounce like Cozzy Pickett does, then
do
go
a bit
forward.
More Jordan De Goey style.
Yeah, play in between Dusty Martin, Jordan De Goey, and find that part where the guy who wants to match up on him deep in the goal square can't go with him in the mid, but the mid can't go with him up forward. He's got to find that part. The other part to that is, Bob, though, to get him in the game, maybe it's a bit more speed on the ball and kick the ball. I don't like North.
He is probably the one that it will be hurt most by slow, stagnant.
Correct, and even North Melbourne in general. They've got Jack Darling up top as their big guy.
Yep.
The rest are pretty much smalls.
Yep.
Cam Zurhaar's a median. Harvey's there. Robbie Hanson Jr.'s there, Costante's there. They're not pack marks.
I wonder if they could get creative. I mean, Griffin Logue, he's had a reasonable day. We've talked about his slow ball movement, but he is one that in his past has played at both ends. I wonder if Alistair Clarkson and the North Melbourne match committee could get a little bit creative and just try and free Cam Zurhaar.
Will Dawson, who's playing down back, he can go forward as well. He's played there in the VFL that I've seen.
They've got a couple of options.
They've got some flexibility if they really want to. If they keep bombing the ball in, they're probably going to have to look at putting another tall there. But speed on ball, when you've got speed on ball, Bob, you don't bomb it in.
That's true.
The defenders are often scrambling, going back to goal, then you can reset and hit back up. That's what I would like to see North Melbourne's ball movement be like. And then the pack mark doesn't really matter because you don't kick it like that.
Quick one on Cam Zurhaar. Why do we not see him? I mean, I've heard a lot of commentators say, let's get him in the middle. Let's just get him in the game. And
he started doing that early, or late last year, I think it was, where he took some centre bounces.
We just don't see it as much, do we?
Think of Jake Stringer.
Yeah.
When Jake Stringer can do that and he gets the ball and his hips are so strong and he can shrug off a tackler and kick it inside forward 50. That's the way I see Cam Zurhaar evolving into a footballer. Whether it should have happened by now, maybe.
Is it running capability? What's his time trial?
You know what? What's Jake Stringer's time trial? Like, you don't have to be amazingly fit to take a centre bounce and stroll forward, do you? I wouldn't have thought so.
Jake Stringer did say he hadn't run 2K in about 10 years. When he's
probably a reason for that. But you don't need to be super fit to take a centre bounce and go forward after that. I would just like that, see that put into his game a little bit more and throw it open, especially with Luke Davies-Uniacke not there. Maybe today's the time where we go, you know what, Cam?
I'd love to see a bit of experimentation from him in the second half.
Agree.
The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey, Matt Clinch and Andrew Mays with Poppy Penny down on the boundary. The Demons by 5 points. Let's bring you the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Prime Minister will launch a new Australian tourism campaign in Shanghai today as he kicks off a 6-day visit to China. The major commercial hub has a large Australian business presence, and Anthony Albanese is visiting a major online booking company to launch the campaign. Frank Wan from the Australia Institute says there's been a big drop in the number of Chinese tourists to Australia in recent years.
Before the pandemic, the annual Chinese visitors, the numbers reached 1.4 million. And last year, it's still only just below 1 million. So there's some room to go. And the Chinese economy has grown in the past 5 years. So there's quite a lot of potential there.
The Queensland Government is launching an inquiry into the CFMEU. Joshua McIntosh reports.
Last week, a report commissioned by the union's administrator alleged a culture of violence, intimidation, misogyny and bullying within the Queensland branch of the CFMEU. The report alleged extreme examples of serious threats and aggressive behaviour across several years, including a union official telling someone there is a bullet with your name on it. In response, Premier David Crisafulli is launching a commission of inquiry into the union's Queensland branch. It's expected to have the power to compel evidence and protect witnesses.
The union's Queensland leadership is rejecting the report's findings. US President Donald Trump is threatening the EU and Mexico with fresh tariffs from next month. Mr. Trump says he'll impose a 30% tariff on imports from Mexico and the European Union. Mexican officials say they believe a deal can be reached when negotiations resume next week, while EU leaders say they'll protect their interests. Jacob Funk Kierkegaard is an analyst at the Brussels-based economic think tank Bruegel, and says he believes Donald Trump is using the threat to negotiate a better deal.
I think it will backfire. I think what he has signaled to the EU is that all the efforts that the European Commission has made to try to accommodate, try to negotiate a deal, meant nothing for Trump.
France has announced an agreement with New Caledonia which will see the territory remain French but declared a new state. It follows deadly separatist violence in the Pacific Territory last year. The accord calls for New Caledonian nationality and the possibility for residents there to combine that status with French nationality. New Caledonia has been ruled from Paris since the 1800s, and many residents want more autonomy. Heavy fighting is underway between Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces in the city of Al Fasher in North Darfur. The BBC's David Bamford has more.
Sudan's government army has had some military success regaining control of central Khartoum 4 months ago. But in the west, it's been under siege since the war began in 2023. Al Fasher is the last major city in the Darfur region still under the army's control. The RSF advanced into the western suburbs on Friday and says it holds the cattle market and police headquarters. Residents say the fighting is intense and they're forced to shelter in makeshift bunkers dug in courtyards and next to their houses.
More than 200 people have been arrested in Melbourne southeast as part of a police crackdown on illicit drugs. Police say the arrests were made at Dandenong, Noble Park and Springvale over a 3-month operation that picked up alleged drug dealers trafficking methamphetamine and heroin. A 54-year-old man charged with possession of methamphetamine was arrested 11 times during the operation and is accused of breaking bail conditions several times. A man's died days after he was hit by a car while walking along a footpath in Melbourne's east with his wife and grandson. Jonathan Kendall reports.
It's the second death from the crash in Wantirna South on Thursday. The 60-year-old man, his 59-year-old wife and their 2-year-old grandson were walking along Coleman Road when an out-of-control car ploughed into them. The woman died at the scene. The man and child were rushed to hospital, but police have confirmed the man died yesterday. The toddler has since been discharged from hospital. The 91-year-old female driver was also taken to hospital with minor injuries. She's yet to be interviewed by police. The crash has reignited discussion over whether changes are needed to Victoria's rules for elderly drivers.
And price rises will take effect from tomorrow on Sydney's public transport network. Fares for Greater Sydney's metro, trains, buses, ferries and light rail will increase by 2.5%. Transport for New South Wales says the increase is in line with the Consumer Price Index, but less than the maximum set by the pricing regulator. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice,
Watch and Act and Emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Parker supported Curtis as the kick comes up towards Parker. He kicks inside 50 and in front position. Jack Darling takes the mark. The former Eagle to put through his second of the match. Darling on the runway, comes in and bangs it through.
Petrarca as well, who marks at 55 from goal. He kicks inside, attacking 50 to Van Rooyen. Lovely row front and centre by Fritsch to the top of the square. Well done by Jefferson. Paddled it to his own advantage and took it second time around. So Jefferson, left forward pocket here at the MCG. City end, one step, bends it back nicely. And the D's hit straight back.
Van Rooyen can't take the mark. Right there with him was Comben. Keeping it alive is Sparrow. Hard against the boundary. A centering ball. Pack is crashed. Fritsch kept his feet. Half pass away to Langdon. Curls it around his body. Got it. And the Demons all of a sudden take back the lead. Oliver gets a hand pass forward to Langford. Inside 50, a hand pass to Chandler. Runs away from Stevens. Goes for home and gets it there.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The highlights of the second quarter. The Demons hold a 5-point advantage. And North Melbourne had the last 4 scores of the half but couldn't capitalise. The Demons 6-5-41 to North Melbourne 5-6-36. Matt Clinch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Poppy Penny down on the boundary. Brent Harvey and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport. Dark clouds are looming above us at the MCG. It's not good news for Poppy Penny, as I think the wet weather is about to hit Melbourne. Better news at Docklands, where they have managed to close the roof, so the match between St Kilda and Sydney will go ahead as scheduled.
That would have been good rain at Docklands.
With the roof slightly ajar. I don't know whether someone got the pulley and eventually worked out how to close it manually, but the good news is all is in readiness for there. There is an ABC call available for you if it's not on your radio. Just click on the AFL Extra button via the ABC Listen app, where so much of the content is available. Now, AFL Sunday earlier today with Bob Murphy filling in for Cameron Ling. We had the chance to catch up with the Fremantle coach, Justin Longmuir. We put to him around the criticism, which was very personal from David King, as to how he used that as motivation.
It's been his way, Flinchy. And, yeah, I understand that not going to be everyone's cup of tea. But, yeah, I just feel like it was a little bit unwarranted last week, given we only lost by 11 points and, you know, we'd come off 6 in a row. I think our footy's been in pretty good nick, and our footy actually has been better this year against the top 9 teams than what it has probably the teams below us. So, for me, that shows that we're playing a style of footy that'll hold up come the pointy end of the season. So, and I think we saw that last night. So, yeah, and I don't get too caught up in it either, by the way. Understand that it's just David's opinion, and yeah, that's all it is. So, yeah, I think I handled it pretty well last week.
Justin Longmuir speaking about the criticism he received. It would have to be one of the lines of the season, wouldn't be? Chest up in the Bahamas is a place he could be rather than a senior coach of the Fremantle Dockers. But if you want to listen back, it's available as a podcast under the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Just click on the link there, as you can find the episodes during the week with Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Paul Roos, Poppy Penny, Brett Delidio and all the team. It's available there, as is the AFL Saturday Podcast with Corby, Mick and Bally. So Justin Longmuir, our feature guest earlier today with Bob Murphy, chatting about the fate of Nat Fyfe as he tries to get back for the back end of the season, and the prospects for the Fremantle Dockers. And as they climb their way up the ladder, they're inside the top 8 for the moment. I mentioned so much of the sport is available on the ABC Listen app at the moment, one of which is the third test between Australia and the West Indies, taking place from Sabina Park. Commentary available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the cricket button. Well, the Aussies are all out for 225, where Cameron Green scored 46. Steve Smith top scored with 48. But the West Indies, with a little tricky period to face before the end of the day's play, well, the Aussies were able to pick up a crucial breakthrough courtesy of Mitch Starc.
Got Anderson back on strike.
Bowling now, swinging it back in, bowling him! Straight through him. Too fast, too good. The woodwork disturbed. And Anderson is out for 3 on Test debut. And the West Indies are 1 for 11. You will not get a harder initiation than that.
Ben Cameron behind the mic with Corbin Middlemass, Adam Crosswaite, Carl Hooper, the legendary West Indian, bringing you coverage on the ABC Listen app via the cricket button. So the West Indies 1 for 16 at stumps. Here are the assessments of Cam Green at the end of the day's play.
Every pitch has been tough, so it's been tough to kind of get going. I think the more balls you spend out there, you hope it starts to get tiny bit better, but I don't really feel like it's been the case. I think Usman batted beautifully today. I think he faced 80 balls, it never looked like it got any easier for him. So I think it's just a bit of a grind. First time with these balls, so it's a lot of learnings.
Would you say you've grown in confidence over the last few innings?
Oh, you could say so. I think it's just time in the middle. I think, trying to get used to their bowlers, get used to conditions. I think, that always holds you in good stead, time in the middle.
How happy are you with the position you guys are in?
Oh, very happy. I think, we just wanted to give them a tricky, last 45 minutes at the end there. I thought they batted beautifully. To get them one down, I think is really crucial. And wait and see what happens tomorrow.
Cameron Green speaking at the end of the day's play. So a pink ball test between Australia and the West Indies. Australia all out for 225. The West Indies in response 1 for 16. Brandon King on 8. Roston Chase on 3. Very friendly time for breakfast radio presenters. Coverage from 4:15 in the morning on the ABC Listen app via the cricket button. I mentioned the various sport taking place. Well, a good warm-up as well for the British and Irish Lions with their tour taking place against the Wallabies. It was the British and Irish Lions 48-0 in a demolition job of the Australian and New Zealand Invitational side at the Adelaide Oval last night. So that was available on the ABC Listen app as well. And after a somewhat one-sided affair between Iga Swiatek claiming the women's Wimbledon final, it is tonight Carlos Alcaraz taking on Yannick Sinner. So a repeat of the French Open final, which went for 5 hours and 29 minutes, in which Alcaraz prevailed. So looking forward to listening to that with our colleagues from the BBC. You got it. It's on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the designated button to tune in for the Wimbledon final tonight. Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey as the teams make their way back out to the middle. Well, North Melbourne are out. The Demons are probably still a few moments away, but these dark clouds looming. If the rain does come, how much will that impact what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Boomer, you're a wet weather specialist. I think you won an E.J. Whitten medal here back in 1995, if I'm not mistaken.
1999, and just a couple of years off.
Agree to disagree. I think it was 95.
I was playing for the Northern Knights at 1995.
You were very good that day, too.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
But 99, you were a good wet weather footballer. Do you think it would favour either of these sides if the rain tumbles in?
What I'm seeing right now, Melbourne are winning inside the contest and clearing that first little ring and getting it out to the second ring with no pressure on. So I don't know if that would favour Melbourne because their skills and hands are a little bit better, or that would bring them back down to North Melbourne's level, so to speak. And North Melbourne can play that sort of surge style of football. Yep. So I think it would make it pretty even, to be honest with you.
Just having a look at North Melbourne's lineup here. The players are taking their position, just seeing if they've changed up structurally at all. We talked about Cam Zurhaar at length over half-time. He's going straight to the goal square, so no big change there in role for Cam Zurhaar, who's currently had a pretty quiet day. He's had 5 possessions.
Will Phillips to the bench.
It was interesting watching the D's.
Wi-Fi disconnected.
They didn't even kick a footy in the warm-up there. They just ran straight out.
Yeah, a little bit late, weren't they?
And into it, yeah. Don't often see that.
So the players out in position. Melbourne hold a 5-point advantage. The floodlights are on here at the MCG, and the sun is back behind the clouds, and the forecast of rain is on its way.
Don't reckon it's coming back, the sun. Might be done for the day.
Max Corn in conversation with the umpire, and Tristan Sherry's going to come over as well. So 2 goals to Paul Curtis, 2 goals to Jack Darling. The Demons, 6 individual goal kickers. Cosy Pickett had a bit of everything. Had 1 goal, 1 out in the full and 1 behind, as he looms as a threat for the Demons. Andrew Mays to get us underway with the second half. The Demons by 5 points.
So Gawn and Sherry to face off again. Sherry jumps over Gawn's side of the circle. Gawn flicked it behind him, only as far as Parker. Spits out the side. Now Powell, hand pass over the top to McKercher, now to O'Sullivan, who's taken in a tackle. Did he have the ball? Umpire said yes. Not much prior. Langford got it away nicely to Petrarca, fed it back on the wing to Pickett, who just showed that little bit of toe to get away from his opponent. Kicks in nicely to Gawn, who's 60 from goal, puts it up high into the pocket. Too long? No, not quite. A juggling attempt by Van Rooyen, and it is out of bounds in the left forward pocket for the D's.
So the difference there, Bob, was North Melbourne actually won that contest inside, got it to the outside, and Finn O'Sullivan, just that little fumble. Melbourne weren't doing that in the first half.
Ball to be tossed back into play. They've had a goal in the opening minute of the first 2 quarters so far. Gawn slaps it in front. Powell first there for the Roos. Underground hand pass, put Condon under a little bit of pressure. Oliver drags it back underneath him. Ball going nowhere. Left forward pocket, another stoppage to take place. These by 5 opening stages of the third term.
Head down to Poppy in just a moment. Jack Melcham was off the ground in that second quarter. Thrown up in the forward pocket. Gawn slaps it down. Oliver, hand pass to Petrarca. Underground hand pass to Chandler, gets it to Pickett, hemmed in against the boundary. It's towards the goal square. It won't have the journey. And 3 Kangaroos. Hardiman came charging through to support Comben and Pink to see it through for a minor score. Melbourne leading by 6 points. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Yeah, they were assessing his shoulder in that second quarter, but he also went off for an HIA assessment, which he has passed, so he will be able to continue to take part in this game, but that's why he was off the ground.
Thanks, Poppy. Good news for D's fans. Short kick to Sheasel, who takes a nifty one-hander. Chandler stands the mark. Sheasel out wider still to left half back. Stevens takes it. Hand passes to Parker. Kick over the top, looking for Darling. Lever was stationed in front. Oh, Darling ripped it from behind. Hand pass to Simpkin, who just pokes the pass inside attacking 50, and the man who our experts called for to get involved takes a mark. 45 out from goal, Cam Zurhaar.
This is a big kick. This is a big kick for a few reasons as Cam Zurhaar reaches in and pulls a bit of grass out to see what the breeze is doing. But he's had a really quiet day. I don't think it's to do with effort. I think he's tried hard in the absence of Nick Larkey, but just to get North Melbourne going.
Zurhaar kicks from 50. It's not a bad strike, just across the face. And it's just over for a one behind. I reckon we might be headed upstairs here. A little bit of uncertainty.
So what happens here, because this is a review, is it a ball up? Yeah,
it'd have to be.
It has to be a ball up, even though Melbourne had possession of the football and was running it out.
Yeah.
Looked like play on to me.
Doesn't... Oh, so that's a point, is it?
Oh, is it?
Review complete. Just looking at this angle, we can see the ball crosses the behind line. Decision on scoreboard.
I've seen, Maisie, I've seen in other times where the umpires let that go until there's a stoppage, then go back and reassess it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why they sort of stopped it so quickly.
I think in this instance the soft call was behind, so the goal umpire thought it was behind, so therefore was happy to stop play and review it.
And if not, throw up 15 metres out from goal. Was that the result?
That's it, Berth. I think the goal umpire didn't think it was a behind. They would have kept playing.
That was beautiful by you three, the way you navigated the issue. Well done.
We got there in the end. Rivers brings the Demons back into play to Tom McDonald, sends it up to half back. Max Gawn will get a free kick.
I learned a lot just then, and I know our audience did too. Well done.
Gawn switches it back inside the defensive 50 to Jake Lever, who takes the mark. Do you reckon he's being sincere, Maisie, as Rivers tips it over the top?
I am. I'm not. I mean, I know there's a bit of the tone might be off-putting, but
Cozzy Pickett across half-back for the Demons, sends it up to Bailey Fritsch, who in the long sleeves marks.
And that's why you put the ball in good players' hands. Cozzy Pickett there, that was beautiful.
And on cue, Fritsch turns it straight over to Sheasel. Here go the Kangaroos, straight down the middle to Curtis. There's no one between him and the goals, so he sets it in on path in the pocket. He was looking for Zurhaar to race back on it, but put it out on the full, overcooked it.
Bit of footy nous there. That's what Costanti had in front of him just before and in the second quarter, and held the ball up a little bit. Paul Curtis probably should have done something very similar.
Kicking board to Lever. Lever short again into the back pocket, and he finds McDonald.
That's where Curtis, if he had a bit more confidence in his right leg, he'd be able to turn and explore the open side of the field. He's not the first left footer to be quite dominant on that side, mind you.
McDonald short. Yeah, good kick to Langford, who spilt what he probably should have taken in the end. Powell, hand pass inboard for the Roos is good. He finds Hardiman. He stabs a nice one to 52 out. Curtis has it. Now the money kick, and that's much better. Zerha with some separation takes an easy mark. 45 from goal, directly in front.
It's a beautiful field kick, Paul Curtis, as well. If he's not kicking goals, you want him certainly to be kicking the ball inside 50.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yep.
Not just because of the bench press prowess either.
I'll keep you updated throughout the year, Bob, if he increases that as well.
140 plus at the moment.
Well, I think it might be a little bit higher than 140.
He's almost with the big boys.
In comes Zerha. Kicks from 48. This one across the face again. One behind. So a couple of behinds for Zerha to start this third term. 6-6 plays 5-8. We've played 5.5 minutes.
That's about 6 points in a row, I think, for the Kangaroos now, isn't it?
Yep, Melbourne had a rush one in between that, but yeah. North have dominated, but haven't been able to put it on the scoreboard. Pickett, tackle, dispossessed. Daniel got him, free kick advantage. Sheasel inside 50, looking for Larky, looking for Jack Darling without Larky, and the intercepting mark is taken by Jake Lever. Melbourne swing the switch. Kicks out towards Langford, who works it wider still. As Sparrow comes back inboard to Salem. Left half back for the Demons. They lead by 4 points. Salem inboard to Chandler, got it back, kick mark as he gets a hand pass forward to Oliver. A third involvement for Salem as gathers it once more. Hand pass to Chandler, dodging and weaving a couple of Kangaroos tacklers. Hand pass to Oliver, not officiating umpires blowing his whistle. Gorn is down in the forward pocket and he's going to get a free kick against Tristan Sherry, about 40 metres away from where the ball was.
So a couple of times this quarter already now, Max Gawn is getting hard forward on Tristan Sherry, making him chase him the whole way.
Does wear opposition ruckman down, doesn't he, Max? And he's coming up against...
Oh, there wasn't much in that either. We're lucky to have the...
that is the softest free kick.
We're lucky to have some behind-the-goals vision up here. And
I'm pretty
wow.
soft, but that was...
wow.
Umpire brought the reaction.
Oh, my golly gosh.
As Max going out to the left, will kick from just inside 50. The Melbourne captain with a slow approach. He veers out to the right, fires towards goal. It's a beautiful kick. He turns to the Melbourne fans in celebration. Your captain is speaking as the Demons lead by 10 points. And after North Melbourne had their chances to close out the second quarter, the Demons capitalised to start the third. Melbourne by 10 points, 7-6-48 to North Melbourne, 5-8-38.
Look, it's the hardest game in the world to umpire, and I think the game has been umpired particularly well today by those in charge, but that is an awful decision. It
wasn't even in the back, Bob.
Oh, it just makes you a bit sad, actually, because these are the two biggest men in the competition, and they have just battered into each other all day, and it's been a game within a game. They're 60 metres off the ball, and it's not even a bump. They're just finding position and made contact. And I don't know if Max knew what he was doing, but he went down
pretty easily.
Can
we get to the NBA style where you can have two challenges and say, no, let's watch the scoreboard?
Just not what our game's about.
Both of them back in the middle. Sherry goes hunting at ground level, overran it. Powell picked it up though. Off to Phillips. Wonderful interception. Looked like North were away. Salem came racing through. Then the kick inside 50 is perfect as well. Lovely footy. And the mark taken by Jefferson, who has been lively up forward today. He'll line up from about 45 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
Gone again, straight to the goal square. Tristan Sherry about 25 metres behind him, so Gawn starting to really put the jets on and make Tristan...
He wants to test him.
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't he?
And he hasn't had a big half, Max Gawn. I think he only had the 5 touches to half time, so now he's really coming into his own.
In comes Matthew Jefferson. His kick is way to the left. It was always left. One behind. 7-7 now the D's. 5-8 North Melbourne. Margin 11 points. 9 played third term.
Daniel goes short, get the ball back.
19 disposals for him so far. 22 for Colby McKercher. Salem with 17 and Petrarca with 16. Daniel tries to find a short option and does find one in the end. As Phillips leads up and takes the mark in the left back pocket, called to play on. Chips it back to McKercher. Wasn't 15 but got the benefit of the whistle. The kick is over the head of Powell. And Salem takes the intercepting mark for Melbourne. In the middle of the MCG, kicks for Fritsch and it just clears the fingertips of Caleb Daniel trying to get back into support. Griffin Logue trailing out as Bailey Fritsch takes the mark on his chest.
See, if he had been about my height, Caleb Daniel, he would have touched that one, but he just short
Yeah, he would hate those ones, Caleb Daniel, that are just out of reach, because he probably knows that we're all sitting up here. I'm going to make a comment about the fact that
There's not too many people I can comment about, Bob. He's one of them, so
You tower over
give
it.
me 30 seconds.
In the record is 171 centimetres. I was trying to remember how tall you were, Boomer. Here's Bailey Fridge, looking to try and capitalise here for the Melbourne fans. Fridge comes in and puts through his second. And the Demons have kicked the last 2 goals in the match. In this third quarter, they've actually kicked the last 5 in the overall contest. Melbourne all of a sudden lead by 17 points as the Roos are left to rue their chances at the other end. 8-7-55 to the Kangaroos, 5-8-38. 11 minutes gone, third quarter, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
So there's a difference between putting speed on ball like Colby McKercher tried to do there, but do it with not so much risk. You don't have to go wide. You just got to hit one that's open.
Yeah, there's intensity and then there's reckless.
That had to be centimetre perfect to hit Tom Powell, who was running away from him, and the ball had to hit him through 2 other guys, and he just didn't need to pull that trigger. There was other options on there. I don't mind playing on after a mark, but a little bit more methodical about it. Be quick, but not rushed.
So as Clinchy mentioned, the last 5 to the Ds. No major for the Roos since the opening minute mark of the second term. They get the clearance here, though. Kick inside 50. Bowie at ground level. Oh, just got one a little too high. Bit crude there. Zerha in his attack on the footy and the man. And a frustrating one for the rest of the North forwards to give away.
Well, that's the first cousin of the reckless kicking, is the reckless defence and attack on the ball. Cam Zerha, yeah, okay, he's a big tough footballer, but there's no need to be so reckless with that. You can put pressure on without giving away a free kick.
Kick to Turner, who goes down to right half back. No mark taken, and it's locked up at ground level. Powell, who's been busy, gets to his feet, hands it back to the umpire, who clears away for himself. Van Rooyen in the ruck this time. Down towards Viney, spilt from his hands. Powell turns, kicks inside, attacking 50. Hustling his way forward there was Zerha. Did he cop one high? Umpire says yes.
And he did that very well. It's the old just drop slightly at the knees and lead with the shoulder. It's going to have to be a good tackle not to give away that free kick.
So Zerha with the free kick. Right forward pocket.
Oh, looks like he's in 2 minds. Do I go back at the left foot? Do I do a banana or do I do a drop punt?
Might have been more than 2 minds.
It might be 3 options there.
Roundabout option.
His little mushroom on his shoulder tattoo. 100% sure about it, but good on him.
In he comes. Cam Zerha, 2 behinds already in this term. How about a major? That's better. He kicks North Melbourne's first goal since the opening minute mark of the second term. The margin back to 11 points in favour of the Ds. 8-7-55 lead, 6-8-44, 13 played, third quarter. Boomer Harvey and Bob Murphy, your experts.
Yeah, that was a ball from a clearance too, Bob, and I know I've been on about that a little bit today because Melbourne I feel like they've dominated that area, but Tom Powell, just a clearance, quick kick, chaos ball, again, put the Melbourne defenders under a little bit of pressure. It wasn't a super high ball hits the deck. Fantastic play by Cam Zerha, who led with the shoulder to draw that free kick. Very professionally done.
I think if North Melbourne are a chance to win, that Cam Zerha needs to have a big influence in this second half. And I was critical of his defensive attack on it a few minutes earlier, but he did play it well there to get the free kick, but he also put his nose over it in a really difficult part of the ground. So hats off to Cam Zerha for his response and his finish.
30 goals for the year now for Cam Zerha.
4 goals in their win back in round 2. 59 points over the Demons. Pickett trying to merge out of the middle. Out past to Van Rooyen. Out past to Salem. Eventually brought down. O'Sullivan keeps it alive for North. Out past to Sheasel. The fend-off from Zerha. Not getting past Turner. Holding the ball.
Don't mind it. Don't mind it. It was a really good tackle. Don't get me wrong, and well done to the Demons. But I don't mind Cam Zerha in that situation taking them on. I love this new energy from North Melbourne in the last couple of minutes.
Turner takes the free kick and sends it out to Petrarca, who marks it left half back. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Yeah, Caleb Windsor is into the game, and it's Xavier Lindsay who's been subbed out for the D, so they've pulled the trigger on their sub.
Thanks, Poppy. So must be confident Jake Melcham will be right to see out the game as Van Rooyen gets a free kick between wing and half forward on the members' side. Kicks into the pocket. Here he is on cue. Melcham comes leading out. Bounces into Dawson as he takes the mark, and Dawson tries to make his case with the umpire, isn't all that interested, and Jake Melcham out to the left will kick from about 40 metres out.
Well, this is like his first set shot. It was flawless. It was unbelievable, Bob.
That was pre-stinger, though.
That's
true. Yes, that was pre-stinger.
He went off with a sore shoulder. It looked like he might have even popped that shoulder, but I saw them doing the test where he was stretching his hand, so I think he'd lost a bit of nerve in that arm. So we'll see if he's got a bit of touch on the footy.
He's kicked one already this afternoon as Jake Melcham comes in, put him down for a second. He's in red-hot form, having kicked 11 goals in his last 3 matches. Out of contract at season's end, showing Simon Goodwin that he's a part of the future. Melbourne back out by 17, 9-7-61 to the Kangas, 6-8-44. Bob Murphy and Brett Harvey with you. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Boomer, he went from stinger to zinger.
Nice, Bob. Nice, I'll give you that. But his routine is unbelievable. He kicks through the football. He's the same every time.
He might be career best form.
Oh, he is career best form for me.
Yeah,
it's not even a question.
He looks dangerous, and he's playing sort of above his height, isn't he? He's playing like a genuine key forward.
22 goals for the season. His career best was back in 2018 when he kicked 32. Of course, missed the Demons premiership in 2021. So he's one who would love to be part of the next tilt towards a flag.
He's got that defensive aspect too, where he can lock down, intercept defenders as a forward. Gawn in the middle, tried to slap it to space. Pickett got it, was wrestled off it, just got his kick away. Stevens took the mark, wasn't paid, didn't go far enough. He was tackled. Ball spilt to Simpkin, who whacks it inside attacking 50. Lever paused on his run and then was able to gather the bouncing ball. Not sure he got a hand pass away. He didn't.
John Zerha.
Just a little bit slow there, Lever. And Zerha, strong tackle from behind, wins the free.
I think Cam's tuned into 774 as well. It's the second player today that's been listening in. Well, he was a bit of a shot of confidence for all of us.
He was going just at walking pace there. Jake Lever had a man free and just didn't get the hand pass to him. In comes Zerha. How's this kick? It straightens and it stays in. He's doing all the scoring for North Melbourne in this third quarter. 2 goals, 2. That's come in the opening 17 minutes of the third term for Cam. 9-7-61 the D's, 7-8-50 North Melbourne. Margin 11 points as we approach time on in the third quarter.
Well, you asked for a lift from him. He's had 4 disposals, 2 tackles and 2 goals, 2 in this quarter, Bob.
He's been sensational, and we've asked for more speed on the ball, but I suppose what we're really asking for from North Melbourne since half-time is show us that intensity, and I think Cam Zerha has probably exemplified it better than any other Kangaroo in this third quarter. He's been quick on the ground ball, he's been proactive in the air, and he's getting some reward as a result for it.
Bob Murphy with you on Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Corn wins down the tap against Sherry, but it's Phillips who gets the clearance. Hand pass away to Simpkin, chips it up towards Costanti. He takes the mark in front of Bowie, edge of the centre square. Looks out laterally for O'Sullivan at full stretch. Reels in the mark in front of Windsor. The sub into the action for Lindsay for the Demons.
Zerha again.
Sends it in that Zerha direction. He comes charging out. Can't take the mark off the hands of Turner. Pickett's hand pass chopped off. Parker's hand pass to Phillips. To Hanson Young Jr. Hand pass away to Comben, who feeds the hand pass away. Here's a chance for Curtis. Fires a bullet inside 50. Zerha up with one arm. Can't take the mark. Sheasels the crummer. Hand pass to Simpkin. Cuts to his left. Back on his right. Can he finish? Misses to the left-hand side. Kangas fans are jumping out of their chair.
So was Rolly Hardiman, who had his back to goal, thought it was a goal, wanted to celebrate with Jai Simpkin. Jai said, no, mate, it hit the post, move.
Jeez, I loved the handball from Sheasel.
Yeah,
out
it was
of
nice, quick, wasn't it?
Oh, it was quick, and just put his teammate who was in space in a better position.
D's by 10, but the Kangas are coming. Off goes Bowie for a trot with the kick in. Long kick all the way up, just shy of the wing. Oh, nice mark by Dawson, who can turn around and put them back inside attacking 50. Goes the hand pass to Hardiman, who puts it to the top of the square. Here he is again. Oh, Zerha just ran underneath the footy. He dropped it. He slaps the ground as he's on his knees. Margin back to 9 points. Poppy Penny downstairs.
Yeah, the Roos are pulling the trigger with their sub as well. Bailey Scott comes into the game. Finbar Maley looked pretty sore and was on the bike, so he's the one who's been subbed out.
Thanks to Poppy Penny on the boundary. Melbourne lead by 9 points, but the Kangas are coming.
Zerha just ran underneath the ball there. Bob probably should have marked that.
Swirly breeze, it makes me wonder about that earlier one of Luke Parker, if it is moving around a bit in the air.
Salem into Langford, who sends a long ball up the wing. Big punch from Griffin Logue, who flies from behind.
In the pack of about 4 or 5, spoils it out of play.
It was a good punch. He got a good piece of that.
And Bailey Scott injected into the game, as Poppy said. Now he's got elite running ability. Coming on as the sub, you'd like to think that he can just run up and down on the ground on the wing and give North Melbourne some drive.
Parker alongside Clayton Oliver from this throw-in as Corn gets a touch onto it against Sherry, but Phillips runs onto it on his left boot, drives North Melbourne inside 50. Darling comes out, crashes into Turner. Zurhaar was held. He is everywhere in this third quarter, Cam Zurhaar, and he is the beacon for North Melbourne when they go inside forward 50.
Yeah, he's very, very one-on-one. He's very hard to stop, isn't he? Just you mentioned a couple of times the defenders that they're just not quite as strong. They panic and they
panic if
they grab a jumper or an arm or a lever.
But it's the speed of the ball. It's defenders panicking because they're uncomfortable. So they latch on and grab their opponent because of the speed coming in, and Cam Zurhaar's benefiting from it.
2 goals so far in this third quarter for Cam Zurhaar. Put him down for 3. From 45 metres out, pretty much directly in front. He is a one-man show at the MCG this afternoon with no Nick Larkey. He is trying to lift the Kangaroos back to the lead. It's a 3-point lead Melbourne's way. 9-7-61 to North Melbourne, 8-10-58. Kicked 4 goals the last time these two sides featured Cam Zurhaar. He's up to 3 for the match. 3 goals apiece in this third quarter. Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey with you for Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
We mentioned the clearance work. Again, Will Phillips just on the outside there, ball bobbles out, gets the ball in a little bit of time and space, Bob. There's no scragging from a Melbourne player. He's got a little bit of time to put the ball into space, and to Cam's advantage. And again, hard to beat one-on-one, Cam Zurhaar. 3 goals for the game, 3 goals for the quarter, Cam Zurhaar.
Ball back in the middle. Kangas are sniffing something here. Long head out from Gawn, forward of centre. Fritsch couldn't handle it. Turned the receiver in the end as Petrarca went and won the footy. Got it to him by hand. Fritsch short pass is good to Langdon, who wheels around. Phillips almost smothered him all the way to the goal square. No mark at ground level. It was Jefferson. Then over the top, North Melbourne trying to rush the behind here. They do well. Combin happy enough to see it forced through. So 1 behind for the D's. 9 goals, 8 now rather, 62, plays 8-10-58, 22 played third term.
The Demons kicked 3 of the first 4 goals of this third quarter. The Kangaroos with the last 2. It's a 4-point lead the Demons' way. Colby McKercher brings North back into play, kicks up towards Zurhaar. Turner brings it down to the front. Bowie's hand pass to Langford. Fritsch gathers, chip kick into the pocket, beautiful. Finds Jefferson hard against the boundary line in the left forward pocket.
It was beautiful. When Fritsch kicks, he's got this big wind-up, and it looks like he's going long all the time. He's got the ability just to pull that kick short. Now, that kick only probably went 17 or 18 metres, but the North Melbourne defenders were on the back foot because they were trying to read the cues that he was kicking it long. Pulls it short. Really smart play.
He's kicked a goal already today, Matthew Jefferson, in his 6th game of AFL footy. Starts up against the gutter as he comes in. 45 metres out from goal. It's left all the way. And in fact, fails to score out of bounds on the full. The Demons by 4 points. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Caleb Daniel kicks short to McKercher. Spins the ball a couple of times in his hands, looking for a way out. A lot presenting. Eventually, Powell makes the running. Oh, geez, he almost gave a hand pass there to Combin. Gives it back to McKercher by hand, who straightens things up. That's a good kick to outside a defensive 50. Now Parker has it. He was looking for the player going past. Opted not to. Goes wide instead to Pink on the edge of the centre square. Now to Zurhaar, who's doing some work a long way from home. Takes the mark. He'll kick from the wing. Asking all of his players to get boundary side. Kicks a long ball. This will land inside attacking 50. Gawn going back there. Turner at ground level. Hand pass to Bowie. You just spotted Langford out of the corner of his eye coming in and intercepting and making sure it is a stoppage. Was Scott will now have a ball in 60 around from the North Melbourne goal. They trail by 4 points after trailing by as much as 17 in this third term. 24 play.
I feel like North Melbourne are on top of this game right now. It's been 3 goals apiece. 3 goals apiece for the quarter though, so...
Max Gawn takes it out of the ruck against Tristan Sherry, gets a hand pass forward. In the end, Langford has it ricochet back to him as he tries to get a hand pass forward. Gives it away to Fridge. Hand pass to Langdon to Oliver. Drew an opponent in Hardiman. Released Bailey Fridge, who sends Melbourne up towards half forward. Melcham in a 2-on-1 and Pink in front. Takes the mark. Hang on. Not officiating. Umpire says Melcham was shepherded out of it. And after having the stinger to the shoulder and then the zinger with his second goal, he has it at left half forward.
Or flinger.
Oh, pokes it in the direction. And, well...
Good umpiring. That was good umpiring.
On the way through from Jefferson, who was trying to claim the mark. Luke Parker laid the tackle, careful not to get over the shoulder. And O'Sullivan came in and locked the ball up 45 metres out from the Demons' goal.
Ball to be thrown up. Gawn. Oh, he was looking for the runner. It was Chandler who receives it in the end. On his right boot, Chandler as good as his left. Lovely finish. His second of the afternoon. And the Demons just gain a little bit of a break again. Margin back out to 10 points. 10-8-68 plays 8-10-58. 25 gone, third term. Your experts on ABC Sport this afternoon, Bob Murphy and Boomer Harvey.
Very disappointing by North Melbourne there at a stoppage. Forward 25 and two Melbourne players. Langdon, who got the first handball out to Chandler, was it, who kicked the goal. Very, very North Melbourne liking stoppages for this quarter.
That's a goal of concentration or lack thereof. 4 minutes to go, or maybe even a little bit less, and just on their heels. Yeah, North Melbourne just on their heels. Fatigue setting in. And the more experienced Demons just looked alive at the stoppage.
You know when you go to a stoppage and you're blocked for someone and they just give up? That's what North Melbourne just did then. There was no fight through it. Nah, this is not happening. And in the forward 25, you can't afford to do that.
Brent Harvey and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport. Free kick going the way of Tristan Cherry. Just his third disposal coming up against Max Gawn. He hasn't dominated, but he's had 9 for the Demons. Sherry drives it inside 50. Gawn got hands to it, dropped the mark. Trying to throw a boot at it. Cooper Harvey spills out the way of Turner. Hand pass too sharp for Windsor. Harvey keeps it alive. Hand pass to Powell. I think he was over the boundary line as he jagged it on his boot. Did you see the Caleb Daniel free kick? He pushed Jake Melcham into the marking contest. So that's the one that the AFL are really keen to try and stamp out.
No, I thought it was a good decision.
Yeah, it was a good decision. I don't think there was any malice in it to hurt him or anything like that, but it was definitely a push with his eyes off the ball.
Ball thrown back into play. Ruckman just wrestling again and looking at the umpire wanting a free kick. Neither got it. Langford came away with it. Long kick towards the wing. Ball bounces on its point. Jefferson there tracking it for the D's. Did nicely. Hand pass to Chandler. Bought himself a little bit of time. Then the kick over the top. It might land here for Langdon. It did. He couldn't get the hand pass away. In fact, he did in the end. Got it through to Tholstrup, who left it behind. He slides in at low at ground level. Petrarca overran it. Hansen, kick over the top is okay. And Sheasel takes the mark. Sheasel with the short hand pass off to Hardiman, who goes long forward. Just out the back here. Ball, unlucky for Harvey on that occasion. Now a chance for the D's to come away from defence. Turner's taken in a strong tackle, no prior. We'll have a ball up 60 from the Roos goal.
Not quite, just a little bit of a slip there and a poor bounce for Cooper.
The ball doesn't do what it's told sometimes.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Poppy Penny down the boundary. Brent Harvey and Bob Murphy, your experts, as Oliver gets a kick from the stoppage up towards Fritsch, who is held by O'Sullivan, and the Demons take the free kick. Fritsch quickly back to Clayton Oliver, sends it up the wing. Comben underneath it, can't juggle the mark. Jefferson, did he get a knee there from Griffin Logue? The umpire was on the blind side, and the umpire will ball it up. So Will Dawson has gone forward in this third quarter for the Kangaroos.
Fritsch has had a good quarter. He's had 7 disposals and a goal for the quarter.
Thrown up. Sherry just tries to drop it down against Max Gawn, but it's Oliver who gets a hand pass to Viney. His hand pass is chopped off by McKercher. North take it back on halfback. Hand pass to Sheasel. Away to Daniel, who points in the direction in which he should go. He eventually obliges and kicks out to Stevens, who marks it left halfback.
He wants to give it to the runner as well. It's Hardiman who goes wide again, looking for Harvey this time. Low, ball just got away from him. Lever, was he out of bounds? Crowd thought so. Umpire didn't. Feeds it back to Rivers, who threads a nice kick to Pickett, a right half back for the D's. Pickett, kick over the top, finds Rivers, who kept on running. Now Rivers, he keeps it low and out wide. Tholstrup takes the mark. He can get and go. He does. Launches to Van Rooyen, who's out the back. Oh, lovely spoil by Logue. Came in late. And importantly got his fist on the footy and out next to the right behind post. Ball to be tossed back into play. It's the D's by 10. Poppy Penny downstairs.
Simon Goodwin is really animated on the D's bench at the moment. There's yelling and pointing. He's pretty mad about something.
No doubt. Frustrated. His team leads by 10 points, but the Kangaroos have had a lot of this third quarter as Gawn gets it down to Viney. Tries to break out of a tackle. Ball still alive. Gawn beautifully taps it over the back to Clayton Oliver, who slams it 3/4 of the way up into the left goalpost, trying to jag the angle from the right forward pocket. Just not to be, as the post is still shaking. Melbourne by 11 points. Half an hour gone in the third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Another failure at that defensive 50 stoppage, Boomer, for the Kangaroos, just allowing too much space and opportunity for the Demons.
Daniel with the kick in. How strong was Viney in that contest? Took a wonderful overhead mark. He's 60 from goal.
Viney versus Parker in a one-on-one. That one would go the full 15 rounds.
It would. And Viney just pops it into the pocket, looking for Van Rooyen, who ran underneath the footy. It's punched away and out of bounds. Another stoppage to take place inside attacking 50 for the D's. They lead by 11 points. 31 gone, third term. Final stages here. Alistair Clarkson will be hoping his Roos don't concede from this stoppage.
Caleb Daniel alongside Cozzy Pickett, who's now broken from Tom Powell on the move. Sherry does the ruck work and the roving, kicks North Melbourne a half back, where Salem picks it up for Melbourne. Inside 50, Hardiman back with a flight. Gawn coming the other direction. Hardiman didn't claim the mark, did control and then ran over the boundary line, and the umpire said there wasn't enough intent to keep it in. The Melbourne fans at the punt road end were vocal and the umpire obliged. And Jacob Van Rooyen hemmed in the left forward pocket. He's only about 20 metres out from goal.
Yeah, that's a tough one, Nutty. You're running at full power. The boundary line's right there. You have to stop and keep the ball in. I'm not sure what. You're better off just letting it bounce out.
Runs out, opens up the angle. Jacob Van Rooyen curls it around. And Melbourne are able to extend their lead to 17 points once more. The Demons got out by this margin early in the third quarter on a couple of occasions before the Roos kicked 2 goals on the bounce. Melbourne with the last 2 goals of the match heading towards three-quarter time. The Demons 11-9-75. North Melbourne 8-10-58. 32 minutes gone in the third quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Bob, you're as good as anyone that's played the game down there. What would have you done there? What do you do? What do you do now?
Oh, I'd like to have taken the chest mark. Oh, you mean the...
yeah, that's a fair call to start it.
What in terms of what do you do right now?
No,
in that situation?
Just that Hardiman right there is running at 80% pace.
I'm not sure if I would have done anything different.
Yeah, okay.
I think there was an element of risk to what he did, but I think it's a pretty harsh call by the umpire.
Timed his run and kicked it as he was over the boundary line.
The old fake fumble. The fake fumble can pay for itself.
Petrarca with the clearance, hand pass over the top, and the umpire says I'll have it as it's held to Langford.
The more cynical types will say that he could have just taken the chest mark to begin with.
That is true.
Tossed up.
Not us, but more cynical.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Sheezel with the clearance, kicks inside 50, no mark taken. Zerha ground level. Fashions a kick forward. It's going to bend, not quite enough. Oh, and the goal umpire got taken out. Flying through was a sub-Windsor, and he's got some wheels.
Another question for you. Is that umpire contact?
Surely not.
No, they don't. They don't pay it against the goal umpire for some reason. Why not?
No, true.
It's bizarre.
As the siren sounds for three-quarter time, the Demons hold a 16-point advantage. 11-9-75 to North Melbourne, 8-11-59. The Kangaroos haven't been able to take their chances in front of goal, while Melbourne booted 5 goals 4 to North Melbourne's 3-5 in that third term. After North Melbourne led by 5 points at quarter time, the Demons by 5 points at half time. It's Melbourne by 16 points at three-quarter time. For the Demons, 2 goals to Chandler, Fritsch and Melcham. Individuals to Van Rooyen, Gawn, Langdon, Jefferson and Pickett. While for North Melbourne, their goals have come through 2 to Jack Darling, 2 to Paul Curtis, individuals, and 3 to Cam Zerha, all coming in that third quarter, while Cooper Harvey is the other goal scorer. The Demons by 16 points. Great to have your company on Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
first gig, favourite party tune. Every Aussie song comes with a memory. And on July 26, Triple J and Double J will be counting them down.
Hottest 100 of Australian songs.
Vote for yours now at abc.net.au/Triple J.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Van Rooyen gets a free kick between wing and half forward on the members' side. Kicks into the pocket. Here he is on cue. Melcham comes leading out. Bounces into Dawson as he takes the mark. Jake Melcham comes in. Put him down for a second. Phillips runs onto it. On his left boot, drives North Melbourne inside 50. Darling comes out. Crashes into Turner. Zurhaar was held. He is everywhere in this third quarter, Cam Zurhaar. 2 goals so far in this third quarter for Cam Zurhaar. Put him down for 3.
Gawn. Oh, he's looking for the runner. It was Chandler who receives it in the end. On his right boot, Chandler as good as his left. Lovely finish. His second of the afternoon.
Where Salem picks it up for Melbourne. Inside 50, Hardiman back with a fly. Gawn coming the other direction. Hardiman didn't claim the mark. Did control and then ran over the boundary line, and the umpire said there wasn't enough intent to keep it in. Runs out, opens up the angle. Jacob Van Rooyen curls it around.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Despite 3 goals from Cam Zurhaar in that third quarter for the Kangaroos, the Demons finished with the last 2 goals to lead by 16 points. 11-9-75 to the Kangaroos, 8-11-59. Matt Lynch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Poppy Penny down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts on ABC Sport, Brent Harvey and Bob Murphy.
Well, other than 5 goals to 3 in that quarter by Melbourne, I thought North Melbourne had control of most of the game. They looked good. They started putting a little bit of speed on the ball, coming back through the middle like we spoke about a little bit. More importantly, probably got on top of the clearances. As we spoke about half-time, and got the ball forward, and that allowed Zurhaar, who was the only goal kicker for the quarter, but kicked 3. You called for him, and he stood up for us. As you said, he must have had the headphones on at half-time, Bob.
Yeah, he's got the ABC Listen app. There's no doubt about that, Cam Zurhaar. But I thought, apart from Melbourne's almost professional nous, the forward 50 stoppages, Jake Melcham's experience, I think they sort of shaved the edges of the contest just a bit better than what North Melbourne did. But I thought the foundations of what North Melbourne are trying to build was all on show in that quarter. I loved their ferocity. I loved their intensity. And I felt like they got out of their heads a little bit and trying to be too slow and strategic and just played the game on that quicker, more ballistic instinct. And Cam Zurhaar was clearly the explosive and eye-catching focal point for it. But I thought collectively, they really met the contest. And whilst the scoreboard is not looking so favourable for them, I think they're still right in this contest. It was amusing to me that probably the 2 most influential players in that quarter, at one end we've got the medium forward of Cam Zurhaar, and at the other end we've got the medium forward of Bailey Fritsch. That is where the similarities end between those two, stylistically, aesthetically, in any other way you want to have a look at it, other than the fact they both had good third quarters and their medium forwards. They couldn't be more diametrically opposed, but they may prove the key to both sides, either ramming it home shut for the Demons if you're Bailey Fritsch, and for Cam Zurhaar, who's already done a heap in this second half to lift his team over the line his way.
Well, Fritsch had the 7 disposals and the 1 goal, but more importantly, kicking the ball inside 50 is such a beautiful
he
left
creates
footer.
So much, doesn't he?
And he puts the ball in great spots, so he was very important for them. Not inside 50, but more up the ground that quarter, and really got him going. So it's going to be interesting again this quarter if North Melbourne can win the clearance game. You're right, Bob. It's 16 points. They're right in this game. It's certainly not out of their reach, but I'd love them to see just a little bit more risk without being super risky, but just keep taking that inside kick. Give the ball to McKercher. Give the ball to Sheasel running past. Put some speed on the ball like we've spoken about, and put the Melbourne defenders under a little bit more pressure.
3-quarter time here. Melbourne lead by 16 points. The game at Docklands is just getting underway. There is an ABC call available. Just click on the ABC Listen app and find the AFL Extra button, where Joel Peterson and Lauren Borden are heading up the team this afternoon. And there's no late changes there. So Hunter Clark is the sub for St Kilda, and Riley Bice for the Sydney Swans. Nathan Burke and Cal Sinclair in the experts chair from Docklands, where they did get the roof closed despite some early issues. Final match of the round, Port Adelaide and West Coast, is our next stop on ABC Sport. On the SMS 0437 774 774. Fran poses the question, would love to know from Boomer,
Are you allowed to critique your son's game, or do you leave that all up to the coaching staff? Love and insight.
No, I certainly leave it. I leave it to the coaching staff, but we'll chat. We chat football all the time, whether it's North Melbourne or other games of football. So we'll have a chat at some stage throughout the week about it, how he thought he went and what he needs to improve on. But I certainly wouldn't cross the line and give him advice that the North Melbourne Football Club would be giving him.
And Matt and Templestowe, Bob Murphy declaring good umpiring. Good umpiring is a first for all AFL commentary. More of it. 0437 774 774. The final term underway. Melbourne by 16 points. Gawn wins down the tap to Petrarca, who squeezed the kick forward. Langdon got a cruel bounce, and Parker takes it for North Melbourne. Out past to Simpkin. Tackled by Bowie, but a kick up towards half forward. It's wide of Dawson, though, and Tom McDonald runs on it for the D's. Kicks along the ground, up towards Sparrow. Clean hand pass away to Langford. Looks up, Melcham one-on-one. Pink trying to get back. Jake sets himself, and over the back takes the mark. So good in those one-on-one scenarios, and the kick was superb as well.
He just never looked comfortable, Toby Pink. He was running away from goal, looking at Melcham, looking back at the ball, looking at Melcham, looking back at the ball. That's when I talk about defenders scrambling. That's a scramble right there from North Melbourne. Ball gets some speed on it, it goes over the back, and the defenders are running back towards the opposition goal.
7 disposals, 2 goals won this afternoon for Jake Melcham. The 33-year-old starts his approach, out to the right, 40 metres out from goal, fires on goal, and just squeezes it in. A big start for the Demons to this final term as Jake Melcham puts through his third. And the D's lead by 22 points to throw down the gauntlet to the Kangaroos. 12-9-81 to North Melbourne, 8-11-59. Just 90 seconds gone in this final term on ABC Sport.
It's a really good example there, Jake Melcham, because we sit here and go, geez, he's in career best form, feel like he's kicking goals regularly and unsettling opposition defences and playing as a key forward. Just in that very bit of play, why is a player, how does it become that he's in good form? Melbourne went it in the middle of the ground, and Jake Melcham is the first to make a decision. So it's not just in his legs. He's so tuned into the game, so his movement is sharp and it's back towards goal, and that unsettles his opponent, Pink, who's then lost because he doesn't know whether to look at the ball, whether to look at Melcham, and then Melcham times his jump because he wants the footy. That's how you get yourself in form.
23 goals for the season now for Melcham. Petrarca with the clearance, hand pass to Viney, who was backtracking, kicked whilst going backwards, got it up to centre-half forward, no mark taken at ground level, spurts out the side, Comben with work to do, he's taken high in the tackle, and he'll win the free kick. O'Sullivan wanted to take the advantage, but everyone had stopped, so this will have to come back to Comben. And he has it, he may well give it to McCurch. No, he goes by foot instead to Pink. Inside defensive 50, finds Stevens at right half back.
Will Dawson been moved forward too, Bob? We spoke about that in the first quarter. If there's a little bit to do, he can go forward and see how he goes.
Keeps it low there, Stevens. It was a nice defensive spoil there by Fritsch going back with the flight, and he forces the ball in. Right on centre wing, underneath the Shane Warne stand. 81 plays 59, margin 22 points in favour of the D's.
Kangaroos searching for their first win against Melbourne here at the MCG since 2017. They'll have to come back from 22 points down as from the throw-in. Parker's onto it. Hand pass away to McCurcher. Looking for Simpkin. Chopped off by Langdon. Hand pass to Bowie. Melbourne inside 50. Here comes Melcham once more. And the kick out in front of him. He runs onto it with Pink in tow. And Jake Melcham shooting for a fourth.
Well, that highlights what you said, Bob, before. The ball comes off the boot and he's the first to read the ball. So he's on, he's watching the kicker, he's watching everything. All the cues that you can read for as a footballer, Jake Melcham is in fine form doing that right now.
Just even the body language. Watch Jake Melcham. There's clarity of thought. So he's tuned into the game and he's reacting quicker. His opponent, Pink, who's finding his way in the league, you can even see him on that. His eyes are darting around. He's looking for reasons of what just happened.
5 goals against the Gold Coast, 4 goals against Adelaide, and now 4 goals against North Melbourne. Jake Melcham is the main man for the Demons inside their forward 50, and he is steering them towards their 6th victory of the season. Melcham with his 4th, 2 quick goals in this final quarter through 4 minutes, and the Demons 13-9-87 lead North Melbourne by 28 points, 8-11-59.
Oh,
it's pretty much a match-winning turn, isn't it? He went off the ground. What was it, halfway through the second quarter? Looked like he was done for the day, and maybe even for the year. It looked like a serious arm injury. He's come back on and created all sorts of havoc. That's his third since he's come back on the ground.
I'm really big on goal-kicking routine. Now, I just watch him every single time. There's the same spin of the ball. It's the same shuffle of the feet. He does everything. It's not a coincidence. 4 goals won. He's got a beautiful set shot. There's anyone listening out here that's doing some set shot routines at home, go watch this video of him and copy him if you can. Beautiful.
It's probably one of the criticisms of his game early in his career was his kicking, but geez, he's good in front of goal.
Really impressed.
Kicked 13 goals in his last 3 matches now.
He's in some sort of red-hot form at the moment. Meanwhile, Petrarca shrugs one tackle, hand pass to Pickett. I want to get out of the centre square here. And Pickett takes a bounce and he kicks off the side of the boot straight to Bailey Scott. There's the ball for North Melbourne, off to Costanti by foot. He looks to come back inside, has McKercher short, he's ignored. Goes a little longer, puts it on Dawson's head, who has to reach high. It went over his head in the end. Big fist coming the way of Langford, and he's tackled out of bounds by Costanti and out for a boundary throw in at left half forward for North Melbourne.
That's a poor kick, because he put it on top of his head. That's exactly what he did.
I thought you were talking about Cosy Pickett, and I would.
That was a poor kick as well. But Costanti just puts it straight on top of his head instead of just putting it 2 metres in front. Let Will Dawson, he's 6'6", run forward and take an easiest of marks of all time. And
so bizarrely, we're going to have a ball up because the boundary umpire and the field umpire argued over who blew the whistle first, and the field umpire ran out, one out. So ball up it is. Now Bailey Scott's taken over, and the boundary umpire will get his throw in as he's taken over for a ball in.
The umpires have taken that compliment I gave and they've run with it.
Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey, your experts.
Don't drink your bathwater, fellas.
All right. Save the praise and recognition for post-match. As Gawn just slaps it away against Cherry. Gains about 15 metres as Petrarca runs onto it.
Gone again.
Devine over the top to Jefferson. Here's Melcham in the pocket. Pink trying to get back. Melcham rises, gets hands to it, can't complete the mark. And no one is more relieved than Toby Pink as the ball goes out of play for a throw-in in the right forward pocket. So Cosy Pickett into the centre square to start this final term. Jake Melcham said, give me the goal square and clear out around me.
He's just so quick to make that decision to run back towards goal when the Melbourne teammates win it in the middle of the ground, and it's causing Pink all sorts of problems.
Ball thrown back into play. Petrarca front and centre. Hand pass to Tholstrom, who threads the needle. What a wonderful finish. He has his first of the afternoon. Lovely banana in the right forward pocket, and that might be the knockout punch. 14-9-93 the D's, 8-11-59 North Melbourne. We've played 7 minutes in the final term.
What a goal. What a goal. That has come off the boot superbly, hasn't it? A little bit of pressure there and in the right forward pocket. Bends it beautifully. But again, Bob, let's talk about it. Stoppage.
Yeah.
Stoppage into forward 25.
They're on their heels. That's what brings them undone too often, North Melbourne, at these defensive 50 stoppages. You just see that Melbourne are proactive. They want to get involved. They want the ball. And North Melbourne are just hoping, wondering if someone else will do it. That is a glorious finish, though. You just get the sense, looking at his haircut, I think he might put the curlers through the locks, and that has helped him put the curler on the Sharon.
Beautifully done. Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport. 9 individual goal kickers for the Demons. So Melbourne have kicked 3 goals in this final term from 18 disposals. Here goes Pickett out of the middle. Hand pass to Oliver. Linking up with Petrarca. It's vintage Melbourne up towards the goal square. Pink gets a spoil in there away from Melcham. Onto it, Stevens. Hand pass away to Caleb Daniel. One way, then the other, and then take it over the boundary line by Bailey Fritsch. I think he was happy to see it out of play. Hands the ball to the boundary umpire, with Melbourne all of a sudden leading by 34 points.
Yeah, a bit of a blowout now, unfortunately, for the Kangas.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a rout at the moment.
They're right in the game for a long period of time now. It just looks like it's slipping.
Ball thrown back into play. Van Rooyen got the hand pass away only as far as Sheasel, who kicks out of there immediately. Curtis gathered the bouncing ball, then he was taken in a tackle. And by way of play on, Scott running through the middle, just had a fumble at the crucial moment, was able to regather, did well to get around 2 tackles. Hand pass to Phillips from halfway, kicks inside, attacking 50, just over the head of Harvey. Running onto it, Zerha slipped at the worst moment. Still was able to get the hand pass back to Harvey, who snaps from 35, bends it back beautifully. Lovely finish from Cooper Harvey. just keeps the door ever so slightly ajar for the Kangaroos. 14.993. Plays 9.11.65. 9 minutes gone, final term.
It was a good finish by the young lad, Boomer. It was a really nice finish. He butted up. He misjudged a mark a few moments earlier, but he got back into it, got on his feet. Cam Zurhaar was involved again. He's had a big second half. But the young fella, Cooper Harvey, that's a class finish from around 35, almost 40 metres, snap on the right foot.
Just that kick again by Will Phillips. I'm really big on this, Bob, and not for North Melbourne, but in football in general. The kick went to Cooper. It went to him, not put it out in front where he could do the work, 5-6 metres, because Lever was already 5 or 6 metres off. It would have made it impossible for him to defend.
Particularly with a smallish forward line, you don't want to use the phrase stop and prop too often.
Correct.
Melbourne's lead is 28 points. As Jacob Van Rooyen into the ruck, does the clearing work himself against Dawson. The kick is intercepted as McKercher works it through O'Sullivan. Hand pass away to Parker. Hand pass out in front of O'Sullivan. Bumped off it by Cozzy Pickett. Langford in for the Demons. Hand pass away to McVie. Links up with Petrarca. Back to McVie. He looks up. Has Bailey Fritsch and he finds him just inside 50. That's a great kick.
Great vision.
Must have just spotted him at the last moment at the corner of his eye.
It's great vision, but let's go back to a fundamental of football. And certainly, I'm not bagging players. I know how hard it is, but Parker misses a 4-metre handball there. The ball turns over. This is a turnover goal if he kicks it, or a turnover score regardless, from something where North Melbourne should have been going inside 50.
Bailey Fritsch has kicked 2 goals so far this afternoon from his 16 disposals. 21 goals for the season. As he starts his approach outside 50, slightly left of centre. The Demons are absolutely flushing them in this final term. As Fritsch puts through his third, 4 goals to 1 so far for the Demons in this final term, and it's back to a 34-point lead. 15-9-99 to North Melbourne, 9-11-65. 12 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport.
Sometimes we can overcomplicate football. You hit that handball by the North Melbourne player. There's no fumble there. The ball goes inside forward 50. The defence can set up, Bob. But no, there's a turnover, middle of the ground.
I mean, an unforced turnover.
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't look at the replay then, because worse on the replay.
Yeah, there's no pressure on the handball or the receiver. And then we know that 60% of the scores happen from turnover. And that was a turnover score or turnover goal in the end, just through a basic fundamental of football that you should hit.
Just on that, the Kangas conceded 15 goals from turnovers to the Bulldogs last week.
Gorn gets it away to Pickett. Another chance inside attacking 50 here. High ball. Fritsch at the back, just muscled out low. Hair pass over the top. Melksham's got another. Oh, he's having a day out after it looked like it was going to be over. A handful for Jake Melksham. And Bailey Fritsch has given him off. 16-9, 105 Melbourne. 9-11-65 North Melbourne. 12 played final term, and this could start to get ugly.
It's looking a bit meek, Boomer, this last 15, 20 minutes or so.
A bit Lloyd?
A bit Lloyd, yeah. Griffin Logue just being out-positioned, out-muscled far too easily. Bailey Fritsch, I mean, Griffin Logue he might have 7 or 8 kilos on Bailey Fritsch, and that was too easy. That's pretty meek sort of stuff.
What's that last 3 weeks, Clinchy? You said
that is up to 14 goals in the last 3 weeks. So 1 more than Aaron Norton. So he is the in-form forward in the competition at the moment. Parker gets the clearance to North Melbourne, back in the middle of the ground, looking for Costanti. Salem slides in, hand pass chopped off by Darling. Hand pass away to Bailey Scott, inside 50. Lever makes the spoil against Cooper Harvey. Dawson tries to keep it alive. Taps it down to Phillips. Hand pass back to Darling in the right forward pocket. Goes himself, it's a good effort. Turner on the goal line, got a hand to it, but was over the line. And Jack Darling from deep in the right forward pocket gets one against the trend. 34 points, the Demons lead. 16-9, 105 to North Melbourne, 10-11-71. A third goal for Jack Darling.
It's been pretty good today, Jack Darling. He's worked hard. He's played a typical Jack Darling game where he works his backside off and takes marks up on the wing and creates contests. And he's managed to get himself on the scoreboard on what hasn't been a particularly easy day for scoring. So he's played his role pretty well, Jack Darling.
He has, without Nick Larkey there. He's been the tall contributor. Zurhaar's obviously had a decent game, or a decent third quarter anyway, but Dalling's certainly held his head up high with 3 goals.
Lights on here at the MCG. 34 points to margin in favour of Melbourne. Gawn smashes it forward again. Phillips onto it though for the Kangas. Powell was then taken in a tackle. Sold the dummy to Phillips. Probably should have given it in the end. Umpire waves play on as Melbourne go inside attacking 50. Lowe just got it free. Now off to Daniel. He's looking for a way out. Into the centre he goes. Now to Simpkin. Simpkin flares it out wide with his left. Hansen has it. He can go inside attacking 50. Just pokes the pass. It's a nice one too. And Harvey takes the mark. A little bit of treatment afterwards.
Surely that was 50.
McDonald feeling a little guilty, I think. Gets up and gives it to Harvey. Will go back from right on 50 to have a shot.
Bob, just dropping the eyes through the middle of the ground. I think it was Caleb Daniel to Jai Simpkin. Just dropping the eyes, and Melbourne have to come up and defend that.
They've had a bit of success with that today. Melbourne flooding numbers back and getting very deep, just lowering the eyes, as you say.
2 goals too for Cooper Harvey this afternoon. Kicks from 49. Well, this is pretty good too. Off the boot. Never looked like missing. Lovely kick from Cooper Harvey. He's now got 3 this afternoon, including 2 in this final term. North Melbourne 11-11-77. Melbourne 16-9-105. Margin back to 28 points. 16 played final term.
And knowing the young fella pretty well, Bob, he does finish his work. He's again worked really hard on his goal kicking routine, so good to see go back and finish that one.
Well, he hit that one about as well as you can kick a footy. That was a nice finish, and for a small to medium forward to kick 3 off 11 disposals, that's a fine effort from your young lad. You should be proud of him, and I know you are.
Joins Cam Zurhaar with 3 goals in that third quarter, and Jack Darling with 3 goals as well. Dave Ross in Adelaide wants to know, listening in the backyard while pruning the peach tree and wondering if Cooper Harvey's nickname is Baby Boomer.
No, they call him Charv. See Harv.
Charv.
Back in the middle, a chance for North Melbourne to add here as Powell gets a hand pass away to Scott, links up with Hardiman, kicks out wide to left half forward. It's too wide for Dawson and out on the full. Free kick going the way of the Demons. Tom McDonald to take it in front of the Olympic stand, which is full of Melbourne fans. Demons by 28 points, the 3rd time so far this season they've scored over 100 points. The last time was their last victory against the Sydney Swans. They've lost their last 5 games since then. The kick up the wing is marked by Tristan Sherry. He nudged his opponent underneath the ball to take the mark for the Kangaroos.
Melbourne by 28. Sherry out wider. Finds Comben. Pretty much everyone on the field in front of him. So he kicks long, just to the top of 50. And McDonald about 5th up in that contest.
Well, it's not the kick you want. We spoke about this already. You got McDonald, Gawn and Lever there. And
that's not the forward line you've got.
They kick the ball in the air to...
McDonald kicked it back to Comben, who took the mark. Let's see if he's learned. He goes the hand pass this time. Back to the wing to Pink. He goes the same kick where a few of the Ds are still set up. And this time it's Gawn who takes the mark.
It's just a silly play now.
It's just thoughtless. There's not a lot of thinking.
And, you can get sucked in with the stats around inside 50s. We've had the last 2 kicks for North Melbourne have been really poor, and they get inside 50s for it.
Gawn a long kick to the wing. Van Rooyen. Nice ball by Pink. Front centre though. Chandler able to rove it. Then on his left does nicely.
Fritch.
Oh, he threaded it beautifully to Tholstrup, who I reckon had spent it before he had it. And then it ricochets off his thigh.
Kills might have got in the eyes.
Out for a boundary throw in right in front of the MCC members.
They can work for you and against you, the Curls.
Crowd posted as 35,844 in for a Sunday afternoon at the MCG. Still to come, Port Adelaide and the West Coast Eagles to close out the round, while the Sydney Swans leading by 13 points over St Kilda. There is an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. Bowie with a kick up towards Petrarca. Couldn't take it initially. Then lays a big tackle, locking the ball up.
At the risk of labouring the point, that ABC Listen app is quite something. Highly recommend it.
You can catch Bob Murphy with Chanel Vella, ABC Radio Melbourne, for your breakfast.
Ad-free.
And of course the cricket, the Wallabies, Wimbledon,
And it's all there for you on the ABC Listen app.
What time tomorrow morning, Bob?
Actually, we're on another week
I'm glad
off
you
tomorrow,
asked.
but it's so Brett McLeod will be steering the ship tomorrow.
What time next Monday you're in?
I'll be in there at about 4:30.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Up with the Bakers.
Viney was taken high by Harry Sheasel and will take the free kick out to the right. Former captain would need his absolute best here from about 50 metres out.
No chance.
Gorn is.
Love him as a player, but he can't kick this. He'll kick the little alley-oop at the top of the square.
He needs the barrel, like Mark Pitnet the other night.
There's a bit going on off the ball. Tholstrup's into a couple of Kangaroos players. They're trying to put it towards Max Gorn. This is a set play. Gorn can't take the mark. And
WrestleMania down there.
He's out of play.
What's going on?
It was very weird to watch that ball go in and then just two blokes spinning each other and it's like a couple of brothers going at each other in the backyard.
It's a proper wrestle, Jill. It's not one of those, those sort of pretend ones.
It's still going.
Yeah, it's got a bit in it.
Sherry down towards Phillips, who's taken in a strong tackle and will have a ball up right forward pocket for the D's. Umpire clears a path for himself. Tosses it up. Gorn just raked it out of the ruck himself and then went the fend, but he was caught holding the ball, Big Max. He gets to his feet and Tristan Sherry offers a hand and Gorn doesn't accept it. So Parker with the free kick. It's a risky kick too. Dangerous right in front of goal. It's intercepted and then Chandler turns tackler on Common and wraps it up. There'll be a ball up 30 metres out, almost directly in front.
Matt Clinch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Poppy Penny down the boundary. Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey with you for Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Sherry down to Sheasel. Tackled and dispossessed. It spills out to Parker. His clearing kick is chopped off by Tom Sparrow. He marks just inside 50 out to the left. And a chance for Melbourne to boot their 17th goal of the match.
I reckon a bit of that shows how annoying Tristan Sherry would be to play on too. Wrestling all day and Max Gorn not accepting the hand to help him to his feet.
9 individual goal kickers for the Demons so far this afternoon. Jake Melcham has led the way with 5, including 3 in the final term. Tom Sparrow, possession number 9 coming up, looking to join that list of goal kickers. A hop and a skip from outside 50 as he sets his slipper into it. It's not a bad effort. He clears the goal line. Arms outstretched in celebration as he adds another one for the Demons in this final term. 17-9, 111 to North Melbourne, 11-11, 77. The Demons with 6 final quarter goals to North Melbourne's 3.
Is that his third, is it? No.
That's his first.
Sorry, I thought that was Chandler. That was Sparrow. I thought it was Chandler. Looking at the stats, trying to get some ammo in North Melbourne. The ball has been in Melbourne's forward 50 for probably the last 3 or 4 minutes, Bob, and it was just repeat, wasn't it?
They've owned it in this last quarter, Melbourne. And we've seen, over the last few years, North Melbourne just that inability to hold that intensity. I think their first quarter today was really, really promising. Drops away second quarter. Third quarter, despite the scoreboard going against them, I thought they were really, really good in the third quarter. And last quarter, they just fall away that bit too dramatically.
D's by 34. Gorn went down to Oliver, lightning hands. Umpires found a free kick. Throw. So it will be Sheasel with the free kick. Gives it to the runner, McKercher, bursting off the half-back line. Kicks inside, attacking 50. Dawson, one grab, not the second. Umpire says play on. Rivers almost missed the hand with his fist there as it spilled over for a boundary throw-in. As he was trying to get the handball to his teammate Sparrow. We'll have a ball in right forward pocket for the Roos. 23 played final term. These have been in control for the majority of this final quarter. Thrown back into play. Ball bounces on its point. Is that too high on Harvey? Umpire said play on. Constanti snaps towards goal. McDonald there tried to score a try almost to ensure that it went out. And a couple of North Melbourne players piled in over the top to make sure we'll get a boundary throw in. Next to the right behind post. 17-9 plays 11-11. 23 played final term. D's in control.
I reckon Melbourne kicked 3 goals from this position to today, so that's a huge advantage for them. Forward 50 stoppages.
Sherry wins down the tap, taken over the shoulder.
Geez, they weren't happy.
There's Tom Sparrow, and there's a bit going on here as Max Gorn is in.
I think he's out.
Jack Darling, and I think he is unconscious, which is
And Max Gawn was absolutely filthy at Sherry after that.
So the doctor immediately out to Tom Sparrow, who's down face first on the turf. And the response from the Melbourne captain suggests that he was unhappy with the treatment there. Turning to the monitors to see if we will get a replay here, but the medical staff come racing out for the Demons. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
They've called for the stretcher immediately, so they're running out there now. There's doctors and physios. The teams are sort of huddling up. The North Melbourne are getting together in a group, and so are the Ds, but there is a heap of medical staff around him at the moment, and they have immediately called for the stretcher.
So Max Gawn having to be pulled away by his teammates. Tristan Sherry in the vicinity. Obviously,
just looking at the facial expressions, a lot of emotion and a lot of energy in that wrestle. Max has got a steely look on his face as he wanted to defend his teammate. Just having a look at the replay now.
Oh, with a left arm, Tristan Sherry has copped him right in the head. Trailing left arm.
Look, I don't think there was a heap of malice in it, to be honest.
Agree.
But it's not Tom Sparrow out cold straight away.
Yeah, it has. It's got him on the bridge of the nose.
It's careless, isn't it?
It's a follow-up from a ruck contest with a metre or metre and a half in between them. An arm that,
a reflex, almost an accident, really. I don't think there was any intent from Tristan Cherry to hurt Sparrow. But from Max's perspective, it probably looked like just a left hand round arm to the face. But I wouldn't expect too many people to have too much against Tristan Cherry for that incident.
Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm just sitting behind the Demons bench at the moment. There's a lot of concern being shown by everyone. Simon Goodwin's just watched a couple of replays of the incident, and he's sort of shuffling the magnets a little bit at the minute. But there is a lot of concern down here. They're all watching replays of the incident. It doesn't look great.
Still hasn't moved, Tom Sparrow, so doctors and medical staff out there putting the neck brace onto him, and he'll be loaded onto the mobile stretcher. The Demons gathered around Max Gawn, and just seeing one of the medical staff just coming over the players now. So Max Gawn, hands on hips.
Gee, we ask a lot of players, don't we? But this is a particularly difficult expectation for players. Whilst one of their teammates, even an opposition player, it's a close-knit community, and all players empathise with their fellow competitors. To see someone in that sort of a state being looked after, you're hoping for the best, but you're asking them to be empathetic as well. Take them out of the game for 5 or 10 minutes, regather themselves, and then get back into it. It's a lot to navigate, isn't it? Both emotionally and just even in your own thinking.
So Tom Sparrow is being loaded onto the mobile stretcher, and all the Melbourne players are coming across to him. So giving him a tap on the legs as
Tristan Cherry trying to get to the injured player and bumped away from the stretcher by the Melbourne players, which is interesting.
So Tom Sparrow raising his right arm. So the good news is he is conscious. But real concern as he makes his way on the mobile stretcher from the MCG. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Yeah, also as Sherry went over to the stretcher, the Melbourne faithful were booing him as they got near to the stretcher, so they are none too pleased with the conduct of the North Melbourne ruckman.
I think that's misguided, both from the fans, and I also think, and I can understand it, the Melbourne players,
I'm with you, Bob.
they're very close to it, they're very emotional, they want to defend the honour of their teammate.
It wasn't even a swinging arm though, was it? It wasn't a swinging arm, it was like a tackle sort of attempt. I'm with you.
He's
there.
a 108 kilo man moving forward, the ball goes into, and he throws an arm out to react.
Follow up from the ruck contest.
I don't think there was any malice in that whatsoever.
Will it get looked at, Bob? Will it get looked at?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. They'll
look at it for sure, but
look at it. But
nothing should come.
I really don't think anything should come of that.
Certainly a sour note for the Demons, who lead by 34 points and have had some final term, including 6 goals in this final term to North Melbourne's 3, and a lengthy delay here at the 24-minute mark. So we've been Out of action for about 5 minutes.
Interesting. Like they really bumped Tristan Cherry away from.
Yeah.
Like they are adamant that what he did was untoward.
Max Gawn so rarely shows that sort of reaction.
Yep. With the free kick, he hand passes around the back to Salem, who kicks out of there, and Fritsch is taken in a tackle, and we'll have a ball up. So this will be interesting. Gawn v Sherry in the ruck upon resumption. Gawn comes in. Sherry there. Sherry and Viney now in a wrestle off the footy. Meanwhile, the ball's with Rivers, who tries to work the 1-2 with Langdon. Did extremely well running the boundary line. Then kicks short, and it's nice too, to Fritsch, who gives it to the runner Rivers, who kept going. His third hand pass, not so good in the chain. Missed his target. Curtis in there for the Kangaroos. Off to Daniel, who tried to shrug one, tackle. Did he get past the second?
Yeah. Umpires are going to have to watch this game for the next little while. There's a lot of feeling out there from the Melbourne players. I saw Jack Viney in a wrestle with Tristan Cherry. They are set on their man, Tristan Cherry, that he whacked their teammate.
Balls it up. Gawn in there now. On hands and knees. Parker over the top. That ball's going nowhere. We'll have another stoppage. He is, I'll say he's a clumsy ruckman at times, Sherry. He does throw his weight around.
Aren't they all?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think there's probably an element of frustration there from the Ds.
Well, it's certainly reckless. It'll just be whether the duty of care from Tristan Cherry there was accidental enough to get him off, as Mark Christian will have a look at it. The kick up the wing, and it's just wide from Harry Sheezer looking for Jai Simpkin, and goes out of play.
You often have those teammates at training, Bob, that you just stay completely away with. In captain's run, you're just like, I'm not going nowhere near this bloke because his elbows are gangly.
He'd be one.
Knees are running everywhere, and you're getting corkies, and it's like, mate, it's 24 hours before the game.
Luke Penny, Will Minson, listening. Give us a text. Put your
Wilbur.
The Demons through. Caleb Windsor can't keep the ball alive as he's tackled by Tom Powell across the boundary line. And a throw in. Now it's again off the ball.
Yeah, because Bowie and Sherry were, or in fact it's Gawn who's down, and Sherry were involved there, and now he's down. So that's not going to please Max again.
Max has gone down a couple of times today from the Big X.
He's got his hands out at the moment. Not too happy is Big Max as he gets to his feet. This is going to be an interesting ruck contest. Thrown back into play. Both of them wrestle again. Sherry on it now, and Gawn and Oliver go in.
Umpire comes in 100 miles an hour. Umpire has just done a 20-metre dash in record time to get over there.
Bit of tension in this one. Sherry gets to his feet, hands the ball back, resumes hostilities with Max Gawn. And Windsor off to Chandler, who kicks end over end up towards the wing. Melksham crashed the pack, as did Jefferson coming back with the flight. O'Sullivan was clean at ground level. Kicks inside, attacking 50, just over the head there of Harvey, and we'll have a Melbourne mark. It is McDonald who flares it out wide. That's a good kick as well to Langford.
Sends the Demons up towards half forward. Melcham's had the hot hand, spoiled away by Ping. Hanson Jr. gathers. He's tackled immediately, and the umpire will board up.
Bob's not watching the ball. I've got a special comments person up here who's just watching X and Big Maxi.
Well, Tristan Cherry's he's almost
apologising.
He's explaining himself to Max. So I think in punching the ball in a ruck contest a couple of minutes ago, he clocked Max on the bridge of the nose as well.
Both rucks are about 30 minutes away from the stoppage. The umpire waited. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Gets the ball inside 50, looking for Petrarca. Taps it to his own advantage. Stevens lays the tackle. Petrarca breaks it. Opens up the angle. There's a goal for the Demons. Max Gawn takes it out of the ruck, and Christian Petrarca finishes with class. He becomes the 10th individual goal kicker for the Demons. 7 goals in the final term. 18-9, 117 the Demons to North Melbourne 11-11-77. The Demons lead by 40 points. Their first goal since Tom Sparrow was knocked out, courtesy of a stray arm from Tristan Cherry.
40 points, Bob. What do you make of it?
Oh, I think there was an opportunity for North Melbourne in this last quarter to make a real game of it, and even at a stretch get over the top of Melbourne, but it's been all one-way traffic in this last quarter. The Demons, the cream has risen to the top, and it's been a peculiar last 5 or 10 minutes, I've got to say. Tristan Cherry, he's genuinely perplexed out there. I know how it sounds, but he's managed to clip 2 Melbourne players on the bridge of the nose, and I don't think he meant either of them. But the Demons players disagree vehemently.
Pickett to Petrarca with the clearance. Petrarca yanked back in the tackle, got his legs caught underneath. He's okay. Oh no, maybe he's not. He's
got another one.
Kicks inside, attacking 50 meanwhile, and Harvey takes the mark. Petrarca just limping. Probably not by the end of his day. No, he's been told to stay back on. He's okay. Tristan Sherry's in everything at the moment, even when he's not trying to be. So Harvey can go back and try and kick his 4th goal of the afternoon.
Geez, 4 goals too would be a fair return from the young lad, Boomer.
I'll wait till after he kicks it.
Leading target, Boomer. He's playing above his height. In he comes, Cooper Harvey. The kick from 49. That connection looks pretty good as well.
Beautiful.
Lovely finish. And he has 4 for the afternoon, Cooper Harvey. Bright spark for North Melbourne on a disappointing afternoon. Margin is back to 34 points in favour of the D's. We've played 35 minutes in this final term, bearing in mind after that Sparrow injury it will be quite a long last quarter.
So he got a contract for next season, Cooper?
He hasn't. We went out for dinner last night. It was his 21st birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Right. We went out for dinner last night, and I said to him at dinner, just 4 would be nice. And he goes, it's not that easy, Dad. and I did say to him, why isn't it? So I might get a little cheeky text tonight. So hopefully, but he's done well. He's done well.
No contract, you say?
No contract at the minute, no.
Well, dinner out at Footscray this week.
Melbourne by 34 points.
Show him some real culture.
Tristan Cherry tries to take it out of the ruck. Tackle by Corn. Gets a hand pass away to Simpkin. Sends the Kangaroos inside 50. Darling comes leading out. Can't take the mark. Curtis's hand pass. Sheasel slipped over. Hand pass away to Stevens. 45 metres out from goal. He fires away and misses everything. It bounces out of bounds and a throw in up against the right behind post. Melbourne by 34 points.
Every time it goes out of bounds, you just know it's another instalment of Sherry v. Gawn in the ruck. Another wrestle.
They stand so far away, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, Amazing. They started that in the centre square. The ball ends in the forward pocket. Gawn's able to shove Sherry out of the situation, and then Curtis comes in and is the tackler. And now Sherry bumps Max Gawn as well. So just still simmering down there. Both in the ruck now. Sherry pokes it, but only as far as Salem, who snaps out of defensive 50. Up towards Petrarca, who almost took the mark. The hand pass comes the way of Fritsch. Now to Langdon, off his left. Pink is in front. Oh, he dropped what he should have taken. Luckily, he had Simpkin for support, who got it to Daniel by hand, and then off his left comes inboard and finds Powell inside the centre square.
Powell plays on, gets a hand pass over the top to Parker. Missed him, has to try and win it back. Challenging him was Viney, and Melbourne take it back through Chandler.
There's that missed handball again by the Kangaroos.
Yes, hand pass to Max Gawn, away to Cozzy Pickett. Kicks up to Langford, who takes the mark. Now, both sides, given how long this quarter has been, Melbourne have 2 interchanges remaining. North Melbourne have 1. Van Rooyen takes the mark on the wing. So they might be stuck with the players out on the field for the last 3 minutes or so. Sends it up towards half forward. Caleb Daniel dropped the mark. Tholstrup gets it. Hand pass to Pickett. Chips it into the pocket. Petrarca marks. Have you seen the game of Christian Petrarca? 30 disposals, 7 clearances, a goal. Starting to look a little more like the Petrarca of old.
He's gotten better and better as the game's worn on, Christian Petrarca.
7 clearances.
Jake Melcham comes to the bench. That's the applause from the Demons fans below us. Christian Petrarca looking for a second goal for the afternoon. At right half forward, he'll have to kick every bit of 50 metres, so a tough shot on goal. A slow walk in as he veers slightly to the right, fires on goal, and it's right all the way. A minor score for the Demons, who now lead by 35 points. Meanwhile, at Docklands, the match there, the Sydney Swans leading by 5-3-33 to St Kilda 4 straight 24. So the Swans by 9 points there.
Oh, Caleb Daniel had enough, so he goes the 2-step barrel, gets it all the way towards the wing. It was a good kick. Not many teammates there, unfortunately, so Lever there to mop up for the D's. Off to Bowie, who goes across half-back. And finally Rivers, who goes short to Langdon. Might go back to Rivers here. He does. And Rivers Now left half back goes back to Langdon, so a bit of stat padding here at the end of this one. Still under 2 minutes to go, so plenty of time left. Inboard to Salem, who goes back to Langdon. And he goes short to Rivers, so these two enjoying a time of it at half back. Rivers just stands where he took the mark and kicks long up the line. Flyers are there. Combat in front takes a good mark, knowing that the pressure was coming from behind. And he'll take the free kick, take the mark rather, at right half back for North Melbourne.
Approaching 40 minutes in this final term, with the stretcher coming for Tom Sparrow, cleaned up by an errant arm from Tristan Cherry. The kick is a turnover though for North. Jack Viney takes it back for Melbourne. Out past to Bailey Fritsch, looks up, Chandler all on his own. Takes the mark slightly left of centre. He can give it off. Langford in the pocket. Bailey Scott gets back, and Langford, can he take the mark? No. They scrap forward at ground level. And the umpire circles and will ball it up. Right forward pocket for the Demons.
And I know the game's done, Bob, but that passage of play there where they had 6-7 uncontested marks, not a lot of intensity, then Bailey Fritsch gets the ball 60 out and can turn with 3-4 seconds, shoulders out. And
they lose heart for big chunks of games, North Melbourne.
Melbourne by 35 points. Gawnwin's down the tap, but it's Finn O'Sullivan who clears it for North. Only as far as Langford for Melbourne. Out past to Bowie into the pocket. Jefferson hugs it to his chest as he marks tight in the boundary. 35 to 40 metres out from goal. This will take his best. 1 goal, 1 so far this afternoon as he moves a couple of the white plastic chairs.
You know it's a tight angle when you have to move the deck chairs out of your run-up.
Maisie mentioned kids come free to the MCG this weekend, so there's a few leaning over the fence, maybe asking for boots or offering a word of advice. Matthew Jefferson comes in, fires on goal and misses to the right-hand side, the near side. 36 points. Here's the Demons' lead at the 41-minute mark of the final term.
Daniel, short kick to Parker, who gave it straight back to him. He hand passes to Sheasel, still inside defensive 50. Swooping hand pass is okay. Well, that's it, as Bailey Scott kicks the footy away. And Melbourne, a lovely afternoon if you're a Demon, as they win their 6th match of the season.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
So the D's 18-11, 119 to North Melbourne, 12-11, 83. Let's go through the goal kickers for the D's. It was a pretty good afternoon for a number of them, including Melksham leading the way with 5, Fritsch 3, 2 to Chandler, singles to Petrarca, Jefferson, Pickett, Sparrow, Van Rooyen, Gawn, Langdon and Tholstrup. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, 4 to Harvey, 3 to Zerha and Darling, and 2 to Curtis. It was the D's with a comfortable win.
Grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
So it looks like things have calmed after the final siren there, as Tristan Cherry shook hands with all of the Demons players, so that is good news.
Melbourne winners by 36 points, their first win in 6 weeks, having lost their last 5, back on the winners list. And Jake Melksham with a day out with 5 goals for the Demons. They reversed their 59-point loss back in round 2 against the Kangaroos at Docklands, and the Demons with a 6th win of the season, while North Melbourne have just 4 wins, 12 losses and a draw so far. The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Boomer Harvey with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just watching there, North Melbourne still out on the ground in a pretty tight huddle. I can't see who's holding court. Jai Simpkin there, yeah. So it was a really mixed bag for North Melbourne today. They showed us what they're capable of throw their weight behind it and commit to a style of play, they can unsettle any team. But it just falls away, and it feels like for patches in the game on most weeks that they almost lose belief in it, and they're not quite sure who they are still. And the last quarter was a demolition, really. Melbourne were far too good. The cream rose to the top. They were dominant, really. And when they had dominance of the game, they were able to hit the scoreboard with far more ease than the North Melbourne Footy Club. The medium forwards were the ones that did all the damage on the scoreboard for the D's, and they just had more of a spread in terms of their depth and their consistency throughout the afternoon. But a missed opportunity there for North Melbourne, who at patches looked like they were right in this game and then just sort of limped over the line in the last quarter.
I totally agree with you, Bob. I thought they played some really good football, but there's just lapses in the game, and it's that little one with 4 minutes to go that you want to take all the momentum in, whether you win, lose or draw. You want to take that into next week and have people fight, and Bailey Fritsch to have 3-4 seconds when he could have had a shot and just turn and kick it anywhere in the forward 50, then that gets a 2v1 late in the game.
It's got to be past that.
I agree.
That's from a few years ago when you've got a new coach and a new style, and and this really, really young list. You accept that. Now this group's been together a long time, or long enough time. Alistair Clarkson's been there for a while now. They've got some experience injected into that team. To lose that sense of belief and urgency, They don't have the luxury of we'll just play it out to the line. It's like, lads, this is all on the line for you guys now. This footy club is a proud footy club. I'm talking to Boomer Harvey about that, but it's time to red line it for 4 quarters every week. We actually need to see some results.
4 quarters. That's the big. It's not 3.5.
No,
it's not 3 3/4. It's 4 quarters where you got to fight it out. And you know what? They're quite good. You take out Luke Davies-Uniacke. He's a star.
Yep.
Right? He's probably North Melbourne's best midfielder.
Yep.
You take out their best key forward in Nick Larkey. Yes, they had some contributors. 4 goals, 3 goals, 3 goals. Curtis with 2 as well. That they found a little bit, but you just can't fall off. And at the minute, they're still just falling off. They're not playing the full 120 minutes.
I look at Jai Simpkin too, who's giving that speech after the game, and how many times can he give the same chat after a performance like that? Because it does seem to happen a lot with North Melbourne.
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable question. The fact that and we're projecting onto what that conversation might be, but you would think that that's what it would be around these lapses in urgency and just want. It really is. Sometimes, this game can be really, really intellectual, and it can be strategic, and we're talking about the nuance and the fine points. But don't make any mistakes. The game is still like it's being played at country and suburban level, where the foundations of what makes a good footy team stand up, of basic skill, but also that not just expectation to defend and fight it out, but a desire to, a devotion to. And it just comes and goes too easily for North Melbourne at the moment. They should be dog hungry.
Yep.
From what they've been through over the last 5 years or more, they should be absolutely dog hungry to play every game out to the absolute bell. And every week it feels like, we've lost them again for 10 minutes. Oh, they're back. Oh, we've lost them again. That's not about Larkey and Davies-Uniacke. That's not about the top end talent. That's just about having some respect and honour for the jump you wear.
In the context of the ladder, this was a big game. It was 18 points North Melbourne, 20 I think it was Melbourne. They would have, I'm not sure what's going to happen with St Kilda and Savo, but if North Melbourne won today, and it can't be about win-lose, we know all that, but they jump Melbourne, they jump St Kilda, and all of a sudden you go from last, second last.
Yeah.
What's that, 12th or something, or whatever it is. It would have been, it just looks better, and the whole football club gets a big puff their chest out a little bit. I know it's only 4.5, 5.5 wins. 4.5 or 5.5, does it matter? But ladder position, you can just see something building from it.
Well, we were talking, weren't we, over before the game started, Clinchy, around part of North Melbourne's development is actually winning. Like
it has to be.
You have to get 4 quarters effort before that. I understand that. But a part of development for a team should be to start putting some teams away and actually start telling yourself that you're good enough, let alone the rest of us.
The Demons win us by 36 points. Let's join them in their rooms with Poppy Penny.
Yeah, it's kids round, I think, in the AFL at the moment, and I think every single kid of every single Melbourne player is in the rooms at the minute. There are so many kids, it's like a daycare centre in here. Of course, it's also school holidays, so no one's got to go to school tomorrow. There were kids in the middle of the room stealing sports drink from where they're all set up for the players. We're going to have kids in the huddle. There is sports drink being poured on people. This is an enormous huddle of players here in the D's rooms as they're all getting ready. Here we go to sing their song.
The Demons winners by 36 points at the MCG, 18-11, 119 to the Kangaroos, 12-11, 83. Nice moment as the Melbourne players let Simon Goodwin lead the team off the ground. Game 200 as the Demons coach for him this afternoon. One of just 4 premiership coaches for one of the oldest clubs, the Demons. Melbourne with their 6th win of the season. They snap a 5-game losing streak and they get revenge for their loss back in round 2 in which the Kangaroos prevailed by 59 points. Jake Melcham booted 5 goals, including 3 in the final term. So he has now kicked 14 goals in the last 3 weeks. It's a good vein of form when you're 33 years of age.
33, that was my next question. How old is he? 33 out of contract. It happens so often, doesn't it? They play some good football the final year.
Peak of form, out of contract.
Short lease.
Could take off that thing.
He just looks, he can do so much. He's such a good mark for his height. And I've mentioned it 3 or 4 times throughout the call. He's a beautiful set shot on goal, and he's quick. He reads the play. He's quick in the mind, Sam Mitchell-like, Bob Murphy-like.
He really is, though. You watch him and think he's a total pro. Over time, he's developed himself into being a total pro because you watch his speed of decision-making just completely bamboozled North Melbourne for patches of this afternoon where he's not necessarily the most athletic, but he's
got some speed, though.
He's got enough speed,
and
he makes those quick decisions. And
he's already 6 or 7
positioning.
metres ahead of his
That's right.
opponent.
He does the basics really, really well.
He's actually good to watch. I like him. He's a great... He takes some pack marks. He takes one-on-one marks, and he can kick goals on the ground. He's playing some super football. 14 goals?
14 goals in 3 games.
Well, Jeremy Cameron kicked 6, 6 and 6 in here. That was a good stretch of 3 games, 18 goals. And he's
the devil's number, though.
Yeah. We'll run with 14, maybe. He's better, is it?
So 5 goals for Jake Melcham, 3 goals to Bailey Fritsch, and a return to form for Christian Petrarca, who finished with 31 disposals. He had 7 clearances, 5 inside 50s, and 12 score involvements alongside his 1 goal too. Where do you see Melbourne as they look to try and obviously not meet expectations this season, but Simon Goodwin has made reference that he hopes they are building towards their next premiership, but with so many of their players in that 30 age bracket, they're going to have to try and accelerate it.
Yeah, they're an interesting proposition, Melbourne, because we know that the nucleus of this footy team has gone all the way, and they're basically all still there. They've had a really indifferent year for whatever reasons, but as they navigate the back portion of this season and with an eye to next season, games like today where you see that they look like they were playing happy football. Towards the end of the game, you see their better players, Fritsch, Melcham, you mentioned, Petrarca. They're good players. I mean, Max was angry, but that was for different reasons. Yes. But they were playing with a level of emotion and style that, to me, alluded to the fact that they're excited about the future. So we know that their established stars are good enough, whether they can complement that with a few young kids as well, and we'll see what happens in the off-season. But I think today was an encouraging performance from the Melbourne Footy Club.
So six wins? 6 wins. You'd think before the season started, you're penciling in for... And I know there's a lot of football to still play out, but they're not playing finals.
Oh, they've been disappointing on the whole, but I think there's...
Can you go to the well with the same group?
Well, I'm not sure whether you can, but it feels like they are.
Yep.
So We shall wait and see, but they look like they've committed all chips in for next year.
Let's get some reaction from the Demons. Melbourne winners by 36 points, down to Poppy Penny.
Yeah, I'm in the rooms with Jake Melksham. Jake, it's absolute chaos down here. It's like a primary school. There are kids everywhere. How good's this?
Yeah, it's like this every week when we've had wins. I've got 3 kids myself, so I'm a big contributor to that. But we got our kids, we got our nieces and nephews. It's obviously the kids' activation day today at the MCG as well. So yeah, a lot of kids.
Does it take your mind off things when you come into the rooms and it's like a zoo?
Yeah, it does. You have about 50 photos before the team meeting, and the kids are excited. They love it. My kids are pretty lucky. They think that this is normal, that they can come to the rooms every week and hang out with all the boys. So it's good fun.
They're pretty popular at school tomorrow. Get to tell everyone what they do when they get back from the school holidays. Your coach is his 200th game coaching the group. What does he mean to you?
He means a heap to me. He has been my coach for pretty much 14 of my 16 years playing. I had him at Essendon as midfield coach, and they were probably the most important years that I had with him, where he really shaped me as a young adult and helped me with my game immensely. I was a different player then. I was a midfielder and a failed one at that. And now he's put me in the forward line since I come to D's, and it's been great. I've loved every moment and every year with him that I've had with him.
You've gone forward and it's gone pretty well, particularly in the last few weeks. What's changed for you? It's amazing form.
I'm playing a lot deeper, so certain times, you might be higher up the ground as a link-up player. You might be in a lot more contests down the line, but the last few weeks I've been a beneficiary of playing that last line of offence, which we usually have, or we do have Cozzy and Track and those great one-on-one players down there. So whenever they haven't been there, I've filled that spot, and it's worked really well. We started to connect as a forward line once we enter into our 50, and I've been lucky to be on the end of it.
And just quickly, an incident with Tom Sparrow toward the end of the game. Do you have an update on how he is?
Yeah, he's okay. Yep, he certainly didn't look great out there. He was out of it for a little bit, but he's come good, we've heard, on the bench. So yeah, we're happy.
That's fantastic news. In the victorious Melbourne Demons rooms with Jake Melksham. Jake, I'm going to throw you upstairs to Matt Clinch, Andrew Mays, Bob Murphy and Boomer Harvey.
Jake, Bob Murphy here. Congratulations on the win. Mate, individually you were superb, but it looked like we almost were going to lose you for the afternoon and maybe even for some of the back end of the season. You went off with a sore arm. What can you tell us about what happened then?
Yeah, I think it was a high hit and I sort of compressed my neck. My head was a little bit sore there for a bit, but I had a crazy stinger down the arm, which I've never had before. It was numb right the way down through to my thumb, which sort of went away after 5 minutes, but I did go into half-time a little bit, I won't say out of it, but I was just quite happy to sit inside and be warm for 10 minutes before I went back out and found the grit and determination to go and do it again.
Well, Boomer Harvey, he made the call that you went from stinger to zinger, which I thought personally was a bit of a cheesy line. But you had a beautiful second half of the game. It was a match-winning turn, really. Something that stood out to me was your ability to make the decision, the offensive decision, when your teammates had won the ball further up the field. Just gave you the drop on the North Melbourne defence time and time again. How much of that is instinctive and how much of that have you had to work on over your career?
Yeah, it's certainly forward craft and leading patterns. It's a timing thing, knowing when to go, and also reading what's happening up the field. Is that person about to get tackled? Is there space for them to run and carry? You're constantly making decisions, but I'm not sure if you've watched much of me, Bob. I'm not very quick, so I've got to be as smart as possible. And
quick enough, mate. Quick enough.
Yeah, quick enough. I would say I'm probably smarter than I am athletic. So, you're finding the right times to lead. And as I said, we started to connect a lot better this probably last month going into our forward line, which has helped me.
Jake, Boomer here, mate. Congratulations, personally and collectively. I thought you guys played a fantastic brand of football today, mate. I'm hoping there's some young kids listening to our app. To tell us through your set shot routine. You've kicked 14 goals, 8 now in the last 3 weeks. You're in exceptional form. But I just noticed today, everything is exactly the same when you go back, whether you're 20 out or whether you're 45 out, and you look like you're an unbelievable kick. Number one, how much practice goes into it? And can you just talk us through your set shot routine?
Yeah, a lot of practice goes into it. I'm not sure if you remember 3 weeks ago when I kicked 5 goals, 6. So
I did remember that. That's where most of your points come from.
Yeah, I'm calling it that I kicked 6 because the 6 points add up to a goal. But Look, I probably let myself down that week. I'm a nice kick of the footy, but I was getting a bit rushy that week, and I wasn't putting it in the slot. We talked about putting the ball in a coin slot in the same spot each time, and once you put it in there, everything from there you just go after it with your kick. So you try and hit the middle of your foot every time, and I know that when I kick the ball, the best is when I try and kick it 40 to 50 metres each time without trying to nurse it through. So once you put it in the slot, just go after it, and my routine's probably 6 steps in and then 3 or 4 on the run, and then kick through the ball. So I'm happy with the last couple of weeks after I let me and the team down 3 weeks ago.
No, well done. Now, you mentioned there was plenty of kids in the room. What's on the agenda for school holidays, Jake? You are Father of the Year this week with zoo trips or anything like that?
I actually run a footy school holiday program, footy clinics. So my kids, if they want to see me, they have to come to those clinics.
Do they have to pay?
No, they can come for free and I'll feed them. But if they want to see me, Dad's grinding away trying to put them through private school. So, they have a good time, though. We've been all over Melbourne this past week, and we've got some clinics coming up this week as well. So looking forward to it.
Jake, you mentioned the good news around Tom Sparrow, that he was able to chat to you in the rooms, and the word that came through from the medical staff. There seemed a lot of interaction between Max Gawn and Tristan Sherry as they tried to work out what had happened. Did you shake the hands with Tristan at the full-time siren?
Yeah, of course. Regardless of what happens on the field, once the siren goes, you always shake hands. And look, from what I saw, I'm going to say that he didn't mean it. He's a brute of a man, and he just imposed himself on contests. Sometimes these things happen. It's unfortunate that we've got a teammate that's pretty badly hurt, but I know Spaz is pretty tough. He's a competitor, and he'll do everything he can to get back as soon as possible. And
for Melbourne fans leaving the MCG, so his 6th win of the season, Simon Goodwin has spoken about trying to build towards that next premiership. You snap a 5-game losing streak. What do you try and take out of the next 6 weeks?
We're just trying to keep improving each week. I think mathematically, it's unlikely that we can make finals or we're out of finals, but if we can win the last 7 games, it's massive momentum going into next season. So we're just going to keep trying to win every week. And our philosophy the past month or so has been being a great teammate and becoming a great team. And we know individually and collectively what that takes inside our club rooms and inside our club. So we're just going to keep sticking at that.
Do you ask for that contract after you kicked 14 goals in 3 weeks?
I've had a little bit of a chat with the club. We've got a little bit of footy left for the rest of the season, and then we'll see what comes next year.
Get 2 years, mate. Don't go for 1.
I'm not sure I got the energy for another 2, to be honest.
The way you've been playing the last 3 weeks, mate, you got plenty left.
Thank you, guys, and well done to your young bloke today, Boomer. Cooper was great.
Thanks, Jake.
Right on you, Jake. Jake Melcham joining us from the victorious Melbourne Rooms, winners by 36 points thanks to Poppy Penny. How nice is that?
That was a very nice touch at the end, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, very nice.
The reason I asked about the zoo, I reckon I've been to the zoo 3 times with my kids in the last 3 years, and I've actually seen Jake Melcham.
No way.
Twice out of those 3 times. So there we go.
Got the season pass.
Yeah, I do. It's very handy with young kids.
The Demons winners by 36 points, 18-11, 119 to North Melbourne, 12-11, 83. Thanks to Poppy Penny, and great to hear from Jake Melcham, who kicked 5 goals this afternoon. Cooper Harvey booted 4 goals for the Kangaroos. Cam Zurhaar kicked 3 goals all in the third quarter. The TV broadcaster showed a lot of camera cutaways of Alistair Clarkson and the question about whether North Melbourne should have sort of surpassed this stage of their progression. Bob, you kind of alluded to it at the start of the broadcast, and you've spoken about it a little bit, but for North Melbourne in the next few weeks, they have Sydney to come at the SCG on Saturday, Geelong and St Kilda, so certainly a couple of those games are going to be tough in terms of an indication as to where the Kangaroos sit with 4 wins so far for the season.
4.5 wins.
4.5. The draw
makes a difference against Brisbane too. The thing, again, I'll just reinforce, a little bit disappointing in the last quarter that they let Melbourne kick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals in that last quarter, Bob, because they have been in games for longer, and I know that doesn't mean a lot in terms of win-loss, but to the fans, when you've been down the bottom for so long, those little things do matter, and today they just let an opportunity slip to be in the game for a lot longer. Whether they won or lost, they should have been in the game for much longer.
No more dips. That's
yeah, you're right.
No more
though.
dips.
You were right.
Like, wins will be great. Okay, you'd love to see a couple of scalps, but I was hoping today was that opportunity. If they play 4 quarters, they could actually get Melbourne. And I stick with that. I actually think they could have. But every time I see North Melbourne play, there's 10 minutes here, there's another 10 minutes. They've gone again. They dip in, they dip out. And that's no excuse. They've got a coach who has made his name on being hungry and fanatical. And you see it in bursts with them, but you don't see it en masse. You don't see it for a continuous half. And I just think that's not good enough. That for where they're at, they should be the hungriest team out there, and they're just not.
You mentioned the coach there, Bob. I wonder if his name wasn't Alistair Clarkson, whether we'd be talking more about that situation and the progression.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But this predates Alistair Clarkson as well. This has been a long time that, and I would also say I think this is one of the vulnerabilities of cutting your list back to absolutely nothing, which is maybe the wrong turn of phrase. But when you cut it back to its bare bones, as they did, a fair while ago, it takes a long, long time to get it back up to a stage of being competitive week in and week out, but they're there now. That list and that team they put on the park is more than good enough to win games of footy. But any team at AFL level is good enough to redline it for 4 quarters, and they consistently don't.
Yep.
So Alice Clarkson has said they've been in most games to 3-quarter time. What does he do about the skill deficiencies, which prove so costly in terms of turnovers, and when they do have momentum, they can't quite capitalise on it?
Clinchy, you said the number from last week. There was 60-odd points or something.
15 goals to 4 from turnovers.
From turnover. Today, we've seen that again today, just through basic fundamentals. And I know nobody goes out there and means to miss a kick or miss a handball or drop a mark.
Kicked 10 goals to 3 from turnovers. So slightly less.
They look like they
42 points still. It's a lot from turnover.
They look to me, and this is from a long way away, but they look like they make more basic skill errors when they go into this hesitant ball movement, and it's from in the back half. I'm still not sure what they are wanting to do in terms of how they build the ball up in the back half. Sometimes it's this chaotic take the game on. Other times it is beyond slow. Yep. It is treacle. It's sideways lobs to each other. Where you're like, I don't even know what that is. Like, I understand modern footy of moving the ball sideways to shift a defence and get an angle, but when you move sideways slowly on your heels and lob it to the next guy, all it does is embolden the opposition.
Yeah.
And then other times it's this scattergun. Like, do you guys know what you want to do in the back half in terms of your ball movement? Because it doesn't look like that to me. And when they go this slow, hesitant, and you can see they're in their own thoughts, that's when a lot of these skill errors pop up that are really beyond basic. They're, it's local footy sort of stuff. When they go quick and when they play on, a bit more instinct and they get this balance right, their skills hold up pretty well. I would think there's no real fundamental issue there. I feel like it's a battle of the mind.
Bob Murphy and Brent Harvey with you following the Demons' 36-point win over North Melbourne. Almost half-time at Docklands, the Saints leading the Swans by 5 points, 6-4-40 to Sydney 5-5-35. There is an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. Our next stop is the Adelaide Oval for Port Adelaide and the West Coast Eagles. The 3-2-1 to come for the ABC Footballer of the Year. But here was a thought from Max Gawn, courtesy of Fox Footy, around his afternoon with Tristan Xerri.
Can I ask you about that Xerri strike on your teammate Sparrow that saw him taken from the ground in the Medicart? You seem to be the first to really respond to it. What did you see and what did you make of it?
Yeah, I thought it was high. I haven't seen any vision of it late since. Xerri, I know as a ruck, he's following up as hard as he can, and he's the best of the comp at doing it. So there's definitely an element of that, but once I saw my teammate down, I knew I had to sort of respond.
And Max, you responded in the right fashion. It cooked to both of you, though. You struggled to get to the ball-ups around the ground in the last couple of minutes of the game.
Yeah, it was a tough little last 5 minutes, and I think we were both a little bit angry as well, which doesn't help because when you play angry, you lose even more energy.
Any bad taste between the two of you at the final siren?
No, definitely not. He's an absolute competitor, beast, and he's in some serious form. And the way he's playing his football, I mean, when I first started playing my football, I wanted to be that type of guy, that competitive beast who follows up and chases. And I got complete respect for him.
Max Gawn, courtesy of Fox Footy The actual humorous part of it was Tristan Sherry trying to explain what he accidentally did while they were 50 metres away and the umpire was waiting to ball it up for the next ruck stoppage.
So I know we haven't got long, but Gawn gets the points today, 15 touches and a goal versus 7 touches for Sherry. Your hit-outs were... Not sure. I haven't got the hit-outs in front of me, but I just feel
it was a slow burn win.
Yeah, slow burn win. I agree,
but not an emphatic one.
Yep,
no,
with you.
But I think he outclassed him a little bit,
especially in the second half. I think Max Gawn only had 6 or 7 touches to half, maybe 5 touches to half.
He had a big third quarter, Max.
He kept running him forward. He kept challenging Tristan, going forward. Let's get him forward, see if he can come with me for the whole day. And I think that slow burn that you talked about, Bob, that's how he got him.
The hit-outs were comfortably Melbourne's way. I say comfortably, but 37.
Comfortable for us.
Yeah, comfortable from our position up here in the commentary box.
The interesting thing with Sherry with that hit is if it is graded as careless, because of the concussion, he has to get 3 weeks.
That is, if he gets 3 weeks there, and I know we've had debate about tribunals, that is a football incident, and I'm really big on this. If you want to whack someone behind play or whatever, 3, 4, 5, 6, do whatever you want. In a football incident where you've got split seconds to do it, that's a follow-up ruck work. And was it sloppy? It might have been a little bit sloppy, but there was no malice in it. Bob called that. I think we all said
no malice,
that.
and I'm not even sure if there was a decision of what he did. It was a reflex thing.
An arm out.
Momentum's going forward, the ball goes, and he throws an arm out.
To tackle.
Accident.
Yep.
37-26 was the hit-outs the way of Melbourne. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year, Brent Harvey.
Right, we're going to go through. I think the 3 might be a little bit obvious. Jake Melcham, I thought he was fantastic today. He ended up with 5 goals, 10 disposals, but just the work that he does one-on-one, I thought he certainly deserved the 3 votes. 2, Christian Petrarca, 31 touches, had the 3 shots on goal. Probably should have been 2 because he missed a basic one for him, but I thought his stoppage work in particular.
Got better and better. 9
clearances. I thought he was really good. And I've slotted Cooper Harvey in for 1. No, I haven't. You should have. I didn't get Cooper in, unfortunately. But Bailey Fritsch, we thought he was fantastic. He kicked 3 goals in the end, but it was his work that he did in that third quarter up the ground where he had 7 or 8 disposals, kicking the ball inside 50. He ended up with 21 touches, and I just thought it
was a 4-quarter performance.
It was, and I just liked. 5 points up, Melbourne were up half time, and he was the one that gave him the drive in the third quarter. So I thought he was fantastic and probably his best game for the year.
3 to Melcham, 2 to Petrarca, 1 to Bailey Fritsch. What do you say to Cooper when you see him?
I'll tell him I'll give him 1. he won't go and check.
Hungry.
See, it ain't that hard to kick 4 goals once you get a pep talk from Boomer Harvey. Thank you, Bob, for your work throughout the day.
Oh, absolute pleasure, Clinchy.
Enjoy the next week of The Break, and we'll hear you on ABC Melbourne with Chanel Vella in a week's time. Thank you, Boomer.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. See you next week.
Thanks to Poppy Penry. Thanks to Andrew Mays. Thanks to Lee and to Craig back at base. We're now taking you to the Adelaide Oval. Port Adelaide taking on the West Coast Eagles. Just a reminder, there is a ABC call available of the match at Docklands. If you want to follow, it's on the ABC Listen app. And, of course, the cricket continues in the early hours of tomorrow morning. A crucial wicket for the Aussies as they picked up a wicket this morning after being all out. Coverage continues from the Adelaide Oval next. Goodbye from the MCG.
Where else will you find free fun and games? Teens being boss, hard quiz, spoiled by kids, and of course...
Do not watch this show!
Find them all where it's always free, always fun for the family. ABC iView.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button.